This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome back to the Kia Oval for the 4th and final day of this county championship clash between the hosts Surrey and the visitors Somerset, and I come to you with good news. Now, we expected to see play resume in 6 minutes from now. That's not going to happen. There's been quite a bit of rain this morning. Indeed, it was quite heavy rain about 3/4 of an hour ago. But now, as I look out through our commentary box window, it's turning into, well, something of a nice morning. The sun is out at least. It's poking through the clouds. The covers are coming off, which means all things being equal, and according to my radar, they're never reliable, but my radar at least says that we should get a few hours now of relatively clear weather. So at stumps last night, Somerset in their second innings advanced to 204 for 6. That means they've got a lead of 61. They lost 3 wickets in the final stanza. Tom Banton to Steele, James Rue to Lawrence and Lewis Goldsworthy to Atkinson. There have been plenty of wickets to spin for Surrey through the course of the last 3 days. It does mean that having taken their lead to 143 yesterday, they were all out for 428 on the stroke of lunch, that Surrey are in a strong position here. There is a partnership, a nagging one of 42 they need to break first between the Somerset skipper Lewis Gregory and Casey Aldridge, who are 23 and 20 respectively. But if they can get through that early, they'll get a good look at the Somerset lower order and then give themselves something chaseable on the 4th afternoon. Right, for now we're going to take the highlights from day 3, the day that was. And when we return, hopefully all of those covers will be gone and we'll have some sense of the restart time. Shot. Nice way to start. Straight drive. Healthy swing of the blade. Boundary, second ball of day 3. Lead. Shout down the leg side given. So that front on action with Aldridge hitting the seam and Clark catching up with it.
Bit more flight and a bit of width, and it's punished by Cam Steele. who drives powerfully through cover for 4. Got him! Steele cuts again. And this time he picks up the wicket. It's Lammonby at backward point. Great piece of fielding the previous delivery. Driven through the offside. Punch rather from Atkinson. He picks up his first boundary. Down the ground. And 6. Short again. And pulled well by Atkinson. Pierces the gap.
Making room and slapping and just getting it through. I say just getting it through, about 5 metres straight of mid-off, who was up inside that fielding circle, so to speak. Overton into the 20s and the day up for themselves. He's placed that beautifully, Overton. Not a lot of room to work with 2 men set back to the short boundary, but bisect them.
Short, and Jamie Overton gets something on it, and that will fly to the boundary. Short and chopped on. Jamie Overton can't believe it, but Casey Aldridge picks up 5. It's his 5th wicket. He finishes 5 for 64. He's congratulated by his teammates. An outstanding effort. And he picks up a wicket with his second ball. I don't think that's the way he'd imagined it. Slightly short, down the leg side, and Dixon gets a little tickle on it.
Deepish leg gully as well. Better. Great timing for the balls of his feet out to the rope. His first boundary. The first boundary of Somerset's second innings. 11 for 1. Completes the over. Shot. Organised. It's a good player, Tom Lammonby. For all your correspondence. Shot. Renshaw's turn to play through the onside to the longer boundary, but it doesn't matter. The timing's perfect. Renshaw to double figures with his first 4. Again, that's through the onside from Lammonby. Gets it on the hip. He's looked really good since lunch. Oh. Squared up.
It's a nice little tickle. There is no one down the fine leg boundary. So a fruitless chase in the end. Nicely played. Oh, now that looks close. And up goes the finger. So Lawrence has got the extraordinary figures of 2 for 4 in 9 balls. He's made the breakthrough. He made the initial breakthrough, getting the right-handed Dixon out down the leg side. This time, he is. That's a lovely shot. Nothing more than a push. It was a little full, but the full face of the bat.
Square drive for 4. It was up-ish, and it did go behind point, but Goldsworthy into double figures. Fully. So we're talking about last over and put away. Rightly so. All the way 4-6. Short boundary in the direction of the Galladari stand. Threw away triple tons, you ask me. Oh, straight, nice. It was in the air from Goldsworthy. Just backed his swing. Gets another boundary. Just past the stumps. Goldsworthy to 25. He's now through again. Goldsworthy shifting gears in the last couple of overs. Hit a 6 off Steele. Now 2 4s off Overton, new to the attack. And 4 more as well. 2 short. Lammonby hammers it away and records another half century. Just a subtle acknowledgement. Knows there is so much more work to do for the visiting team, but he's been the man in form so far in season 2024, Tom Lammonby. Back at the peak of his powers, 97 for 2.
Really use it. Oh, now then, that looks tight. And he's given him. Lammonby goes, Steele makes the breakthrough. propping forward, didn't get a massive stride in, the ball turning back into the pads. It looked pretty straight to me.
That's a delightful shot from Tom Banton. Full and straight from Clark and worked well through mid-wicket for 4. He picks up his first boundary. He moves on to 7. Somerset 116 for 3. Stealing again. And it's another wicket for Cam Steele. Banton doesn't get a cut shot away. Clark full again, and that's driven crisply by James Rew. He will pick up 4. That's his first boundary.
A week off.
That's a lovely shot. Placement was perfect there. It wasn't too far away from point. Left hand thereof. It's skipped away for a boundary off the last ball of the over. 136 for 4. Spin on at both ends is going to, you would think, keep it good. And that's a half century for Lewis Goldsworthy. He's not looked in any trouble at all.
Put it up for you, actually.
Well, that's what expertly played. The conventional sweep this time, doesn't need to reverse it. It's a good old piece of it along the ground, down through deep backward square, and that means scores are level. And that's exactly where James Rew's going to hit it. There's a gap there, but I think this has wisely been left open.
Buried what he was doing.
And Lawrence strikes again. He picks up his 3rd. James Rew edges that one straight to first hit. We were just talking about the turn that Lawrence was getting from around the wicket to the left-hander.
And they may not require too much time tomorrow, as that's helped away for 4. Is that pad or thigh pad? No, it was off the blade, so.
There's a short one. They've gone up, and he's got him. The short ball works for Atkinson. We were saying just in the previous over that a wicket felt like it was just round the corner for Atkinson. He's bowled with really good pace in this spell. Swatted away through the offside. Gregory will pick up 4 runs as the ball just about reaches the very, very long offside boundary. Gregory moved to 12. Somerset 171 for 6.
Nicely played by Aldridge, easing onto the back foot, finding the gap between point. Now he's got hold of that well as Aldridge. The despairing dive from Ollie Pope is in vain.
Many years.
That's a bit short. It's got the treatment. Very occasionally he's dropped short. And actually, it's just squirted away through backward point. That was, I think, quite clever bowling from Lawrence. Oh, it nearly gets through. Expansive drive, a thick inside edge. That's the power of the silly points, isn't it? Someone comes into your eye line. But Aldridge survives, moves to 20, 204 for 6. Somerset will close on a lead.
Concluded last night at 204 for 6. Somerset, the lead of 61. Gregory 23, Aldridge 20. They've put on 42. There were 3 wickets in that final session. And as you can see there out in the middle, umpires Saggers and Kettleborough taking a look at the surface, and we won't be far away, I am certain, from a restart time. The rain didn't last for long. It started at around about 9:45 local time, and it stopped about 10 minutes ago, so it might have lasted for 70 or so minutes. So it won't take long to remove that surface water. The ground staff are already mowing the pitches adjacent to the one they're using in this match. The covers are still out there square of the wicket, but we know here at the Oval it doesn't take long to clean things up and get ready to roll again. So we'll take a pause here at the Kia Oval in South London with Somerset 204 for 6 ready to resume as soon as we get that time, which won't be far away. And when we do, I'll relay that to you straight away, and then we'll be into the 4th and final day here at the Oval.
Yep, number 5, got you.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Ready when you are. Welcome back to the Kia Oval. It says on the screen there that plays to start at midday, but you'll see above that the covers have just gone back on annoyingly. We were within 5 minutes of our scheduled resumption after the rain this morning when it started drizzling once again. Adam Collins with you. Daniel Norcross has jumped in to join me. The state of play is that Somerset are 204 for 6 in their second innings, leading by 61, a 42-run stand last night between Gregory and Aldridge, who are 23 and 20 respectively. So 4 wickets for Surrey to get initially and set themselves up a final afternoon chase. Hello, Daniel.
Good morning. How frustrating this is. Not many covers are out there, just one big tarpaulin, and the ground staff are on standby. The weather is coming away, as if you're looking at the screen right now, it's coming from the right of the screen as you look at it, so just behind where the scoreboard is, and the skies there are nice. They're high, wispy clouds, and I would hope that with a little bit of proactivity they can get on with it. Way to our right, you might be able to see the ground staff are just walking away from where there were those little plastic practice stumps where the bowlers were warming up. I wonder if we can get a shot. Are we able to get a shot of where the players are? Because there's umpires and players sort of congregating down by the dugout towards the right of the pavilion, as you would be looking on the screen right now. So I think there's a keenness and an expectation that play will start ere long, but they've still got to get rid of this one tarpaulin. Just the one, though, that's covering the pitch in the square. There's nothing on the bowlers' run-ups. The amount of rain that's just fallen has been derisory, really. There we go.
Well, you can see Lee there, who's the chief groundsman. He was just talking to umpires Kettleborough and Saggers a moment ago before the shot came on. So he's providing them with some advice. They're taking cover for the time being. It isn't raining in any meaningful way at the moment. Cam Steele's out there as well, ready to have a little twist and a warm-up before they get cracking. So that's the state of play. The usual convention in situations like this is if they don't think they're going to get on by 12:30, they'll take an early lunch, which will help smooth out the meal breaks. But with some luck, we'll get some play before then, because it does look like the rain, at least from our vantage point, has stopped again. It was only very light, but when they do get back on, it'll be 204 for 6. And
there's one dirty cloud, isn't there? There's one dirty cloud that's just lingering a little, but there is a vigorous breeze today.
Yeah.
So I am very optimistic that we're going to get out there very soon.
All right, we'll take our leave for the time being. We'll keep you posted, and hopefully the next time we return to you with an update, there's that filthy cloud to which you referred, Daniel.
I love having these cameras. It's great. Can we order them to go anywhere we want?
Well, to a certain extent, I think we can.
Oh.
That is in our gift.
This is a kind of power that I really... Oh, I don't know where I could go with this.
There we go. We're getting the pavilion and the Galladari. Not many people are here because, well, they would have detected that it was going to be a delayed start when the rain started at about 9:45 local time, I think, from memory. It rained pretty consistently and at times heavily for about 45 to 60 minutes, which is why they took a while doing their thing, cleaning things up out there. But yes, with the square covered all the way across here at the Oval, it doesn't take long to get back on again.
And just some other bit of good news, just so as you hover, don't go too far from the live stream, folks. The rain that we got was supposed to be the heavy splodge. That's the heavy splodge done, and all subsequent rain that comes through today is supposed to be light, gusty, sudden little 10-minute squalls, and then it goes off again. So there shouldn't be anything like the clear-up operation from here on in. It should be a matter of just bringing covers on, getting them off as quickly as possible. It's going to be a bit like that today.
We'll hold you to that. No more heavy splodges. You heard it here first with Daniel Norcross, and we'll chat to you hopefully very soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was just a small hiatus, wasn't it? About 5 minutes for that needless shower. Once they get out, things will change, I can assure you. There will be little, as they say on the weather forecast, spits and spots of rain. But as long as the players are out there, our big concern next, of course, would be the lunch break, if there was a bit of rain over the lunch break. But fingers crossed, because as you can see, there are umpires and there are players, Surrey players, with great enthusiasm, I'm sure. Some hands in pockets, and I can't say as I blame them. It is windy, blustery. It's one of those days you don't really want to be playing cricket. But if you're Surrey, you do, because 4 more wickets, and then to get chasing a precious 22 points. That is the order of the day. Rain has affected all parts of the County Championship schedule today. I'll run you through where they are playing. There's an important and intriguing match at Edgbaston, where Durham are 50 for 2. They're currently still 131 runs behind. You'll recall they were forced to follow on after making 517. That doesn't happen too often. 517 with a first innings deficit of 181. They lost a couple of early wickets, but Matt Potts, the night watcher, is 26 not out, doing a fine job for both Durham and for all the other teams in the County Championship who want to see Warwickshire thwarted.
I had to bounce into commentary then. I was on the phone. I didn't realise they whipped the covers off and put the stumps in so quickly.
It's quick, yeah.
That's a great thing. Good to see them being resourceful, both sides and the officials, as the players are called to attention. I'm not sure if you mentioned that it's the 3rd time in first-class history where a side's made 500 and had to follow on.
I didn't mention that. It's the 3rd time? Yeah?
Yes, well, wow. 3rd time in championship history possibly. But either way, it's quite a rare thing to happen. What's going on there at Edgbaston?
There's another one I'm really going to be keeping my eye on today, for obvious reasons. Our cousins across the river, Middlesex, yes. They finished yesterday with a lead of 1 run. Had the score on 553 for 2. Wonder what their plan's going to be there.
Okay, so the final day begins with a swing and a miss. So Overton running away from us at the Vauxhall end. Gregory and Aldridge put on 42 last night. Just when it felt like Somerset were teetering a wee bit and they might get rock and rolled before stumps, this pair did a great job.
There was that drop catch, wasn't there?
Yes.
With about 8 overs to go, 8.5 overs to go in the day. Jamie Overton hurt himself a little bit as he took that catch. It's good to see him bowling, because he didn't bowl after that incident. I think he got his foot slightly caught in the turf. So this is a good sign that he's fit to bowl.
He bowled just 1 spell yesterday. Full face of the bat there from the Somerset skipper. Yeah, the Middlesex game, that adds 2 more innings to the list that we were compiling with Andrew Samson yesterday. The over 150s as well. We've seen young Fernandez on debut, the 19-year-old. Great backstory there. I was having a conversation with someone close to it last night, saying that until very recently he was getting the bus to training. Obviously in his first game his dad's a chef at a local restaurant. It's a great story about how he's been able to come through and make it work at the first time of asking, along with Max Holden, who's 200 plus. But yeah, we were positing yesterday that it might be the round where there's been the most 150 scored ever in the county championship, and Samo didn't quite complete that for me, I don't think, because how you define a round in the championship can be a bit rubbery.
Yeah, true.
But if we wanted to be strict in terms of games that started on the same day, if you want to call that a round, then has there ever been more instances of players making 150 plus? It's been about 10 in this round. Ridiculous. Shot. In fairness, it was there to hit. Just sat up, punched away, big gap at point. First runs of day 4, lead 65.
Yes, and none of those scores have been here, which is a little bit of a surprise, because it's been a good pitch for batting on. Now, one of the other things to look out for is we just see the replay of the first runs of the day. It was short and wide, and there to be hit is a second new ball, and that will become available for Surrey basically straight after lunch, or just before lunch, if Rory Burns was so minded to take it.
So
lunch would be.
Yeah, lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock regardless. So a 50-minute session here, short and sharp. More runs, helpful runs too, and a helpful delivery to score from. 2 balls short and wide outside the off stump, and Gregory dances into the 30s.
Jamie Overton is looking a little bit stiff, let's say. He's not quite got limbered up yet. they're not very nice conditions for playing cricket in, I've got to tell you, out there. So I came in from the tube. There was a buffeting wind. The temperature has dropped about 9 degrees from its high of Friday.
After that ball thudded into the advertising boards, which we'll see again here on replay, Jamie Overton got the ball back and threw it over to umpire Saggers and said, I think there's something wrong with this one. So he's
dampness, perhaps?
Trying to get it. Well, you can see here that he wants to get it through the rings. We'll see. And
yeah, they're going to get us a replacement ball. It'll be pretty manky, whatever it is.
Let's not take it along.
This must be a bit of an issue, isn't it? Because the Kookaburra ball's used so rarely that making sure you've got sufficient replacement aged balls. Now, do you know the answer to this?
A little bit.
Good.
This came up last year. I don't know how it came up. It came up on commentary when we were doing the Ashes series, and we had Louis Cameron, the Oracle, your favourite summariser.
I love Louis Cameron.
Working with us,
with
former Victorian,
ears of Andy Caddick.
Former Victorian paceman Louis Cameron, these days journalist for cricket.com.au. So he's done a fair bit around the professional game as a bowler and now a journalist. And his explanation was that often they'll be given a new box of balls and told to bowl in the nets to a certain number of deliveries before they get put in the box for.
And they've got to be a whole load because they've got to be 5 overs old, 10 overs old.
So that's how they get them prepared for this eventuality. Cut in half to finish, much better delivery, 2 boundaries from the over. That's the first delivery with the new but not new ball.
Much
2-1,
pacier.
2-6. Yes.
And of course this is the ground that has probably had the most controversial ball change in the history of Ashes cricket. It's, to me, there are 2 great ball changes in the history of Ashes cricket. One at Birmingham in 2019,
yes,
when James Pattinson got the ball changed, and suddenly, I think Rory Burns was playing in that game, got a claggy old 100, but he got it, and then ball was changed, and suddenly it hooped round corners. But perhaps more notoriously, and I do actually have some sympathy with the Australians with this one, the replacement ball at the Oval Test match was a thing of beauty. If you were an England fan, it just suddenly it went from being this slightly pink, mucky thing to this glossy, shiny thing that you could see your face in.
There was a bit going on that day, wasn't there?
There was a bit.
The rain delays. There was the Stokes claimed catch that wasn't.
Yep.
And then there was the infamous ball change. I think the mitigation there was that England were. Everyone looked at the 2 balls side by side. They're like, well, that first ball's completely knackered. Well, of course it is. England were throwing it into the turf, trying to get one side scuffed up for reverse swing, because there was no conventional swing with it. The sun's right out now. You wouldn't know it was raining 20 minutes ago. Steele will get the first crack from the Mickey Stewart members' pavilion end. And Eldridge's first ball of the day is placed out to point. Fielder's back at deep point, deep square leg, and long on as well. So 3 men protecting the ropes. Whereas the other ball did look pretty new, yes. Oh, it's gone underground. Wide as well, but it would have been prepared. That Duke's ball would have been prepared in the way that I was describing before, in the nets for as many balls as they needed to, or from a game, perhaps a game where not a lot went on. Shot, some protection at deep point, so they won't get full value for it, but they will add a couple. Brisk start for Somerset, 10 runs added in 9 balls this morning, taking their lead to 71. I quite enjoyed the conspiracy theory that was doing the rounds afterwards. Not quite about, oh look, this wasn't 39 overs. I was 39 overs that ball. I feel like that number jumps out for some reason. Around that. Around that. Right. I didn't really care for that argument. I don't question the integrity of the officials putting the balls in the box. It's the blade, bit of spin. Nor do I think that there was some wider conspiracy around the umpires picking the best ball. In fact, I don't.
Yep.
Yeah, you can put all of that to one side. However, one that I didn't mind quite so much was that I thought had more going for it was: is it possible that was a ball that was still there from 2018?
Ah, yes.
Because the 2018 batch of Dukes that Anderson and Broad loved so much that they had some put to one side for the 2019 Ashes. Short and wide again, but only for 1. So he'll keep the strike there, Aldridge. He's 23, 215 for 6, lead of 72. The idea that maybe some of the balls that were in the box were from a while ago, and if it was the magical batch of 18, well, that might have contributed to it. I don't know. That's a more...
They were beautiful balls.
Yeah, well, they were.
For fans of wickets.
For fans of ball defeating bat, the way that India and England duked it out across 5 exhilarating test matches that summer, and in 19 with the same batch, how openers didn't stand a chance. Both teams, the openers had a dreadful 19 Ashes with balls hooping around everywhere. That was of more interest to me, but how could you possibly substantiate that? We'll never know.
Now then, Casey Aldridge has come in for a bit of a short ball barrage when the fast bowler's been on to him. Let's see if Jamie Overton repeats the trick.
3 back for the short ball. First one's full, so a third man. I would call that a catching position down at deep third in front of the Galadari stand. A deep long leg, more than fine leg, in front of the beds to stand and the players' dressing rooms, and a field bang on deep square leg in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. So he'll go upstairs eventually, no doubt. Away from us. There's the first short one. Doesn't get up, but not played with any real conviction either. He had 1 foot in the air and tried to swat it across the line, just carried through to the gloves of Foakes.
Now here's a number to keep your eye out here. Minimum overs remaining today, 75.4. Start the day with 96 normally, wouldn't we? So how many have we lost?
Interesting.
Suggests we've lost 18 overs.
That would be right. It was 16 for the hour plus 2 more. We started.
And we can't make up on the fifth.
Not on the final day. Yeah.
No.
I thought that was a bit
Seems silly, doesn't it? I mean,
quirky.
Why?
The making up of time in England's a weird thing to start with, right?
Tell me
you
about
can't
it.
make up time before
Yeah.
the scheduled
Can't start at 10:30. No.
because the trains. This is the theory, isn't it? That the trains from different parts of England, the peak versus off-peak tickets. I told her.
Really, in county championship. Though.
Well, yeah, quite. But this is the rationale as put to me in the past that didn't quite carry to mid-wicket.
Yeah, for a while there, wasn't
it? Yes, that idea that you couldn't. Let's see this again. It did hang in the air. My instinct was that it was ballooned up on the half volley. Yeah, about a metre before.
It's a crisp shot.
Yeah.
Andrew Samson is in the building.
Oh, there he is. Oh, and he's got something for me.
Ah.
Oh, I love you, Samo.
He delivers these wonderful gifts like Father Christmas.
He's pointed at the screen quite forcefully, like, Colo, read this. The most 150s in championship matches starting on the same day. So the framework we put around it before. There have been 10 in this round so far. And the most before that was 9. Back in 2004 and April 2021, April 2022. We've broken the record by 1. Wow. Morning, Samo. Heavy days.
I mean this, you know. And of course, it's frivolous and a ridiculous thing to say, but there is a truth to it. We literally have broken that record by asking the question. No one would even have thought about it if we didn't have Andrew Samson here to ask ridiculous questions of. So let the world know. And I dare say there could be more, could there? Well, they could. Gregory, Aldridge, for a start.
Dare to dream, Somerset fans. There's that second short ball to finish. Swayed out the way, maiden complete, 215 for 6. I've immediately sent that information to Tanya Aldred downstairs, who's doing the Guardian blog. She will love that.
She will love that.
Perfect Guardian blog fodder. Leads 72 after 3 overs this morning.
Now, I did mean to tell you about what games are on. Derbyshire are chasing an unlikely 401 for victory, and it's become even more unlikely because they're 79 for 3. That's against Glamorgan. 2 wickets for James Harris and a run out. Wayne Madsen, the latest to go for 25. So they are in a pickle. That's in the second division. Another game in the second division that is underway. Gloucestershire 131 for 4, needing a very, very unlikely 498 for victory. Ollie Price has 52, and the forgotten man of English cricket, James Bracey, is 26 not out. And the only other game that's taking place at the moment is that one at Birmingham, where Matt Potts continues. Could he get the 150? He's 34 not out. That'd be a story, wouldn't it? That really would be a story. 65 for 2 Durham, and they are incentivised to bat all day.
Fully from Steele to start the over, and Gregory out to the short rope, has one man to beat and does so that long on. So third boundary of the day for Gregory, who's moved along from 23 to 35 with those 3 strokes.
Rare loose ball this from Cameron Steele. You do sense on a day like this, the first few overs against a new ball are the ones that the batters can legitimately target, because bowlers just a little bit stiffer, a bit tougher to get into your action, and especially for the finger spinner. It is brisk and chilly out there.
There is a second scenario that it would be remiss of us not to go through here.
Somerset win.
The scenario, how does Somerset build a victory from here? Of course, they need to be bowled out, but at the right time. Maybe bowled out with a lead of 150. How many overs would that leave, Daniel, to get to 150 from here, do you think?
Well, let's say that's 74 runs. Let's say they go at 3s. That'd be 28 overs. They'd then have roughly 44 overs to bowl Surrey out.
Which you wouldn't think that'd be enough. So let's ratchet it up a little bit. If they go at 4s, they might have 50 odd overs, which feels slightly more realistic. I mean, excellent Surrey batting lineup and all that. Put that to one side. Just the idea of...
Well, it's where you get... I think it's the perfect scenario is where you've actually got Surrey need sort of 4.5, 5 and over.
Okay, yeah.
And they go for it on a pitch which has been difficult to score runs quickly. So they lose wickets in pursuit. And then, you know, that'll be interesting to see if Somerset want to set something.
Just notice a couple of balls from Steele haven't gotten up either. So bowling 4th...
Could be perilous.
Always best to be bowling 3rd in a situation like this where you have some control over your destiny. 4 wickets to get to, 119 for 6, just the boundary from the over, 76 to lead.
You're more of an aficionado of the Kookaburra ball than me, and a new ball will become available in 7 overs time. Is that, you know, thinking in Australian terms, is that what an Australian captain would be thinking here? I mean, yes, it'd be great to pick up a wicket with this old ball. It'd be a bonus wicket with 2 guys who can bat and are quite well set, but the eye is on the prize of that new ball.
You know, less and less. The second new ball is nowhere near the automatic take that it used to be in Australian cricket. And look, that might be informed a little bit by who they have bowling off spin for them. If you've got Nathan Lyon landing it in a shoebox down one end and bowling consistently, then often they like to keep him on and wait a bit longer for the second new one. So that's probably more to do with the Australian team than it is to do with the Kookaburra. But still, you know a couple of things, don't you? The Kookaburra will behave in much the same way the Dukes does for the first few overs, maybe 8 overs, and then it'll be a nice time to bat. We've seen that through the match. The best time to bat has been...
But it's
roughly,
about 10 overs old.
Overs 10 through 50 or thereabouts.
Right.
Which in the scenario we're painting could be an interesting time in this game. That's not gotten up either, by the way. That's 83 mile an hour, and it's not made it through to the gloves of Foakes.
So there's a risk for the skipper there in taking the new ball, that if he doesn't get 2 or 3 wickets with it in that first 8, 9, 10 overs, then suddenly it becomes much easier to bat.
Yeah.
But the other risk, I guess, is that this ball's it's not doing a lot, although, as you point out, perhaps its softness is keeping it low. Which could be perilous if the ball's on the stumps. And mully grubs. Where does that word come from? The mully grubber.
I actually don't know. I've got a suspicion I know what it's to do with a worm, isn't it?
It feels like that. Yeah, feels like that.
I think it's an Australian term. It means I should know, but not across it.
Did Richie Benno not like using it a fair bit? Mully rubber.
Sounds like him. Yeah.
And the gazunder.
Gazunder, yeah.
Which is kind of self-explanatory, the gazunder, because it goes
under.
Yeah.
Let us know. surreybroadcast@gmail.com if you know. Saves me from jumping on Google. We've got an email, by the way, from Gary, afternoon all. Maybe one for Adam, he suggests. Why, in our opinion, does Australia produce countless off-spinners but very few left-arm slow bowlers of the same quality? Since the Second World War, there have been several better off-spinners than any left-arm spinners. Johnson, Mallet, Yardley, Matthews, Miller, Lyne spring to mind. It's a fair point. Australia have...
Tim May,
TBA May. And there was that idea of bowling the Australian line, which was outside the off-stump and spinning it back towards off-stump, rather than bowling more conservatively, starting at off-stump and spinning it back towards middle and leg. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, Xavier Doherty.
Yeah, Doherty, who we had in New Zealand working with us a few weeks ago.
Lovely fella.
Ashton Agar, who played a handful of test matches, but not much more.
It is an interesting one, isn't it? Australians prefer to take the ball away from the bat, the right-hander, using vigorous leg spin instead, which I suppose is a good idea.
Well, that's the flip, isn't it? How many leg spinners have Australia produced? Countless. Grimmett, well, we had a lengthy conversation about leg spin on the podcast with you and me and Steve Kinane a couple of weeks ago, who wrote a book about the backyards of Australian cricketers and how it helps develop the kind of players they became. And you kind of go from Maley winning at Ashes Series 2021 and how that influenced Grimmett, who in turn influenced the generation that followed, linking through to Doug Ring and Benno.
Jenner.
And of course Bill O'Reilly.
Yep.
And then much later Jenner, and then him having that important role developing Shane Warne.
Stuart McGill,
same generation as Warne.
Yep.
So in a way it's unusual it's been that long since Australia have actually really had a long crack with a leg spinner. Back of a length, easy single to deep point. One of 4 men back, 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. He keeps the strike. 220 for 6 the score. Lead of 77. There was some Mitch Swepson action a couple of years ago away from home, but he's not going to overtake Lyon, and I don't know where he'll be in the pecking order in the post-Lyon world. I guess that would be informed by when Lyon would come in. But yeah, I can't really do better than that for Gary. The theory would probably be that when they want a spinner turning it away from the right-hander, they go instinctively to a more aggressive option, thus wrist spin.
Because Todd Murphy is now coming through, and he is a very fine bowler.
He is.
I like the look at him a lot.
We had the fortune of doing a few tests of his last year in India and England, didn't we, Daniel? And he's clearly the next in. Well, Matthew Kuhneman played in that test at
he did, yeah,
Indoor last year, but he's third in the depth chart at the moment. He's a leg spinner who's from Australia, kind of, sort of. Cam Steele, born in America but grew up in Australia. He would have grown up, I'm sure, watching Shane Warne as that generation did. I've got a theory on that, actually. I reckon that everyone with an interest in cricket between the ages of 25 and 50 in Australia bowls a mean leg break. They may not be able to land it all the time, but we all tried our darndest.
You tried it.
We can all turn it square.
Can you make it squeal through the air?
How do you find a gap there? 3 men patrolling that region and just laced through. Aldridge gets a couple, moves to 25, doing a really good job. He's an impressive young cricketer. Had that experience with the Lions over the winter. Didn't do an awful lot in those games, but just being in that high-performance environment, clearly a player they're looking for the future. Lead up to 79, 222 for 6.
I've been impressed with him in this game. It's been tough for bowlers, and his 5-4 was very impressive.
Watchfully under his eye, so happy to still go back even if there has been a little bit of variable bounce on this 4th morning.
Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset assures me that he's handy with the bat, and I think we're seeing that here.
Nicely played for 1. So they're keeping the long on, deep mid wicket, deep point back for Aldridge. The in outfield, couple of catching covers, the slit. For Gregory, it remains the same, so they're keeping the same plan. So instead of a short leg, they've got the catching cover, no leg slip. For the wrong one that we know that Steele bowls so well. another option at some point if they choose. On that leg stump line to finish. 3 runs from the over. Phil Walker's going to jump in for me and take you through to lunch, which will be taken 50 minutes after we started. An unusual kind of day with time lost due to rain. 70 minutes off the top. We lost 18 overs, which means that there are only 72 left in the game. 223 for 6. Gregory 35. Aldridge 27. This pair have now put on an impressive 61. Daniel, you're going to stay with us till lunch as well.
Frustrating runs these for Surrey as Phil Walker arrives looking every inch like an American fighter pilot in the Korean War. Is that fair?
I'll take it. Better than an Essex wide boy anyway.
How was your football yesterday?
We'll come to that. Foolish and driven into the offside, but no run. Well parried actually on the drive. That short extra. You had a day off. First of all, happy birthday for yesterday, Daniel. I didn't actually know until this morning, which is a shocker.
Well, doesn't need to make a big fuss out of a 50th birthday, I don't think.
No. Somewhere in the 50s?
55, yes. I mean, all it really is a reminder of the entropy and the misery of the human condition. That and the remorseless nature of numbers.
Indeed, yeah, there's no stopping them.
No.
No, I had a lovely day, actually, on my day off. Went over to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium to see Spurs women get to the first ever FA Cup final in Tottenham women's history.
Oh,
marvellous. Leicestershire, God.
Leicestershire.
Got to shake it somehow. Leicester City 2-1, with a goal in the last minute of extra time.
They did the opposite. Leicester Spurs it.
So, yeah, Spurs managed to just edge home. It was a stunner of a day.
I mean, I suppose it's a measure of revenge for having finished, the men finishing third in a 2-horse race when Leicester won the title.
For sure, but we try and keep those two separate as best as possible. Yesterday was a joyous and non-toxic and celebratory affair where the result was important but not the be-all and end-all and didn't affect one's mood and so on.
But very exciting.
The tone was different, the tenor was different. It reminded me, perhaps a hackneyed point, but of the 2017 World Cup final at Lords between England women and India women. Just a different tenor to it. Pulled this time and manages to beat the man at extra at mid-wicket this time, and that does run away for 4. He's been trying to get that shot away for the last 10 minutes or so. Bisects those two men who were quite tight in there on the leg side and runs away for another 4. He's batted well up until now as Casey Aldridge. He's a gutsy cricketer.
The issue with Aldridge is that Surrey believe that he's got an issue against a short ball, and he did look a little bit uncomfortable when he first came in. The first innings out, first ball, of course, to Gus Atkinson, and Surrey have continued with a short ball approach, but when a Kookaburra is 75 overs old, probably doesn't quite get into the areas that are going to cause Aldridge maximum discomfort. So there, perfect example of it again, Phil.
Indeed, it's quite a docile track now, and Jamie O is trying his absolute utmost to try and extract something from it. But
are you taking that new ball at the moment?
Oh, immediately, yeah.
Immediately.
I think with the game situation as well, and the way that Surrey play their cricket, it would be against their creed, I think, to sit in here. There's not been too many demons in the 25 minutes or so that we've had so far this morning. These two have put on 66. It's time for something else to happen here, I would say.
I mean, we must be clear that it isn't just a Kookaburra ball that at 76 overs old gets a bit manky. I mean,
for sure.
For Duke's balls, you see being managed for the last 20 overs, don't they? From over 60 to 80, really.
Yeah. The other thing, just on a question of personnel, Kemar Roach has played this whole game, yet we've hardly mentioned his name. One of the great bowlers of his era, great bowlers of his generation.
He's waiting for that Dukes, isn't he?
Exactly, he's waiting for the Dukes for sure, but I think he'll probably take a fresh Kookaburra nonetheless. His hands are wedged deep in his pockets, by the way, and I walk round from our offices.
Chilly, isn't it?
Chilly and then some, Dan.
The wind chill factor is particularly unpleasant.
Yeah, you can see Cameron Steele's strides billowing as he's in again.
We've had all the seasons in this game.
Well, it's England in April, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a joy.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you mentioned, I'm in a sort of probably inappropriate bomber jacket. To probably described by one of our podcast listeners as one of Phil's middle-age crisis, midlife crisis jackets. They like to put the boot in.
Phil,
but nonetheless, I was
yours.
still freezing. My point is, I was freezing walking around here, and so I can only imagine what it's like that out there.
It doesn't look. Oh, there's a bit of padding.
Yeah, a bit of padding, not enough.
Padding, but not enough. You haven't got enough layers on underneath.
So it's going to be hard for the leggies. He's done well up until now, because it can't be easy to control the flight here out there.
But he's nicely landed, isn't it?
Indeed, he has landed it nicely throughout the game. Well, throughout the last 2 weeks.
Can I give you a word of advice from the lofty heights of 55? Enjoy your midlife crisis. Own it.
It's fine.
You're entitled to it.
I've had a number already.
Yeah.
Got to lean into them.
Yeah.
Squirts away, more runs. And he's going to come back for a comfortable 2 in the end.
I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for an absolutely epic midlife crisis.
I think you might have told me about that particular one. Yeah, The Big Kahuna of Midlife Crises by Daniel Norcross. Yeah, maybe that's for the post-lunch session.
They're very good for you.
So 5 deliveries gone in the 77th over. These two Somerset players doing it pretty well, quite obdurate now. Put on 70, invaluable really in the context of this game. Lead of 89, rolling on. And a lovely delivery to finish. So it's been the story of these two, and in particular Somerset skipper Lewis Gregory, who's played well in the second innings. Following on from his first innings knock as well, where he really did hold that lower order together. And without his contributions with bat in both innings, Somerset would be staring down the barrel here. As it is, they are just about hanging in there. 89 runs is the lead. It's precarious, but it's not insubstantial. If they can perhaps find a way to double it, we could be in for a very interesting afternoon.
Well, do you know,
time will be a factor, Dan, as well.
If they do double it, and this partnership's going rather well, in an absolutely blatant attempt to put the mockers on them, the highest 7th wicket partnership for Somerset against Surrey is a rather skinny 127. Well, they've put on 70 here. They must be eyeing up that all-time record.
It's all they're thinking of. Right, change of bowler this time.
Happened a long time ago, by the way. I'll come back to it after this ball.
From the Vauxhall end, the J and Finn stand end, it's Dan Lawrence again back into the attack. Big loopy tempter outside off peg, and it's pushed quietly instead into the offside.
He's going to get 2 overs here, isn't he, before a new ball becomes available. Yes, it was between two players that I've got to confess I'm not familiar with. Took place at the Oval in 1894. SMJ Woods made 80 and DL Evans made 60.
Well batted, boys.
Sammy Woods, yes, Sammy Woods I've heard of, yeah. I could possibly have noticed this earlier, Phil. As Aldridge Guides went away for a couple of runs. He's got a very firm bottom hand, quite low down on his bat handle, hasn't he, Casey Aldridge?
Yeah, well, we didn't see much of him in the first dig. He was bounced out for next to nothing, but...
Well, nothing, actually.
Well, indeed,
First
yeah,
ball.
emphatically nothing.
Yeah.
By Gus Atkinson, who was in the midst of a very, very good spell. This one's turned down the leg side, and I'm not sure it's taken anything at all, but it's going to run away. Just pulled back by Kemar Roach down there. So they come back for 3. Wait and see what the umpire tells us.
The lesser spotted bye.
Yeah, straightforward byes.
Bit of turn.
Yeah, well, indeed.
Started too wide to be a danger. There's a ball not dissimilar to that did for Sean Dixon before lunch yesterday.
Yeah, in the first over, I think it was, from Daniel Lawrence. Opened the bowling here, taken 3 for already. 4 for last week.
Is Daniel a full Daniel? He likes to be Daniel, does he?
I think now he's here, he'll probably be a Daniel, right?
Well, as Tony Benn said,
dare to be a Daniel.
Correct.
I was going to ask you about this the other day. So I have a book of Tony Benn, at the risk of revealing too much of myself. And it's called Dare to be a Daniel, which was a phrase that his father used to use. And I've always wondered about the essential origins of it, and I'm sure you know.
It's all to do with the Bible, isn't it?
Right.
Daniel was quite the
I thought so.
outspoken fellow.
So make sure you back yourself. Don't hold back.
Well, be true to
your true
yourself.
nature.
Yeah, you don't have to back yourself. I mean, you just have the courage of your convictions.
Did you have that slapped on your bedroom wall?
No.
As a young one?
No, on my bedroom wall I had a picture of John Edridge.
Right. I wonder where we're going to go with that. Another over ticks by. 78 now gone. So as Daniel dares to say, 2 overs before what we assume will be taken, that new ball, but we shall see.
You might be able to sneak a couple of overs in before lunch, mightn't they?
Wanted to go back to the grubber conversation.
Mully grubber?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Are you familiar with its derivation?
No, not really. And I went looking, and a cursory Google search didn't really throw up too much. Of course, yeah, as you say, coined in effect, was certainly taken on by the great man Richie B. But yeah, the word means various different things in different parts of the world.
Does it? Tell me more.
Well, grubber, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, grubber can mean a number of different things in English. One is to describe someone who tries to get something, usually in a way that is not pleasant or honest.
Oh.
Pushed hard up to mid-off, but no run. Tight offside field there on the drive, so nothing doing. Quote, these are good times for power grubbers trying to gain dominance over others.
Now,
first time I ever heard it.
So windy.
Yeah,
His hat nearly fell off there.
Yeah.
And
so sometimes
there's a bit of a gust going out.
Indeed, sometimes there is that sense that we could perhaps ham it up a little bit, but it is wild out there. Wild. More runs.
Quick tangent on wild weather. I've still never experienced anything as truly repulsive as the 2019 Old Trafford Ashes Test match. You may recall the scene when Chris Packets and Flotsam and Jetsam flew across the outfield for a full 5 minutes. There was no rain, but they had to stop play.
Tidily played again, this time by Lewis Gregory.
Well, they gathered up various crisp packets. So if I was going to go full Richie, crisp packets or Doritos or Watsits, Skips of some kind. Mars Bar, Kit Kat, Snicker, formerly known as Marathon.
Nice. First time I ever heard the term grubber was by my dad, who used to describe himself as a heavy grubber.
Oh.
Ever heard of it in those
Never.
terms? Right, so it's a Dickensian line. It's I think it's attributed to Magwitch in Great Expectations.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's your neck of the woods, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Tighter line this time.
Yeah, those marshes, those
Yeah,
marshy
that's
low
it.
areas in the east of England.
And I'm pretty sure that when Magwitch emerges and Pip's looking after him, keeping an eye out for him, he does indeed say, I'm a heavy grubber, dear boy. And that's how my dad
Yes, that's right.
used to often call it around dinner time.
What did it mean in that context?
Likes his food.
Oh, I see.
Simple as that. Likes his food. He's a heavy grubber.
He's a big fellow, isn't he, Magwitch?
Big
at
fella,
least-
yeah.
I mean, he wasn't real, but yes.
1 over to go before the new ball, as we say, is at least nominally available. Daniel Norcross again, who really did throw it up there, didn't he, into the gale. Seeing how it's going to drop is not a bad tactic, actually, when you think about it.
No.
And he has the gumption to do it, of course.
I'm looking for signs of Surrey bowlers warming up.
Not much evidence.
There is not much evidence. You'd think it would be a sort of Roach, Jordan, Clark thing, but it could be Atkinson against Aldridge with a new ball just before lunch. You don't know. It'd be interesting to see which way Burns goes. Or might they think trying to warm up for a 1 over spell before lunch on a day like today is not worth it, and hold off until first thing after lunch?
a good point you make, that.
I mean, you can see arguments both sides, can't you? But if I was the bowler, I might be saying, can I just get to the changing room, sit on an exercise bike, gently warm up for 10 minutes or so, and then give me that ball? I don't know. That might be a fiercely lazy, unfit 55-year-old talking there, as opposed to an elite sportsman.
Well, if you're a quick... Oh, there he goes, Kemar. I was about to say there wasn't much evidence of him, but there he goes, just on the 45 there, and he's loosening up.
Right, that could be an indicator.
Yeah, the sun creeps through as well, so perhaps he doesn't mind a blast just before lunch.
Jordan Clark, meanwhile, has been rather making a sort of straight jacket of his jumper.
Yeah, he's been hunched all day as the big man. Yeah, his head's down. I don't think he's forcing the issue with his skipper, let's say.
Hands very much in pockets, eyes at ground level. Yes.
So, another dot, just one more delivery to go of this over. And it's just a sense of a holding pattern a little bit between these two at the moment. So single from the final delivery of the over brings up the 100 lead now for Somerset. These two have done it very, very well. They were effectively 19 for 6 when they came in together.
Kemar Roach has handed a jumper to an umpire. From the pavilion end, he is going to bowl.
So there we go with 11 minutes to go until...
And Jordan Clark is warming up.
And Jamie Overton's practicing his golf swing. It's all happening here, folks.
Do try to avoid that 4-letter word on commentary when I'm on.
No, indeed. So Kemar's just getting himself together.
I saw an amazing stat, by the way, the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I just put this out there and I make no comment on it. But if you put solar panels over a quarter of the country's golf courses in the UK,
right,
there would be enough electricity for us never to need to burn another piece of coal or gas again. Make of that what you will, folks.
Yeah.
Just a quarter of the country's golf courses. Just a quarter.
Yeah.
They'd survive with three quarters, wouldn't they?
Daniel, please. Will no one think about the commercial teams of multinationals? Will nobody think of them? There are always victims in these tough modern times. We have an email in from Richard. Afternoon all. I'm all set up, says Rich, for keeping updated on hopefully 4 Somerset wickets and a Surrey win today. So we get where he's coming from. Unfortunately, I have to work today, albeit from home. Oh golly, work?
From home, though.
But I was there for the first 3 days, including a very entertaining lunch with Mr. Norcross. Roach is in.
Oh, how lovely. Thank you very much.
At the Surrey Dining Club event, says Richard. Many happy returns for yesterday, Dan. He's gone with a Dan.
Yeah, don't mind.
You're easy, aren't you?
I'm a Broadchurch.
I hope you had a great birthday. Well, we can all
Thank you very much,
Richard. We can
Richard.
all echo that.
Surrey Dining Club is a very fine thing. They meet first day of home matches. It's about community, fellowship, getting together, and a really delicious starter. And I've got to say, terrifically lovely chicken with good gravy. Yeah, I'll come back to that.
Any cheap jokes at Yorkshire's expense to keep the punters honest?
Oddly enough, yes. How did you guess? I'm allowed a free pass, by the way, because my mother's from Yorkshire.
I'm aware of this, Daniel. You've caveated it many times to me. I get it.
You know, only those of us from Yorkshire are allowed to take the mickey out of Yorkshire.
Understood. 2 wide this time with Kemar Roach, who will obviously be just finding his way back into the fray here. He's had a very quiet game, really. He's waiting for the Dukes. Yes. Waiting for next week.
Yeah, he's got it circled on his diary, hasn't he? Friday, the 19th of April.
Dark, enigmatic cherry back in his hand, and let it work wonders.
Well, Surrey's next assignment is at Canterbury.
Yeah, they're away next week. This time beats him. Well bowled. Holds its line as well. Aldridge just prods into thin air. Yeah.
Fond memories, Canterbury last year, of course.
Yeah, away at Canterbury and then back here for I was going to say the big one, but there's so many these days. There's so many teams that can compete, but it is big, and you feel like if Surrey are going to be challenged, then Hampshire are probably one of the 2, maybe 3 teams that can potentially topple them. So Hampshire come here in the last week of April. And again, 2 in 2 now. This is good.
It came really wide of the crease there that time, which always gives the impression when you're facing that, you feel you've got to play at it, and if he can get it, which Roach does, gets the ball to hold slightly, just kiss that outside edge. That's what he's looking for. Somerset, though, 101 in the lead.
Yeah, they won't be too concerned yet, will the home team, but another 45 minutes to an hour, with the possibility of a scrawly shower here and there. More runs this time into the onside, and that in fact run away caught me unawares. I thought that was gone squarer, but that's run very fine off the bat as well. 4 more.
But more action for Surrey in those 6 balls, you would say. A couple of balls beating the bat, and we've seen this morning with the older Kookaburra. That one just straying a little bit onto leg stump, but really well played. Nicely tickled away, fine by Aldridge.
He's had a really good game as Casey Aldridge, considering.
Oh, actually, leg byes was given.
Oh, I didn't see that by the umpire.
Thank heavens for our scorers. Debs and Polly Rhodes. Shout out to the 2 scorers, 2 women scorers today. The Somerset scorer, Polly Rhodes. She's a marvellous woman. Have you met her?
I haven't. No.
She won't mind me telling you. I've met her a few times around the world. She follows England cricket. Met her in Australia and whatnot. She's not the tallest.
Mm-hmm.
She used to be a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen Giles Clarke put down so effectively at a cricket match in my life. Giles Clarke, the former chairman. The chairman or president? One of the 2.
He was both.
Was he?
Yeah.
Of the English Cricket Board. And Polly's about 4'11". And at the time, Giles was enjoying the hospitality of being chairman of English cricket, so he was roughly 4'11" wide. And Polly was in a porter cabin at Taunton. Giles was talking and therefore was audible. And scorers do not like that. And Polly let him know in no uncertain terms he's never seen such a stentorian fellow make such a hasty exit from such a diminutive lady.
Full again by Jordan Clarke, who's, as we can see, back into the attack with the new ball, just stretching his way out as well, trying to get loose.
Tickled me immensely, and I've loved her ever since for that.
Yeah, county cricket is great value at the best of times, but especially when you see stuff like that. It's worth the admission fee for the whole week, I would say.
And Surrey scorer Debs, shout out to her, she's with the team throughout the summer. Devoted to Surrey cricket, she is.
Yeah, and I would imagine we might see this again once or twice through the afternoon, a quick running in and the gusts just taking him off track.
Well, it's difficult because it's a side wind, isn't it? So you're not bowling with the wind at any stage. And I remember seeing this at Old Trafford back in 2019, and bowlers would get into delivery stride by getting off the ground. They would then literally be moved a foot to one side. That was a bit pacey from Clarke. I like the look of that.
Yeah, it certainly climbed into the gloves of Ben Foakes as opposed to just rather flopping down towards the bootlaces, and we saw that early on in the game as well. Jordan Clarke was perhaps the most insistent in that morning session. Do you remember all the way back on Friday morning, and he picked up that first wicket, of course. Sean Dixon nicked him off, cannoned into Jamie Overton's chest, and he'll be looking for more.
Wow, that seems a long time ago now.
Yeah, this is an intriguing game of cricket, really. having a look at the weather radars, Dan, I don't know which weather centre you choose, but I was looking at my preferred one, and it suggests that we should be okay for the rest of the day. Is that the impression that you've got?
That is the impression I've got. There's a possibility of a brief squall, but it'd be so brief that they'll be able to possibly even stay out in it.
Indeed. And so
at worst, a sort of 10-minute.
That's it. And so you feel the result is 90% on here, 95% on even, perhaps.
Well, it depends how Somerset go against this new ball, I would think. End of the over, I'm going to take you around the ground.
Okay.
Because we're coming up to lunch. And I fancy having lunch today.
Foolish.
I thoroughly love the tasks that our producer John Surtees sets me. I've been vox popping on the outfield. I had the great honour of interviewing Madam Lady President Trish Garrard yesterday. The only downside is that I don't get to lunch until it's nearly all gone. And in fairness, it's gone just a little bit beyond its peak. So I am determined to get straight from here to the lunchroom.
Understood.
At lunch. So with that in mind, I'm going to bring you up to date
with
the scores around the country right now. Essex versus Kent. This won't come as great news to Essex fans, but they're still delayed there. Interesting. I wonder how much rain they had at Chelmsford. Overnight score has not changed, so Essex will undoubtedly declare immediately they can get out there, because Essex have a lead of 374. I wonder if they batted on a little too long. Glamorgan 361 for 7 in their second innings, set Derbyshire basically impossible 401. Derbyshire 119 for 3.
Squares him up this time, well bowled by Kemar Roach, who's found his line now. Picked back twice, of course, in his first over back. And this is just a testing final half dozen here for Lewis Gregory.
Staying in the second division, Ollie Price and James Bracey are digging in the middle of a 72-run partnership. 166 for 4. The target there almost irrelevant. It's the target is 498, so that isn't on the cards. Hampshire and Lancashire are still delayed. So thinking purely selfishly from a Surrey point of view, in the first division, Surrey would be quite happy with a bunch of draws, and Hampshire haven't been able to get back out there. They're still 78 runs behind. They have 8 second innings wickets in hand. I would like to see Middlesex get out to bat. They're 1 run ahead at 553 for 2. In an amazingly high scoring game. Only 8 wickets have fallen at Wantage Road.
Could I just add on the Hampshire game down at Southampton? Obviously we don't know for sure, because we're getting it second hand. Nicks, and just shy of first slip. It's died.
Second time that's happened in this match. This time to first slip. It's done that to second slip, which is why Jamie Overton's standing in quite an advanced place. You look here, that is an authentic nick, and it's so close to reaching Dom Sibley. That's about 6 inches, a foot at most.
Yeah, he's played it with relatively soft hands. He's not played badly there. He's not gone at the ball, Lewis Gregory. Nonetheless, you would think with a new ball that would carry. Second slip moves up a bit closer. Leg side though.
Great tumbling take.
Just on the Hampshire thing, which looks like a game that may, given 50 odd overs, certainly you would think that Lancashire might be looking to try and press home. Well, the weather forecast looks good in Southampton from here on in, so you never know with that one.
They could come back after that. They might have taken an early lunch.
Indeed,
you never know.
Indeed.
Nottinghamshire, Worcestershire also delayed at Trent Bridge, with a game brilliantly and precariously placed. 195 runs ahead was Nottinghamshire, with only 3 second innings wickets in hand, and one last game to tell you about after this ball.
Gone up for it, big appeal. Kemar Roach insistent. Nothing doing. Runs away for a leg by, I would venture.
Let's take a look at this on the replay. The question is, how far across has he got here, Gregory? He did move across his stumps a little bit. I think you'd say that is just going down. Good decision from the umpire, I'd say.
With the angle as well that Roach naturally comes at you from wide-ish of the crease. I think that's a good decision.
Good shout as well. The last game to give you, Durham. They're digging in, and it's an unlikely man who's doing the digging. Matt Potts. the night watcher. He's 66 not out, Durham 119 for 3, just 62 runs behind Warwickshire now. Looking to save that game.
And that is lunch, I believe. Yep, Bale's removed from the far end, and so the teams will traipse off. Daniel has given us the around the grounds roundup, so his work is done for the morning. He's going to scamper downstairs and see what's what. I think he's looking for a heavy grubbing feed. 252 for 6 then. 109 is the lead. 6 wickets down. Surrey just taken the new one, and so cliche time, folks. That first hour straight after the break will be absolutely critical to this game, because those overs still in Surrey's hands at the moment, but they are ticking down. 64 on the card still to bowl. And so, as the players move off from a very chilly Kia Oval here, the sun is out, and I think we should be fine for the rest of the afternoon weather-wise, but it's not easy for the players out there. And as they move off for a cup of something, we're just going to revisit a fascinating interview, really, between Alec Stewart, the great Alec Stewart, and Adam Sofroniou, who works here as the head of communications. And they spoke a few weeks ago after Alec had made his decision public that this will be his final year as Surrey's head honcho, supremo, director of cricket here, director of all he surveys, really. And he spoke quite movingly, actually, about what the club means to him and the reasoning behind his decision. And here is that interview now.
Alec, you have made a big decision. Tell us what that decision is.
Probably the toughest decision I've had to make in my working life, and that is I will be stepping down from the role as Director of Cricket as of the end of this calendar year. A role that obviously I've thoroughly enjoyed doing, but people may know, my wife has suffered with cancer for the last 11, 12 years or whatever it may be. And I've always said I owe her time, one from when my playing days were, and this job is 24/7, 365 days a year near enough. And therefore, to be fair to the family, and I always have this family first motto, and to be fair to the club, I've let the chief exec and the chairman know that I'm stepping down, as I say, from a role that I've thoroughly enjoyed and love.
It's a decision that you've been thinking about for a little period of time. Why is now the right time for you to make that call?
There's a notice period in the contract, but I sort of put that to one side just because of the understanding and relationships I have here with the people who I report to. One, I wanted to do it before the start of the season. I didn't want that to be a distraction during the season. But just as importantly, if not more importantly, it now gives the club a good length of time to plan for the person to come into this role. What does that role look like? Will it be the same? Do they want to do it differently? That's totally up to them. And I just felt it was right once I knew 100%. And yes, I've thought about it for a good period of time because of how much I've enjoyed the role. So yeah, tough decision, really tough decision, but I know it's the right decision. And hopefully the club will understand that, but they can now plan to make sure they have a good replacement.
Expand for us a little bit on that point about the club and what it means to you and to your family, really.
It's pretty well known. Look, Dad came here as, when did he start? 50-something, 54, 55, somewhere around there. He's been here ever since. I obviously came here to watch him. I was brought up here by Mum to watch him as a little kid. I played age group cricket with Surrey, signed here as an 18-year-old, and have been here ever since. I'm a contract to start in 1981 and are still here in 2024, having not really gone too far in between. So it is home from home. It is my second family, but yeah, my first family is obviously at my first home. So that's how much it means to me. I love this place. You've got the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. I'm fortunate enough to have currently the Alec Stewart Gates. But it's not just those things, it's the memories, you know, up there. They're never going to go. And that's why each day I drive through or walk through the gates, I actually say to myself, how lucky am I that I've been able to have a working life where every single day I've looked forward to coming here, whether it's as a player, as I say, or as a DOC. And that's sort of the biggest honour I can thank the club for, because not everyone is lucky enough to have had a job that, if it wasn't a job, it might have been their hobby, and I've had that. So every single day I've walked in here, I've looked forward to the day ahead. A few times I've walked out of the gates at the end of the day, I might not have enjoyed it if we've lost or whatever, but that's part and parcel of the role. But I just love this place. It's home from home.
And that must have made the decision that bit more difficult.
100%. You know, so I've loved the job, you know, and that is the thing, and that's why I said at the start, it is, I think it is, well not I think, I know it is, it's the toughest decision I've had to make in my working life, because it's impacted on me, and it may have impacted on the club, because I don't think they weren't expecting me to have made this announcement then, and listen, it's still new, but the phone calls I've had from players or messages, and they're the things that I'm going to miss. Is the adrenaline rush you get when you're involved within a team or a squad setup, even though I'm sat back from there, walking through the dressing room at times, listening to the idiots in there, and then seeing an idiot in me walking through. They're all the things that, you know, I've had from being a player, as I said, as an 18-year-old right through to now as an old person, that you're going to miss, but you've got to move on. You know, that is the thing. So I've always been pretty good at that. Once something is done, it's done. But one thing that isn't done is my love of Surrey, and the passion I have for this place.
During your time as Director of Cricket, you've had a real philosophy that you've wanted to impart upon the club. Can you just expand on that and what it's been?
Oh, listen, when I was asked to come into the role by the two Richards, Richard Gould and Richard Thompson, listen, they know I have a love for the club and always have done. It's been my sort of second home for most of my life. I wanted to come back, one, to try and make Surrey the best county in the country. I always wanted to make sure we've always had a very strong talent pathway, so that we can bring our own players through onto the professional staff. I want to win trophies, and I also want our players to go on to play for England. That's sort of been my philosophy, and sort of pillars, if you want to call it that I've tried to build on over this period of time.
And that development side, the player pathway, we've seen some real quality players come through. Just talk us through some of their journeys and the pride that you get in seeing them perform for Surrey and then go on to England honours.
Well, the pathway has been very, very good for a long period of time now, and we are very fortunate. We've got a lot of good schools in the area. We've got a lot of good clubs in the area with a lot of good coaches, and therefore our players get a nice grounding, a nice sort of head start, and then they come into our pathway along with our setup there. That hopefully allows their talents to flourish and mature, so that when they come onto the professional staff, they are good to go as such. And we've got some nice stories, you know, we can name so many players, but if you say, look at Ollie Pope, I gave him his Player of the Year under 9 award way back when, and then I was able to give him his Surrey debut, and England asked me to give him his debut cap when he made his Test debut at Lord's. So that's a nice little story. Sam Curran obviously came in around the age of 13, 14, and now, you know, look where he is. Will Jacks, I can name, you know, so many, but I'm very big on if they come through the pathway with the ambition to play for Surrey, say from the age of 8, 9, 10, even if it's not till 15, then there's a real strength and a real good Surrey core within the dressing room. And then when we need to bring in from outside, to use a term, to supplement what we already have, we've got enough Surrey people in that room to understand what Surrey is about, to then be able to pass that on to those who perhaps haven't come through our pathway, and very quickly they fall into the Surrey way. And if they don't, they may not still be here, but the good ones are certainly here, or have been here and are still here.
11 years in the role as Director of Cricket. what is the most rewarding thing for you in that time?
That's a tough question. I guess, first of all, being given the opportunity to try and shape Surrey cricket, that was the big challenge. I've always used the word progress. Are we progressing each year, both collectively and from an individual point of view? I've always enjoyed seeing, as I've just mentioned there, the young players come in, flourish, mature, go from being an age group player to a second team player to a first team player, and then those lucky enough go on to play for England. I've enjoyed that, and I love winning. So, winning the championship 3 times so far has been massive, because it had been a long time since we'd won the championship previously, and to do that first up in 2018 was right up there. But then be able to win it back to back over the last 2 years has made it even more special and more rewarding. But I'm not done yet.
In that period of success, how do you work with the players, work with the management staff to keep driving to get better?
Listen, if you think you've cracked it, go and find something else to do. That's always been my philosophy. Each day, can you do something better than you did the day before? Have you got that work ethic? Have you got that desire? Have you got that passion to go again? And just talking about the championships, in 18 we were excellent, 19 various reasons, injuries and other things, we weren't as good as we should have been. That's why winning it back to back in a way underlines what that question is. That underlines that everyone, not just me, but everyone has that desire to go again, and they will again when we start up at Lancashire at Old Trafford at the start of April. So you've got to have that desire, and that's what's really pushed me in anything I've done. What is the best version of you? Can you produce that every single day? And I've tried to instill that within the group, but I haven't really had to instill it because they've done it. And that is a good thing. Gareth Batty now is head coach. He is Surrey through and through, despite being born in Bradford. He gets this club and got this club as soon as he first came here. And you can see that in the passion and the work ethic that he has, and that rubs off on everyone else. So 9 months away, I won't be here, but I know I'm leaving it in very, very good, safe, very capable hands, with people who are still just as ambitious as me and want to make sure that Surrey remain very much at the top.
You've mentioned some of the highs that you've had during your period. Are there any regrets you look back on and you think about how things could have been done differently, or moments that you would want to change or go over again?
There's a few. I don't like losing Lord's finals. I don't like losing 2020 finals. We lost 350 over finals on the trot. I'm yet to win a T20 blast in this role. And then you look at signings you make, players you bring onto the staff. Have you always made good decisions? They prove to be good decisions. Some have, others haven't. Have I learnt from those? You should always keep learning. That is a big thing. And also having the toughest part of the job is saying to a young player or senior player, sorry, we're not renewing your contract. It's great handing out a contract, but the real tough, hard part of the job is to say, look, sorry, that you're going to have to find something else to do. But overall, have I enjoyed the role? Absolutely, absolutely. I was very lucky, as I say, to be asked to do it. I've been very lucky in the support that the club have shown me and given me. I'll mention the 2 Richards first, Richard Gould, Richard Samson, that they said, come in and do it your way. I said, listen, do it my way, thank you, but challenge me along the way, try not to interfere too much. And they were true to their word. And then moving on, Steve Elworthy, our chief exec, has been exactly the same, very supportive, as have the chairman as well in that period of time, Martin Eden, who was the interim, and now Ollie Slipper is now the chairman. So I've been very lucky with those people who I report to in how they have allowed me to get on with the role while still making sure that they're asking questions, challenging, and quite rightly so.
As well as the staff at the top of the club, you've also had some fantastic staff around you, coaches, the cricket management team. How important are they to the running of the club, and obviously how confident are you in them to take the club forward once you have left?
Listen, let's talk about the cricket management head coaches. If they were no good, they wouldn't be here. So at times people might think I'm a good bloke, I can be ruthless as well. But I just think of the coaches I've worked with, either brought in and worked with, they might have moved on. So sort of start with Graham Ford. You know, what a person. You know, to work with him, I learnt a lot from him. You know, I brought him in, but then learnt from him as well. And he then went off to Sri Lanka. It was, at the time, I think, geez, that's a massive blow, just starting to move things forward. But to be asked to go and coach an international side, we should take some credit for that if we put him a little bit in the shop window. So he was outstanding. Then moved on to Michael Divenuto, who was brilliant. You know, I didn't know him that well. Again, I'd done my homework, due diligence on him, spoke to him. When I first spoke to him, I thought, we can get on here. He came over, and then we won it in 2018 under his leadership. Then COVID kicked in, and sort of the rest is history. He stayed in Australia. Then Vikram Solanki, who had come from Worcester as a player, then put him in the role as second team player coach, as a contingency plan. I always like to sort of prepare for the future. Had him lined up to be the head coach, and then he got that, was doing a great job until he got an offer he just couldn't turn down to go to the IPL, and he's won it in his first year there with Gujarat Titans. So, you know, there aren't many better people in the world than Vikram Solanki. And then the current man, Pep himself, Gareth Batty. Again, what a man he is. I had earmarked him to be a coach. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting Vikram to go as quickly as he did. And it was probably a year earlier, or 2 years earlier. But to push Gareth up, right, he had the title interim coach, forget interim, he was coach, because I said, though you've got the interim title in front, run it as though you are the main man. And he's never looked back. So I've been really lucky with the head coaches I've worked with, I've been able to appoint. There's a real trust, mutual respect, work ethic, all those things that I'm big on. And then the staff, the assistant coaches, Alex Tyso, you know, who's head of sports and science and medicine. People like that are so important. Steve Howes, who's my cricket ops man, you know, without him I'd be useless. You know, he'll hate me name checking him, but Steve Howes has been brilliant. He's been here, I think, a year longer than I have. And he'll be the type of person until he retires, once he retires, people will think, geez, we've missed him. You know, how important was he? How much stuff did he actually do behind the scenes? So I've been so lucky with the staff. I've name checked a few there, but everyone I've worked with, all I can do is thank them. And then you move on to the players, the playing group. You only have to look to see how good they are. They enjoy each other's company. You know, we talk about a second family, a Surrey family, and with that you get honesty, you get trust, but you're also allowed to challenge each other, and that's why this group is so good.
You mentioned at the start about how this job is full on and 24/7. Can you give us a little bit of insight into the kind of day to day and into what it takes to be a director of cricket?
When I say 24/7, 365 days a year, it really is, because you're either thinking, you're always planning ahead. You know, what is your staff looking like? What squad have we got? What fixtures have we got? How's the budget looking? Where are we going to stay? How are we going to travel? And then you get players, you know, both as a group, you're speaking with them, and then individuals will have their own conversations that they will need, whether that's personal conversations, whether that's cricket or private, their private lives, their cricket lives. They'll ring, whether it's 7 in the morning, 9 at night. That's part of the job, you know. So you are, well, I'm old, I'll say father figure, they'll say grandfather figure, but you're there for them. They're obviously there for me, but I'm there for them to make sure that when you put it all together, that is helping Surrey.
You're stepping down from your role here at Surrey. What are your plans for the future?
Well, I'm not going to retire. You know, that's a thing which may sound strange to some people who are watching or listening to this. So I'm stepping down because of what I've just said. It's all encompassing. It's 365 days a year, and I owe it to my wife to give her more of my time. She might get fed up with me inside 2 weeks, first 2 weeks of January or whatever. She might say go back to work. So that is the main reason. But I also need to keep myself active. So I still want to stay in and around cricket. One because, as I say, my wife will kick me out otherwise. And I still believe I've got something to offer, the game that has given me a wonderful working life.
You mentioned at the start that you wanted to make this decision in good time ahead of the start of the season. How will it affect your focus from now until the end of your time here at Surrey?
It won't affect it at all. I'm done, as in, we've announced it, right? It was tough, telling the players, really tough. Bit of emotion showed as well by me, I'm not afraid to say. But now I'm absolutely fully focused. I guarantee everyone, members, supporters, players, staff, whoever you may be, nothing now changes. I am fully on board, fully committed until the day I drive out of those gates.
Whilst you're stepping away from your full-time role at Surrey, is it fair to say that if anybody needs to come to you for a bit of advice or some support, that you'd be more than happy to pick up the phone?
100%. That is, Surrey is everything to me. The Oval is everything to me. So if someone wants to pick up the phone, let's say the person who comes into my role, and they feel that they want to speak to me, 100% I will have a conversation. But it has to be that way round. It won't be me ringing them, telling them how to do the job. It very much has to come from the new DOC. And if they don't ring me, again, that's absolutely fine. I will always be a Surrey fan, Surrey supporter, Surrey member. Whether I'm, say, sat in my office up here, have been in the dressing room, or sat, say, with the Peter May boys over there, supporting the boys.
When you step away from this role, there's no doubt that you won't be a stranger here at the Oval. I'm sure, as you say, there'll be plenty of times that we look out and see you in the stands, supporting the team, getting behind the team. How do you think it'll feel different sitting there as a punter?
Good question. In a way, I've got no idea, because I haven't experienced that. If I sort of go back to when I packed in as a player, then coming back here and you're an observer, supporter, etc. It's different because 6 months ago, 12 months ago, whatever it may be, you were in the dressing room. Now you're sort of looking in from afar. So yeah, it will be different, 100%. But say whether I'm here watching or following, say on Surrey TV or whatever it may be, I will want Surrey to win because they are my team.
And this is all about Surrey. Can they pick up 4 wickets? It's also all about Somerset. Can they, maybe, almost by accident rather than design, because it'd be surprising to see them set a gettable target, but maybe get bowled out in a sweet spot in around about 25 overs time and set Surrey something like 5.5 and over, which the champions would feel they wanted to have a go at, and in so doing they might lose wickets on a surface that hasn't been easy to score runs. There's all sorts of scenarios. We've got to say all 4 results are still very much in play, but most importantly what is in play is the sunshine which has come out. It's a bitterly cold day with a vigorous breeze that's moving, as you're looking at the screen right now, from right to left, from the Harleyford Road side to the Gashold side. And Somerset are going to resume, having lost no wickets this morning. Surrey have made it, though, to the point at which they were able to take a new ball, and Kemar Roach did beat the bat a couple of times with that new ball. Bowling from the pavilion end, Jordan Clark opened the bowling from the Vauxhall end, and I imagine we'll start with a bit of them, and Taha, perhaps Gus Atkinson, hurling some bombs at Casey Aldridge. There's been a perception, hasn't there, from the Surrey bowlers that they thought he might be a bit susceptible to the shorter ball, because he was out first ball to a lifter from Atkinson, and with a harder new ball you can sort of imagine maybe Roach from the pavilion end while the ball's still got some shine in it, hoping for a bit of nibble, a bit of movement, and then before awfully long going into sort of bombing territory with Atkinson, and a harder ball for the spinners as well to get a bit more purchase from the pitch.
Yeah, afternoon, Dan. Yes, I'm sure there'll be temptation to get Atkinson firing at Aldridge. He got him out in the first innings and also kind of made it quite tough for him at the start of his innings yesterday. Eventually Aldridge sort of found his feet against the spinners. He did play a couple of nice pull shots off Atkinson, so he can, and he showed it very much this morning that he's very capable with the bat.
He looks a very good cricketer to me. Bowled really well in Surrey's first innings. I've gone on about it a bit, but I like the way he worked over Ollie Pope. He frustrated Ollie Pope to the point that Pope went after a ball, wasn't quite there for it, top-edged it down a deep backward square. He bowled dry really well. And we've been talking a lot about the balls because we could end up with 9 draws, of course, in the county championship in this round of matches. It's another Kookaburra ball, and we'll get the Dukes back next week, and runs have been scored all around the country. I'm going to give you, though, some news, because over the course of the lunch break, some matches have reached a premature conclusion, I'm sorry to say. And one of them, which I was really, really looking forward to, was the match involving Middlesex. Middlesex were 553 for 2. I've just been informed by our producer Jake that they were hunting down their highest away score, which was around about 670 odd. And they looked odds on to get it at 553 for 2. Last week they scored their highest score at home at Lord's. So yeah, their bowlers have not been effective, but their batting has been. But I'm afraid to say that the match at Wantage Road, after some heavy rain, the outfield was saturated. They're not going to get it back out to play, I'm afraid. And similarly, a game that was set up really nicely by a magnificent unbeaten double ton yesterday from John Simpson for Sussex, who scored. They didn't score, did they, Taha? They amassed, I think we're allowed to say amassed, 694 for 9. Leicestershire 86 for 1 in their second innings, still well over 200 runs behind. Well, that game, I'm afraid, has also been abandoned. So 2 matches down, 2 have gone to the weather. Jordan Clark's going to bowl the first ball after lunch, and he's in to Lewis Gregory, who gets run straight away down to deep backward point. Just to let you know what's happening around the grounds, well, as we expected, Essex have declared the first session was pretty much lost. So Kent need 371 to win, 375 to win overall, and a 4 without loss. They need a further 371. Glamorgan, it's still raining there, I'm afraid, at Derbyshire. So that game's slightly in abeyance. At Gloucestershire need a further 332 runs. Not going to get there, but they are playing at Bristol. Hampshire and Lancashire has resumed. Hampshire is 60 for 3 57 runs behind. Lancashire will be keeping all our eyes on that one. Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire still frustrating. They've not been able to get out there yet, but there'll be hope that it's a test match ground, so we'll be hoping for some action there. And Durham, who are hoping to draw a game against Warwickshire, having got the third highest score by a side and still had the follow-on in force. They made 517, but there were still 181 runs behind Warwickshire. They're 119 for 3. The unlikely figure of Matthew Potts is unbeaten on 66. But amidst all the frivolities of the county championship, I'm afraid I'm going to have to bring you some very sad news in the cricketing world. A legend has been lost. A man who had a particularly marvellous day here after a thunderstorm burst in 1968 in the final test match against Australia. And the crowd, you may recall, came onto the field and started poking at the ground and tidying it all up after that massive thunderstorm. England managed to get back out to play, and deadly Derek Underwood did the business that day, bowling out Australia, taking 7 for, I believe. A very famous picture of Inverarity padding up and being the last wicket to fall, with 9 fielders around the bat, plus keeper and Derek Underwood in the picture. But I'm very sorry to say that the Kent and England legend Derek Underwood has died. 86 test matches he played, England's most prolific spinner of all time. 297 wickets he took with his fast left arm spin. Say, he's probably slow medium. He's had a lengthy run up if you're not familiar with the great man. He formed a prolific partnership as the first over of the afternoon session comes to an end with Alan Knott. Took many a stumping and many a catch behind the stumps throughout the 60s, 70s and early 80s. Derek Underwood, 297 test match wickets, and formed here 2,465 first-class wickets. I mean, that is the kind of prolific numbers that you just cannot see anymore because of the sheer quantity of first-class cricket that's played. But it's testament also to his longevity. He played well into his 30s, late 30s, perhaps even beyond. He's a very young man in 1968, and you can see that sort of glint of youth when he took those wickets against Australia to square the series in the final test match of that Ashes series. Play and a miss. A little poke from Aldridge, and Kemar Roach has beaten the bat a few times with this new ball, but we send all our very best wishes to Derek's family and to the cricket family, and of course to all of our friends at Kent. A big loss. Derek Underwood. If you have memories of Derek, please do get in touch on surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'd be delighted to read them out. He was one of a kind. You never really saw a bowler since who bowled at such pace and was definitely a spinner. And as I say, that partnership with Alan Knott was something to behold. Taha, I guess you're a little bit too young to have seen him live, but you'll be well aware of his work. He always appears in lists of greatest England bowlers.
Yeah, and very few come close to him in terms of an English spin perspective. You know, Graham Swan took 255 test wickets, so he's just below Underwood in the all-time England list.
Yeah, he was a one-off, and was a man of some fame because his career coincided with county cricket being on free-to-air television. His career, people would have seen a large amount of, as Kent had a very fine one-day side at that time, like of Alan Elam and Asif Iqbal. They also won 2 county championships in a row, didn't they? Between 76 and 78, there was Middlesex and Kent. They shared the title once. Middlesex won, then it was shared, then Kent won. And Derek Underwood was a large part of that. Got the sobriquet Deadly because he was just unplayable and on uncovered wickets. Somebody bowling at that kind of pace. We didn't have speed guns in those days, but I'm imagining it would have been about 61, 62 miles an hour. Would you have thought Andrew Samson's with us? He would have seen a fair bit of deadly, Derek. Oh, you didn't have TV in South Africa. It wasn't permitted, of course, was it? Because you might have seen. Oh, edged and gone. That's the breakthrough. Aldridge goes. Roach has got the vital wicket, and this partnership has been broken. 94 has been put on, but Casey Aldridge just pushing at a ball. I think Kemar Roach maybe slightly from the angle, which he has done, makes you feel like you've got to play at it. Aldridge pushed out to it, got the faintest nick through to Foakes, regulation catch. Then after a frustrating morning, the new ball has struck. Kemar Roach with that breakthrough from slightly wide of the crease, the tiniest feather. And now, well, with 3 more wickets to fall, will this game move on at a pace, Taha?
Yeah, we kept thinking that it would be Aldridge. He'd be sort of struggling with the short ball. That'll be the way Surrey will get him. Roach goes very full, and Aldridge doesn't really move his feet there, and kind of knew straight away.
He looked around, didn't he? He looked around very guiltily.
He gave it away. In terms of the umpire was always going to raise his finger once he's turned his head around there.
Well, that's the wicket that Surrey so desperately needed, because a very fine partnership was more than developing there. 94 were put on between Gregory and Aldridge, which was frustrating Surrey. The old ball was toothless before lunch. Spinners weren't really able to get the kind of bite and movement that we want, but this is a hard new ball. It's only 4.5 overs old. And Surrey now know. There's Overton, there's Pretorius, who are impressed with the bat in the first innings, and then there's Shoaib Bashir. That's what's in front of them. As for Somerset, well, they'll believe Gregory and Overton are more than capable of putting on another partnership, but there is a fresh batter to bowl at. And happening so soon after lunch, Gregory himself will also be trying to find his feet. Here's Roach into Overton. It's a nice, firm, confident push up to mid-off. So, successful over. Kemar Roach with his first wicket of the season, I think. Am I right, Andrew? Didn't get a wicket against Lancashire. Didn't get a wicket in the first innings, did he? That's the Kookaburra ball for you. I'm sure everything will change for Kemar as from next week. We were discussing this, Taha, that I mentioned he's got a wall planner with a great big circle over Duke's ball, 19th of April.
Yeah, and he's, I guess, it in a way, with that wicket ball, tried to take the pitch out of it a bit.
Yep.
Gone fuller, and he went fuller again with that last ball, despite a leg slip and a man back at the deep square leg boundary.
Now, as Adam Collins would say, can Surrey go bang bang? And that's what they're after here. Can one bring 2?
Still looks a lovely pitch to bat on. Sun's out. It hasn't really broken up.
I suppose we'd expect that, wouldn't we? There's not enough heat for it to break up, and so early in the season the pitches are going to be as good as they're going to get, really. It's a little uppish for a while from Gregory, but it brings a new batter, Overton, on to strike to face Jordan Clark. The lead, though, not insubstantial, 114 runs. Just ticks over on your scoreboard there. Just the 2 slips in place, which tells you a great deal, doesn't it? You know, if this was a new Duke's ball being taken in April, with 7 wickets down, Rory Burns would have at least 3 slips in a gully in there.
Yeah.
But they've seen enough. They know this is it's been happening around the country. Runs are being scored. You can't just blast sides out or expect to get edges that'll carry. That's a super shot from Overton. Played that really well. Back foot drive with a vertical bat to get it past backward point. He's underway. He's looking in good touch. He's faced 2 balls. First one he crisply drove to mid-off. Caused Rory Burns to wring his hands. And then this second delivery. He's got tall. In a very controlled fashion, pushed it through point.
Yeah, and that man at backward point, he just moved in from the boundary, and now he's been forced back already by Overton. Sorry, we're looking to just put the new man under a bit of pressure, and he's responded pretty well.
Because, of course, runs are an important part of the equation here, with 61.2 overs remaining. If Somerset batted for another, let's say they batted another 21.2 overs, go at 3 and over. It's 180 to get in 40 overs. It's not been easy to go at that sort of pace, 4.5 and over. So Surrey will be mindful of wanting not just to hunt those 3 wickets, but not give away cheap and easy runs. I also wonder how long it'll be before we see spin with a harder ball. Cameron Steele at Craig Overton strikes me as an interesting matchup. But then, well, there's another matchup that we might also get to see. More of which after this ball. Drifting down leg side. They'll take the leg by. It means that Craig Overton will keep the strike at the end of the over. 6 runs came from it, 262 for 7. But with Craig Overton at the crease, it gives us the prospect of another round of Overton versus Overton. On day 3, we had a battle of the Overtons, and Jamie has some fun batting against his brother. Here he is. You can see this from yesterday, slapping the ball past him. When Craig came out to bat, of course, Jamie had bombed him instantly, greeted him with a bouncer, and then went after him. There's some marvellous sibling rivalry between these two. That's a trifle streaky, perhaps, that edge over the shoulder. As Roach resumes. Putting one out there, Taha, outside the off-stump. Little tempter, have a little drive.
Yeah.
Leg slip in place. What do you make of that?
Just keeping it in Overton's mind that he could be greeted with a short ball. There are sort of 2 men back on the leg side boundary as well.
It's very rare you see the sort of leg glance straight to the hands of leg slip, though, isn't it? I'd be delighted to be proved wrong. Nice firm push gets him off strike.
In terms of spin playing a role in the sort of next passage of this game, I think, like you said earlier, that Surrey be wary of giving away too many runs, and Steele has taken quite a few wickets in this game. Gregory did give him a bit of a tonking in that first innings before obviously Steele dismissed him, and so you just don't want that passage of about 20 minutes where a batter gets hold of a spinner and 3-6, 3-4.
I suppose there's
big
still
hits, yeah.
there's still just about the option to buy a wicket at this stage with this many overs left. It becomes really problematic in 10 or 15 overs, doesn't it? Where buying a wicket could make a run chase extremely difficult. But of all the matches around the county championship, this one is probably on the most on edge. I am, though, keeping a beady eye on the game at Edgbaston, because Matt Potts is on 71. I don't know off the top of my head if he's got a first-class 100. He doesn't feel like he does. He's not going to get many better opportunities against a Kookaburra ball that's 46 overs old, with no imperative to go at any great pace. Durham now just 48 runs behind with 7 wickets in hand. Just looking to leave that ball alone. We see that quite often, just ends up deflecting it down to deep third. Now we've had an email, I'm delighted to say, about Derek Underwood from our listeners. You can get in touch with us, Surrey Broadcast @gmail.com. This is from Jonathan. Hands on heads there, but it's nicely played really in the end. by Gregory. Picks up another run, moves to 48. 87 overs gone. The lead 123. 7 wickets down, Somerset. Dear Daniel, says Jonathan, I remember Deadly Derrick as much for his role as night watchman for England as for his amazing spin. He was often made to don the pads and the gloves and face a fearsome West Indian pace quartet. That'll have happened a few times. Think back to 1976, 1980. He played late. He played a part in the 1981 Ashes series as well. Not throughout all of it, but he played a game or two there. He had a very long career. So you get a hold of us if you like. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Many of you will be thinking of Deadly Derrick Underwood today, who passed away. Prolific career, nearly 2,500 first-class wickets. I mean, those are the sorts of numbers you associate with the likes of Tom Richardson. We're not quite into Titch Freeman territory, but we're in Tom Richardson territory, aren't we? This is an absolutely lovely little stat list. Andrew Samson's just told me that Derek Underwood's last Test match was Sri Lanka's first in 1982. That would have been in Sri Lanka. Siddharth Wettimuni, would he have played in that? Yeah. Graham LeBroy. A chap called John. Wasn't there a fast bowler called John? Didn't play. Asanta Damel. Ranjan Madigali. Very young Madigali. A very young Ranatunga. Yep.
Just on Jordan Clark here, bowling with 2 slips, while Kemar Roach had the 1 slip and the leg slip. I think it's just because Kemar Roach is getting just a bit more tail into the right-hander. So we saw Gregory sort of try and... He did flick one to the leg side in that last over. Just trying to maybe tempt that shot from him from Roach's end.
Solid defence from Gregory. He's been a thorn in Surrey's side many times, Lewis Gregory, and he's determined to be that again.
Just going back to your question surrounding Matt Potts.
Mm-hmm.
First class best of 81.
Ooh.
3 half centuries before this game, of course.
He always presents as a guy who can bat, but he's young in his career, so won't have had that many opportunities to go large. He's still on 71. Oh, there's rain. There's rain at Birmingham. That's why. So that game will have a delay. How long remains to be seen.
Feels like there's a game on in Chelmsford.
Does there?
Yeah,
that's alarming. We don't want a game on.
Ken a 4 for 1 there. Been set a target of 375.
It's a great disappointment. It's Tawenda Muyeye, the man out. And, you know, they've managed to bowl 30 balls there. And not a single run has come off the bat yet. Muyeye made a duck, caught by Michael Pepper, seasoned pro that he is.
Very good, very good. It's just worth noting earlier in the piece in that game, Jordan Cox against his old county, the one he's just left, he had 89 ball, 116, not out.
Ooh. That's not shabby, is it? By the way, little tip for you, should it ever happen. It's one of the most joyous moments of my commentating life. It was a T20 blast fixture at Hove some years back now. Phil Salt was playing for Sussex.
I think I know where this is going.
Rashid Khan was playing. Rashid Khan dived for a ball in the outfield. Landed awkwardly on his shoulder. Bang! It hurt. Phil Salt was not keeping wicket. I can't remember who was keeping wicket, but it wasn't Phil Salt. Phil Salt rushed to him to offer consolation and sympathy. Literally, where's it hurting? Rash, here. Put hand on the offending area. Rashid Khan's face winced as salt was rubbed into the wound.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't get opportunities like that for a truly crass pun that often. If you get one, Taha, fill your boots.
You seized the moment?
Oh, I did, yeah. I've missed a few open goals, but that one was never going to pass up that opportunity. Now that gets a little low again from Kemar Roach. You might hope that the pitch would misbehave a little bit. We're on to the 4th day, but you know, the surfaces here are so good, the ground staff are so good, and we keep saying it, it's so early in the season. They're going to be as good as they're likely to get. So Surrey can't, I think, rely on misbehaviour helping them out here. Have you found a picture of it? Oh, is that salt and pepper together? Oh. So it has happened. Salt has played pepper. It's a great shame Pepper's not a bowler. Because yes. Caught mustard, boiled onions, or was it? There's been a Coleman's caught mustard, boiled onions. Oh, that's magnificent. That is absolutely magnificent. End of the over, 89 gone, 266 for 7. That lead just creeping ever upwards, 123, and a crucial figure of overs remaining today, just 58 if we get them all in. John's been in contact about Derek Underwood. He says, I saw Underwood in Durban back in the day with the renegade England side. Well, that's the 1981-82 rebel tourists. South African breweries, rings a bell. First player that I saw play the reverse sweep. We thought he'd gone completely mad. No, he was a trailblazer. Great player, rest in peace, says John. Derek Underwood playing the reverse sweep. He was a capable bat. Underwood. He got 100. First class 100. In a tied match. A match in which Terry Alderman made 52 not out. That feels like it must be quite high scoring if Terry Alderman wasn't a great batter. How did he get 52? Now then, the bouncer to Overton. Umpire's letting him know. It's your lot, son. We have another one from Richard, another email. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I shall tell you more in a moment. That's nicely played, just lent on it. Won't get more than a single for it. But he's looking in decent touch here.
Yeah, ball just not doing anything really for Jordan Clark at the moment.
It's not done much for anyone, has it?
No. You sense that Roach has just got a bit more.
Yeah, that's true.
Just from that angle.
Yeah.
Coming into the right-hander.
Wonder how long before we see Atkinson. Gregory leaves that alone. He's on the threshold of a half-century. Richard says, I believe it's true that Derek never played a full test series for England. I was surprised to read that. In the early part of his career, the selectors sometimes preferred a bigger spinner of the ball. For example, Norman Gifford didn't play a lot, did Norman Gifford? Although Norman Gifford's got a great stat. I think he's got the longest period of time between making his Test match debut and his one-day international debut. There it is, there's half century. It's a little streaky off the thick outside edge, but played with soft hands, and Lewis Gregory's doing it again to Surrey, batting really, really well here. Half century from 97 balls, gradually getting his side closer and closer to safety. An irksome presence for Surrey, but a very welcome one for Somerset. By the end of Derrick's Test career, the likes of Embry and Edmonds were around, and then Derrick went on the Rebel Tour, which ended his Test career in 1982. Of course, he was unplayable on uncovered damp wickets. Last ball of the over, 269 for 7. 90 overs have gone in this innings. Richard remembers that as a young boy, he got Derrick's autograph after play at the Oval. He was quite grumpy after a day in the field, and at the age of nearly 40. Yes, I've been getting progressively grumpier since I was 40. But yes, Norman Gifford does have that extraordinary distinction, because normally, you see, when you make your Test debut, you're gonna, often in the past, you'd have made your first class debut first, in actual fact. So to be whatever it was, something like 20 years later, and it was because he was out in Sharjah playing for a sort of almost scratch England side, and he's got some really good figures, I think, in one-day cricket. Norman Gifford. Now, what have you come to show me here? Ooh. Now, I'm just being shown the scorecard of a match between Sussex and Kent. It was tied 30th of June, 2nd and 3rd of July, so that would have been separated by a John Player League match. I wonder where that John Player, where both sets of players had to go play the John Player League match. Probably nowhere near Sussex and Kent. Kent's first innings, they made a miserable 92 all out. It's quite the side. Neil Taylor, I think that was. Chris Tavares. Bouncer. Chris Cowdrey, Graham Johnson, Richard Ellison, Alan Knott, Derek Underwood, Terry Alderman. Which Jarvis was that? Kevin Jarvis. He played for Yorkshire as well. Paul Jarvis, that's what it is. I'm getting them mixed up. 92 all out. Sussex in reply, 143. Underwood without a wicket, 2 overs, none for 14. Seamus doing the job there. Alderman, Jarvis and Ellison picking up all 10. Then Kent in their second innings. 243 all out, and Derek Underwood, clearly night watching, came in at number 3 and scored 111 with 14 fours in 250 minutes before he was LBW to Dermot Reeve, I'm presuming that was, when he was playing for Sussex before he went to Warwickshire. It's a bowling attack of Garth LaRue, Dermot Reeve, Ian Gregg, I guess, Colin Wells, and Chris Waller, not Max. That's more recent. So we scored 243. Sussex were then set 193 to win. A thrilling finish. They found themselves 186 for 6 and lost their last 4 wickets for 6 runs. 5 to Alderman, 2 to Jarvis, 2 to Ellison, and 1, delighted to say, to Derek Underwood, who got green out in the first innings for 25. Wow. Now it's in the air just for a little while. Pushed out into the onside, there'll be no run. 270 for 7. So Surrey took that wicket, but no joy since then. 14 more runs have been added. They haven't gone bang bang. They've gone bang when they could do with a bit of a bang bang.
Yeah, again they've Roach just trying to tail it in to the right hander and bring obviously that leg slip into play, and there's also that Ollie Pope at mid wicket hoping for a grab.
More from you, Taha, because it's time for Phil Walker to come in and give us perhaps his memories of Derek Underwood, who sadly has died today.
Sad news indeed. Afternoon, Taha.
Afternoon, Phil.
Yeah, even though we had heard that Derek was struggling, it's still a great shock when you hear the news, for sure. One of the great men of the English game. Runs into the onside, and so Gregory more than happy to let Craig Overton take the rest of this over as it stands. Game fascinatingly poised here, really. Lead of 128, 3 wickets still for Surrey to try and extract on what remains a pretty docile track. But Somerset will be looking to their brilliant young off-spinner to yet have a say this afternoon. 55 overs still on the card to be bowled. So any number of scenarios can still play themselves out here, Taha.
Yeah, and Gregory obviously reached his half century a few minutes ago, second half century in the match, and he's had to play quite a different innings to the one he played in the first innings. Different, I mean, similar scenarios of Somerset having a bit of trouble in the middle order, but yeah, he sort of went after the spinners in the first innings. This time he's had to play within himself slightly.
Very little lateral movement across the whole of the game here. Doesn't matter what stage this Kookaburra ball is at. It's been hard to get much appreciable movement, certainly in the air. Very blustery today. But Surrey just have to hang in there for now. Keep probing away. You feel it could really catch fire later this afternoon, this one. Another pull out, an aborted mission by Jordan Clark, and we saw that just before lunch as well, and we'll see it again. It is gusty and then some out there. 50-mile-an-hour winds, but it all adds to the drama, the slow motion burn of this game. And as you can see, it's a real struggle for Jordan Clark, who's as strong and muscular a cricketer as there is out there, but he's having to really force his way up to the crease, and not much carry now with the ball into its 12th over. One or two have leapt from that length, but generally they've kept pretty low, and if you play in an orthodox fashion you can hang in there.
Yeah, and I think this could be the last over his spell. You're seeing Dan Lawrence warm up at mid-on.
Yeah, I think that would be a smart move. He really threw it up there, didn't he, before lunch, did Dan Lawrence. He almost let the wind take it. And he has been very effective yet again for Surrey. 2 games and in the wickets in both instances. And you can see Surrey really building an attack around his brand of off-spin. Tidely played into the offside, but didn't get too much of it, and so nothing doing, no way of bisecting that offside field, and so another one ticks by. 2-7-1 for 7. Be Gregory to resume from this end, facing up to, we were going to say Kemar Roach, but he is stuck in that heavy jumper of his and not making his way to the crease. I think it's going to be Gus Atkinson. Is that right, Taha?
Yeah, I've seen Gus Atkinson come from the pavilion end now, so
makes sense.
Yeah, I think we've had sort of a sort of quiet passage, a building passage where this could get a bit of rest, and now I think this is where kind of the action really starts for Surrey. Got Atkinson, who's going to provide that extra pace, and Lawrence, who's Surrey's biggest wicket-taking threat in this game, alongside Cameron Steele, so he'll probably come from this Vauxhall end after this over.
If Surrey do get home in this game, Gus Atkinson deserves a pat on the back, because I thought he was outstanding on Friday afternoon, where Surrey had really ambled through that first session quite indifferent, and he changed the game that afternoon. On the money straight away. Yeah, he came in with Somerset sitting relatively pretty. They lost Renshaw to a run out, unnecessary run out really. Tom Lammonby right on the cusp of his 100, and he pushed through for a single, and Renshaw was perhaps slightly on his heels, and so that just gave Surrey a slight window into their innings, and then Atkinson blazed it open really, and he took 3 for in the end, including 2 in 2, and really did change the tempo and tenor of the innings.
And you can see that he's going into the game having not played a lot of cricket over the winter, actually, having, you know, run the drinks and just been on the sidelines for England in India. So this is his first game back in a while. So yeah, there was a bit of rust in that first spell on day 1. But yeah, he's going into the game, looks sharper with each spell.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point. He had 1 or 2 issues with his run-up, seemed to me, initially. But he's really attacking the crease now. But you're not going to get anything easily here. And Somerset have really hunkered down in their second innings. They've already occupied 92.5 overs. And they will not go gently here. Lewis Gregory has really made the point, and then Summers, the skipper, who's come in that mid to lower order. And he's made back-to-back 50s now in this game. Playing a miss this time, leaden-footed as well. I do like Gus Atkinson's style though, Ty. He never gives much away, does he? Undemonstrative kind of character, he just turns on his heels, walks back to his mark, gets it going again.
And with his head down, like he's almost slightly shy about just how quick he is.
Yeah. He's got a lugubrious kind of way about him. Much to like. Effort ball this time, and Gregory acknowledges it, and that really has hit the gloves hard, and this is what they need here, you would feel. He did his best work from this end, actually, as we're looking at it. The JM Finn stand and the old Vauxhall end. He's coming in from the far end initially. Not that there's too much in it, of course. Might be to do with the wind direction as well. Maybe on his back. Lets that one go outside off. And so 93 gone. Somerset going okay here. Lead is 129 now. And various equations present themselves. Ones of time and runs and light and weather and Adam Collins. Afternoon, sir.
Hello, Phil. I reckon if you were visiting this at 5 o'clock yesterday...
Good question, right.
At 5 o'clock, if you're visiting this, it's got a high 8 or a low 9 for Surrey. Maybe a mid 8 if you want it to be. Somerset lost 3 wickets in quick succession. Banton, Rue, Goldsworthy. There was about an hour till the close. At that point, they might have just snuck over the line into a modest lead. We're going to see Dan Lawrence. Here we go. I love sitting next to Phil when Dan Lawrence is in the game. But that may have factored in a little bit of rain today, but it did have all the energy that we've seen over the last couple of years. When Surrey gets ahead of you in the second half of the game, often the game could end very, very quickly. But great resistance. That partnership of 94, Aldridge and Gregory, captain's knock, still there. If you were visiting it now with 54 overs left in the game, well, maybe we should do just that. Dan Lawrence, who picked up 3 wickets yesterday and looked every bit the frontliner.
That he did, open the bowling as well. Another statement of intent, I think, by Surrey's top brass, just as they foregrounded him last week. Gave him 20 plus, 26 overs I think it was on day 1 against Lancs, so they've really pushed him forward here again. And he's trying to use the breeze, I like it, tossing it way above the eye line, even that of Craig Overton.
We talked a little bit about this yesterday, but I just feel like a bowler like Lawrence, who has always been a batter who, you know, bowls a little bit better than that, but that's been his designation in most sides he's played in. Instead, changing the changing the energy around him and making him a frontline spinner, not just trying to get through 6 or 8 frugal overs, which might lend itself to bowling darts or bowling with the field spread. He has bowled aggressively. You say throw it up above the eye line. That's been the thing, getting work on the ball, getting drop. More than enough turn when he gets it right as well.
Got up for it, looking confident, but no, umpire unmoved.
Thigh pad, I reckon.
Yeah, probably was. Lawrence was keen. Behind the stumps, perhaps slightly less so, and maybe Foakes' reaction slightly betrayed that sense that there was no bat just there. Let's have a look again. Hard to see from that angle. It was certainly off the thigh pad, and probably nothing else to it. Slower this time, outside off stump and clipped away comfortably enough.
We were often seeing him bowling in the high 40s mile an hour yesterday, which, you know, by modern international spin standards is actually slow. But that's admirable as well. It's the very opposite of just trying to push the ball through and not let too many runs being taken off you. That's the easy thing to do as a part-time spinner, to basically bowl glorified darts and work on the basis that batters aren't going to take too many risks off you. But he really was yesterday looking like a bowler who has taken it to the next level, which will make him an even more impressive or attractive candidate for England selection in the fullness of time. That Pakistan series later in the year, a natural reference point there.
Another big floaty looper, lowish full toss in the end and punched up the ground comfortably enough.
Predictably, after going on that little tear, he's bowled 2 fullies and a half tracker in this over. But bear with me, if you're just joining the coverage now, once he finds his rhythm, as he did in the middle session yesterday, that's what we're here to see.
Easily negotiated by Craig Overton. So another one done, 94 down now, 94 overs.
I feel similarly around Shah Bashir, and granted, I hadn't watched Shah bowl other than highlights last year in the championship, but you know, being the second spinner or being the guy turned to when the other guys aren't there, in the case of Jack Leach being the number 1 down at Taunton, felt like on Saturday he was bowling like the guy who'd come back a level and was better, or felt like he was better than the guys he was playing against, and that was borne out in the way he asked the right questions the whole way through. And that's just a confidence thing. That's just a confidence trick almost, where you've gone out and had the chance to experience what it's like at the very top level. I mean, I don't expect his game's changed too much since last September. I have a little bit in the margins, but returning here and thinking, no, I'm not only just a guy who's in the side as the 11th bloke picked, I'm now crucial to our chances of having a good season in 2024.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. It becomes self-fulfilling almost. Runs this time, just the single. Yeah, I think you see it with Daniel Lawrence in particular. You see it certainly with Shoaib Bashir as well. If you are told that you're the main man, then you start to live a little bit more like you're the main man, and it becomes a fulfillment, if you like, of a role that's been carved out for you that perhaps you didn't necessarily think belonged to you.
Kind of the reverse Mo and Ali. And I don't say that as a point of criticism, but I remember when Liam Dawson came in to the Test team in 2017, I think I wrote a piece for you actually about this, where Moeen's like, oh, this is quite good, I'm the second spinner now.
Leg side-ish, and they'll pick up what looked to me like a leg by.
And Moeen proceeded to have an extraordinary series which ended with a hat-trick out here at the Kia Oval. And he did that all whilst convincing himself on the other side of the coin, actually, I'm here as a batter, I'm the second spinner. So it can work differently for different people. Sure. But both in the case of Bashir and Lawrence, I think they've stepped up in the first fortnight of the season.
And again, rock solid by Lewis Gregory. He's had a very fine game here in tricky circumstances, rescued both innings now, really. Moeen Ali is the obvious point of comparison, I guess, with Daniel Lawrence, in that he was a stroke-making batter with good numbers, but not necessarily test match numbers, who had a natural inclination to be able to turn a ball off the straight, which doesn't belong to a lot of English spinners, even necessarily frontline spinners, historically at least. More runs into the onside. Well played. Looks like a no ball as well. Just getting confirmation. Yeah, no ball. So have to bowl that one again.
Quite like that. This means nothing, but I'll say it anyway. That Richard Kettlebra's moved to the flat cap.
Yes.
It's
power play.
That's a look. You don't get away with that unless you've officiated in about 100 test matches, have been recognised by your peers as the best in the world for a long time.
Yeah, he's certainly right up there, and a snood as well by the looks of it. Again, you can see the game plan here by Somerset's doughty lower order. It's good to see. This is good, hard red ball cricket. Intriguingly poised now. Lead up to, 135 now.
I mean, I wonder whether there might be a moment in the next half an hour or so when they think actually it might be time to put the foot down and just open the game back up a wee bit. It's improbable, but one thing we heard from Danny Taunton during the winter.
You're one of the great hypothesizers, Adam. Inside edge onto pad, though. That could have, on another day, cannoned into the base of leg stump, but another one goes by. 96 now. This ball as well is 15 overs old. Correction, 95 overs bowled, so yeah, 15 overs with the newie.
Now I look at the card, we're probably a session short of this being possible, or that hour we lost this morning, 18 overs we missed due to rain, and they can't get it back being the final day. But if there were 70 overs left in the game and we were playing in that world, we heard a lot about Gregory with this team wanting to be adventurous. The change of leadership, they wanted to take a more enterprising attitude when it came to games that could go either way, draw or almost risking losing to win, that old adage. So if another hour in the match and they could dare to dream a bit there, maybe not enough time with 52 overs to open the door again to Surrey, given they've been batting so steadily through the last two sessions. But still, I think that will be something that we detect from Somerset through the season.
Another big floaty lollipop and punched on the full down to kind of longish mid-on, so there's always going to be an easy single there, but that's what they want. They want the batters to try and play around that off break. He's not really landed it yet as he would have liked in this second spell or third spell across the innings. I think it's all about circumstances, Colo. I think if Somerset can get out of this one with a draw, they'll be absolutely thrilled, considering what happened on day one, giving up so much to be bundled out in effect for 285. I think that may just have carried, perhaps maybe on the bounce. Would have been a tight one, probably on the bounce. I think just on the half volley there, round the corner at leg slip, you needed Sobers in there just to pick it up on the left hand. I think it might be Ollie Pope under the helmet. Yeah, it just bounced shy, comfortably shy in effect. It's well bowled, that's better. Through his action there.
And the other side of it for Surrey is that with a lot of draws set to be recorded in Division 1 by stumps this evening, to nab a win here against the trend, I mean, it kind of counts as double, maybe not quite in points terms, but you know what I'm trying to say. Only one result last week with Essex winning.
Yeah, we'll come back to the permutations or scenarios in Div 1. Shot in anger and does beat both bowler and mid-off, so that will run away. Rory Burns giving that one up for more to Craig Overton. In fact, that is his first boundary for, so he's been quite circumspect up until now. Lead up to 140.
Yeah, good shot through the line, out to the pitch. Nice big stride in. So yeah, so are we still trending towards 4 other draws, Phil? Is that you've got the cards open, not me?
Yeah, we'll come to that just in a moment.
Okay.
There's something about watching Daniel Lawrence that's so tantalising a course, and we spoke yesterday, in fact on Saturday, about the Moeen Ali comparison. Just want to go back to that briefly. He's left a straight one surely here. Umpire says no. Leg side, Adam Collins, perhaps?
Felt that way. My first impression was missing leg, but he's varied his pace here. This is clever bowling. Quicker through the air. And just spinning past leg stump. But the false stroke's due to the the variety here, right? We've seen him bowl in the high 40s. We didn't unfortunately get a speed radar on that. I suspect that would have been closer to 60 mile an hour. So this is maturity. This is him developing in his confidence. I'm certain of it.
Interesting. I think the decision is a good one, but marginal. And I think it's just drifted on the breeze as well, straightened slightly. That would have certainly hit a fourth stump on the leg side. But anyway, we move on. 96 gone. Yep. Just on the Lawrence Moeen Ali comparison. Moeen Ali came into the England side, as we know, I think in 2013, and didn't bowl quick enough. And he had 2 test matches against Sri Lanka. Now, you remember perhaps he made a brilliant 100 to save the game at Headingley, but didn't have much joy with the ball. And Ian Bell came up to him after the second test match and he said, "You got to bowl quicker, Mo." And then Kumar Dharmasena was umpiring that series, and it was just before the India test match at Lords, which I think was the first of that series. And Mo, because he'd made runs, and because they liked him as a bowler as well, he was in the side. And Kumar, who's an off-spinner, came up to him. Gus Atkinson to continue. Dharmasena came up to him. He was a very good off-spinner in his day, Sri Lankan, and he said, "Mo, you've got to bowl a bit quicker." And Mo said, "Well, how?" And he said, "Well, here's a tip for you. Right arm off-spinner, of course, as you get over your action, with your left arm, right, your leading arm, when you pull it down, after release, hold on to your left trouser pocket." So, get through the action, and of course now you've reinvented yourself as a right arm offie, and so he's already up on his feet. As you get through your action, grab your left trouser pocket, and the idea is that the propulsion of the body pushes the right shoulder and the chest through the ball. So you get more body in your action. Now the great spinners say you have to bowl with the full body from head to toe. As soon as Moeen did it in the nets, first ball, he said straight away, "This is it for me. This is it for me." Now, I stumbled on this story, not to George DeBell, the great George DeBell, who was working at Cricinfo at the time, and he interviewed Moeen Ali. This was around 2015, and Moeen recounted that story from many, many years ago. Adam's known it down already. He'll be reading that tonight. Don't worry about that, folks. But interesting idea, and since then it was quicker through the air, but retaining his control. So the point about Lawrence and his pace and his speeds is an interesting one, but what's in Lawrence's favour is that he's watched a lot of Test cricket and been in lots of Test match dressing rooms, warmed up, prepared for a lot of Test cricket that he hasn't necessarily played. But he's now been on 2 India tours. He's watched good bowlers do it. He's faced good bowlers in nets. He's spoken to top quality coaches. So he will have a sense of what's required. Short one this time. And for what it's worth, I think his stock ball is challenging. And I think we saw that even in his part-time occasional moments for England, especially that last day of the Test match down in the West Indies. And we saw it against New Zealand in his debut home series as well. I think his stock ball is a threat. I think that's one of the main reasons why they were so keen to get him over here. Adam's thinking only of left pockets now, probably for the next 20 minutes. In the meantime, we will go round the grounds then, and there could still be some action at Chelmsford. Essex set Kent, what's probably now, I would say, a nominal target, 370 plus it was. 375, they set them overnight, lost the morning session, but Kent already 2 down, so 22 for 2. They still need 353. As we tick over to 20 to 3, you can't really imagine that too much is going to happen for Kent to force a result for themselves. But the 2 openers have gone. Mayeye, a duck, so it completes a pretty average game for the brilliant young 2-under Mayeye, and Compton, who was superb in the first innings, batting all the way through to the final wicket, almost carrying his bat. He's also gone, both of them to Jamie Porter. So you never know. Essex have a puncher's chance of forcing one through there, perhaps.
They went nuts in the second innings last week with the ball, Essex.
They did. The only result, of course, around the grounds. And then Hampshire Lancs as well. Now, the day is set fair. weather-wise now in Southampton, so they'll get again another 50-odd overs at least, you would think, from here on in. And while it looks like it's probably going to go to a draw, Lancashire could still potentially force something out here. Inside part of the bat, again another suggestion that Lawrence is finding his line and length and a little bit of purchase on what's a docile but drying pitch. Yeah, Hampshire 100 for 3, even 100 for 3, 17 runs still behind Lancs with 7 wickets in hand. Gone up for it.
High.
Bit high and perhaps a bit leg side-ish as well. Stifled appeals. Yeah, so just to clarify, Hampshire 100 for 3 in their third innings. Trailing Lancs still by 17 with 7 wickets in hand. Nick Gubbins is 46 and the ineffable James Vince is 28. Big shot, and just one bounce for, it was hit hard and flat, Craig Overton. And again, not necessarily a sign of intent because it was probably there to hit, but they're not just going to prod around at them, they need runs as well, and the equation of course is that the more runs they get, the harder it becomes for Surrey to chase him down in the gloaming later on.
Yep, best kind of pressure, this scoreboard pressure from Somerset, and providing pause for thought for what Burns does next. Can they hit Lawrence out of the attack even? Improbable. 3 overs into a spell.
Driven, 4 more, gorgeous shot, long half volley there to hit, but played absolutely crisply, immaculately, under the eyes as well, didn't overhit it. Back-to-back boundaries, and this target is becoming increasingly tricky here, you would say.
Yeah, lead 148. If they can get that closer to 200, yes, the probability of Somerset taking all 10, let's put that to one side, but it will mean that Surrey need to really go for it at 4 or 5 and over.
Yeah, it could be a real thriller of a finish if you are in the area, folks. Come down free after tea, of course. We could have an absolute barnstormer of a finish. I think the weather will be fine from here on in as well.
Still 49.1 overs to go in the match.
Leg side, Lawrence will be frustrated with himself here. That's another couple at least. I think they'll probably settle for 2, although Lewis Gregory's interested in a third. He's going to come back, completes it easily enough. So 11 from that over. Oh, Lawrence is grumpy.
Yeah, the third run didn't please him best.
No.
Felt like that was a 2 turned into a 3 by Gregory.
Sorry, Adam, but talking of spin bowlers, English spin bowlers, and the optimum pace to bowl and so on, it takes your mind, of course, back to the great Derek Underwood, who we lost this afternoon. The news came through, very sad news, that the great bowler, the great man, Kent and England institution, Derek Underwood, has died, and emails are flooding in. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Please do keep them coming. They mean the world to us to hear from you. David has emailed in particular. It's at the top of my feed just as we see it. We'll come back to that in a moment. Bouncer, quick ball, effort ball. Overton mindful of it. I remember seeing Derek Underwood in my first ever Lord's Test match against Pakistan in 1974, writes Derek. My dad, he says, tried to keep me amused throughout a very rainy morning. Then we eventually got to see some play in the afternoon. It's fondly remembered in my family because Derek's curved run-up meant that me and my dad were in full camera shot every time he came into bowl, which was a lot on a drying Lord's wicket, I can well imagine. Good stuff this from Gus Atkinson. Being on TV was rather more of a big deal back in 1974 than it is now. Perhaps that's a nod to you and I, Adam.
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, loves the coverage, does David. Thanks ever so much for your email, and that's a beauty. Yeah, please do keep them coming.
Daniel touched on it before, but those images of the 1968 Test match here to finish the Ashes and what was required to get them on the field after the deluge, and then men around the bat, catches round the bat as well, that one round the corner from Milburn. I think that was to... can't remember who that was, but Inverarity at the end.
Inverarity, right, at the death.
At the very, very end, 9 minutes to go, sawdust everywhere after the crowd did their bit to get them back on. That's sort of an iconic Ashes moment. Underwood right in the middle of all of that, where they won it from really nowhere. given the circumstances.
6 minutes to go, was it?
I think it's 9, isn't it? But either
9.
way, yeah, it's an absurd finish, really. And like it was foretold, I mean, the way they celebrated each wicket, it's as though the England side of, well, we got this Underwood youngster, which he was then. Young, we're fine, we're good to go here. If he just lands it down there in vaguely the right area, we are going to create more than enough chances.
The Inverarity wicket is one of those moments, you know, if you go through the 10 most, if you like, telegenic moments of cricket in history, then that's right up there, and it's infused on the brain. Too short this time, but there's clear ploy now with 2 men out.
Simpler time too, right? Like, you're thinking this is pre-colour television. He spans that. He goes from black and white cricketer to a colour television cricketer to a
World Series cricketer.
6 minutes, my apologies. World Series cricketer, so a coloured clothing cricketer, a whiteboard cricketer, playing in what was going on in Australia at the time. So much happened in the history of the game in those years where he was representing country and county with such great distinction.
Another short one, well directed this time, but Overton good to just sway down, get out of the way. Another one gone, 99 now, 294 for 7. They will not go gently here, Somerset, but I will. Daniel Norcross is going to take over.
Thank you, Phil. That was fun. We'll do it again after tea. Daniel jumps in and takes his place. We've got a lead of 151 on the board until the tea break. There will be, 16 further overs from here, although that might change owing to the fact that we've had rain interrupt play. I think we tweak it when rain takes too much time away anyway.
It's so difficult to know on the 4th day. Is tea not an immovable feast?
I feel like tea's when tea is on the 4th day, but you know, each year these playing conditions get tweaked, so I don't want to go too hard or be too effusive.
No.
Lawrence continues away from us.
Yes, it's been hard going for bowlers across the country. It's been hard going here. The scores here don't look as impressive and mammoth as they have done in this round of county championship matches elsewhere, but that's testament really to how well Surrey bowled in the first innings, and Somerset.
It'll be lost upon the scorecard with Surrey making 428. I think Somerset bowled quite well.
Yeah.
I actually think they did a good job. Really held together. Even someone like Pretorius, who finished with 1 for 100 odd, that doesn't reflect the way that he stayed in the contest, the way they hung in there on day 2, which means they've got this lead. Never got away from them completely.
Will Surrey slightly regret the approach? I mean, I think the batters played to their games, didn't they? And what Surrey possibly needed was Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope to be the ones who scored the bulk of the runs, because then they would have got there a little quicker. They needed to try to find some time on this surface with this ball. I mean, there's lots of ifs and buts and maybes. I think, broadly speaking, Surrey will be pleased with the way they've held up both with ball and bat in this match, but when you get to this stage and you look at those little margins and you think, could they have squeezed another 10-15 overs in yesterday perhaps at Somerset's batters?
Yeah, look, I would say that if you're going to talk to that, it's the first session yesterday. They returned with a lead of 73, and we just thought, well, a bit of weather around on day 4, they're going to really have a crack here. They didn't really at all. That first session yesterday, the run rate was 2.7. That was their slowest session of the 4 they batted in. So they didn't, at that point, choose to try and smash 100 in an hour, hard as that is to do. I'm not trying to remember how well...
It's difficult.
None of it's easy,
quickly.
but still, they didn't choose to give themselves an opportunity of doing that. Instead, it felt like they were trying to bat once, bat big. Getting the lead to 143, they might have thought that was that was enough scoreboard pressure to put Somerset right under the pump. And at one stage, Somerset were, in this innings, they'd lost a wicket before they scored. They were 43 for 2. Later on, they were 162 for 6, but it's been a very different story over the 44 overs since then. Now they've batted for 100 even, and the lead's 152, and Gregory's been out there for the duration of that stretch.
Drop catch is starting to, and you don't want to point fingers, and there's no point in it either, because no one's trying to drop a catch. It was a sharp chance to Overton, but perhaps if he snaffles that, there are always going to be those things you look at in a 4-day game. That's the beauty of the game. Cameron Steele coming back into the attack with a ball that's relatively new. It's 20 overs old, so it'll have a little bit more. It'll be a little bit harder than it was when he was bowling before lunch with a very soft ball, and of course he was very penetrative in that first innings. Surrey will still hope he can go. Gollo, bang bang.
Got the wind here blowing. Actually, I can see that the flag's at half-mast on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. That's in recognition of the passing of Derek Underwood. And through that flag, I can see this is the perfect wind for a leg spinner. It'll be blowing from off to leg, which should give him at least the chance to get a little bit of drift back towards Gregory and spin it via the edge into the hands of first slip. We'll see if he can.
I don't know if we've had this email, because you mentioned Derek Underwood. Simon Guyot, I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Sad news of Derek Underwood passing. Remember his last matches in my pre-teens. Enjoying the great coverage back at the Kier Oval from here in a sunny Toronto. Had a lot of people from North America over the last few days. After my move from Leatherhead 20 years ago. Wow. And you've never looked back, I'm sure, Simon. It's quite a swirly wind as we look at the flag above the pavilion.
It looked to be blowing out towards mid-wicket, but now it's blowing out towards Crystal Palace, so he's bowling into it. But it's okay still. You just don't want to be bowling with it if you're a leggy, ideally.
Not quite found his length yet. Been a full bunger and a couple that were just a little shorter than he would have liked at the moment, so he's just getting into his work. That is, of course, a Union flag, I've been informed. It's not a Union Jack. A Union Jack, I think, is what flies on a ship, apparently.
Okay. So it's the same flag.
Yeah, but, you know, this is Britain. We have to have
Britain. So does that mean we have,
names.
on the Australian flag, where we have the Union Jack in the corner, we have the Union flag in the corner? Is that what you're trying to...
I think you might do, yes.
All right. Someone should tell someone that.
I think that's right. You get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Fun with flags. Yeah.
If you're listening, Isabel Westbury, wherever you are, she'll be able to tell us. And she has the skills for that kind of thing. Our colleague Izzy.
Sort of end of the over. 101 overs gone. So that's the sort of thing that makes me want to channel my inner David Lloyd, a man who's one of the finest commentators this country's produced, but one that also, at times of slow passages of play, will go for what I like to call in the commentary business the list system. So, you know, at this point he might say, all sorts of flags out there. You've got your Union flag, you've got your triangular flags, you've got your corner flags, flags from all sorts of countries. Great Britain, Bhutan, Nepal, they've got a flag, great flag. Malaysia, I like their flag, great flag, Malaysia. Nepal, there's a flag. Nepal, a mountainous country, of course, all sorts of countries in the mountains. You got your Switzerland, Andorra, that's in the mountains. Austria. Not just in Europe, all sorts of continents. South America, they've got mountainous countries like Chile. Ecuador, it's a long way up. On the equator, of course, all sorts of countries on the equator. Brazil, Equatorial Guinea, Indonesia, island state, of course, lots of islands there. Now, Surrey think they got their man, but the umpire does not agree. Let's take a look at that one again.
It's a very good bit there from you. I have heard you workshop that not on commentary before. Hopefully Bumble's watching. Better alert into this. Here we go. Watching it back. So again, we saw a couple of overs ago Lawrence push one through a snifter quicker and hit the front pad when shouldering arms. That's gone on with the arm. Again, the pace is different.
Well, they thought they heard something there, didn't they? Bat was a little way from body. It all went up, but Umpire unmoved. Umpire Kettleborough at this end, is it? The second innings?
No, we've got Saggers with us. Kettleborough in the flat cap.
I beg your pardon.
It's a good look for him, Kettleborough.
Strong, isn't it?
You've got to have a good sense of self to get away with that. I mean that in the positive way, not in the... Yeah, you see, Foakes really responded as though I've got no doubt at all.
Lawrence has been unlucky a couple of times. Been quite close here. There was the padding up that was very close. He was quite a long way back. I think you were right that it was probably just snaking down, but
felt that way.
Might have been a sort of hint of umpire's call.
Yeah, it might have been a bit umpire's callsy. A little bit like clipping, as the jargon goes now. Clipping leg stump. I'm sorry, Joel, you're going to have to change your decision. A refrain that I've heard said many times on commentary. I'm sorry, Joel, you're going to have to change your decision. I'm sorry, Joel, you're going to have to change your decision. Poor old Joel.
Well, I saw poor old Kemar have to do that in Bangladesh. Scamper through for a single off the last ball. The over, 300 up, 300 for 7. Andrew, were you with this in Bangladesh? Because that was one of the most, I seem to remember coming at you with this is the most number of overturned umpire decisions. Because poor old Kumar, he got something like 3 wrong in 3 overs in Moeen. Yes, that's right. Gave out when but it went both ways. Out when it shouldn't have been, and not out when it should have been. Five DRS calls with Moeen. It was quite a thing. It's difficult, of course, spinners on turning tracks. But yes, can you change your decision, please, Kumar?
Second time he's got a mention on commentary in the space of the last quarter of an hour, Kumar Dharmasena. Yes, that test at Edgbaston in 19, I think that might have been a contender for the most overturned decisions I've ever seen across 5 days of my life. Must have been. And that was the first Joel of that series.
Well, Andrew keeps stats on this, doesn't he?
Well, you can check it for me.
He's on it. He's
19 Birmingham test, which we spoke about earlier with the James Pattinson reverse swinging ball. And then there was the Leeds test, which you might remember that one. That guy called Stokes, Ben Stokes.
Oh, yes. Headingly, yes.
Batted quite nicely.
That was the one Ashes test I missed that summer.
Gosh, I didn't.
I know, yes. Typical from me. I was at the Lord's Taverners gig. Maidenhead and Bray were playing, and nobody was really watching that game.
They weren't watching the game you were meant to be.
Yes, I was doing some pitch side commentary.
Right.
And most people had given up on the England game, and then it became clear that they shouldn't. And then all eyes turned to the clubhouse. There were, 13 players and 2 umpires out in the middle, and no one was paying any attention to it. Honestly, somebody could have just turned into a griffin and flown off, and no one would have known.
I think that's one of my favourite types of social media video, where you get to see other athletes celebrating, watching together the success of people they know. So when England won the 50-over Men's World Cup in 2019, earlier in the same summer, the Notts dressing room with Stuart Broad going absolutely bananas, and rightly so. All of them were, naturally. Oh.
Now then, that was a strange passage of play. Yeah. A drag down, easily done if you're a leggy, especially in these conditions.
It's kind of ball that gets you wickets when you bowl leg breaks, isn't it? You can easily imagine a world where that ends up deep mid-wicket or caught inside that circle that doesn't exist in 4-day cricket there, with Pope hovering.
Oh, there you go. A full bunger nearly ends up in the hands of a diving mid-wicket, but in the end, Overton survives. I mean, there is a massively exaggerated stat from Alex Hartley, which isn't true, but it does speak to a truth. She says a third of all full tosses get wickets. Not true, but a surprising number of full tosses takes wickets. And
well, for a leg spinner, it certainly broadens out the Overton window.
Very good from you.
Sorry.
There's all sorts of windows, though. You got your double glaze, you got your sash, you got your arch, like an arched window. A porthole. Do you count that as a window? I suppose you get them on boats. There's all sorts of boats, though. You got your dinghy, your sloop.
There's half a chance he's watching, you know. Let's just see if he's watching. I'll ask.
I say this, by the way, with immense fondness, because I know why he does it and when he does it. It's when the game's got a little bit quiet. It's not a bad little trick to have up your sleeve sometimes.
Just brought to his attention that he's having impersonations done of him.
It's a fine shot through the pigeons. Can't be easy, you know, fielding in front of those flocks of pigeons. At the Oval, they've got to get used to it. But you see the ball coming, and then suddenly 40 pigeons fly up in front of your face.
There's all these theories at Melbourne about the different types of birds you get on the ground at different times of the day. Never really bought into it, but people are quite forceful in their opinions about what it all means about the weather and so on.
We interviewed an ornithologist, if you like, Lev Parikian, very fine writer, live on the outfield on day 2. And I went to have a little chat with him, and he told me all about the pigeon, its mating habits. Well, I can mind you, there's all sorts of birds. You've got your pied wagtail, that's also you. Your great condor, don't see so much of that these days. The vulture. And the great thing with the vulture is it's also the name of an end. All sorts of ends. Vulture Street End, your Radcliffe Road, Kirkstall Lane.
This is a very late day for energy.
A lot of lanes. Penny Lane. A lot of different types of coin as well. Sesterce, florin, doubloon. Forgive us, team.
4 days, you know.
4 days. 4 days on a tricky wicket with a unresponsive ball.
With a Kookaburra ball.
Game still alive.
Correlation or causation? Kookaburra ball, tons of runs, no wickets. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Tell us what you reckon. And on that note, Daniel,
you off?
I'm going to make way. Yaz Rana is going to join you and take you all the way through to tea, I'm fairly sure.
Well, thank you very much, Adam Collins. I'll summarise it here. We get all sorts of summarises, though, on the Surrey live stream. Cameron Ponsonby, Adam Collins, Yaz Rana, Tahashim, Katya. Welcome aboard, Yaz.
Hello, Dan.
Sorry. We're having fun pending a wicket falling. Just out of interest, I'm bound to ask you this. Do you think Somerset have got any eye on a declaration? Or is that really the most ridiculous notion? Looking at the number of overs that are remaining, seeing how difficult it is to take wickets. Is there a carrot they can dangle that they think might give them a chance with Surrey? Needing, say, 8 and over, let's say, 25 overs to get 200 or something, and think, might they have a go and lose wickets, or is that for the birds?
I think given where they were in the game, how difficult wickets have been to come by across the 4 days, and 8 points for a draw, I think not, personally.
I tend very much, I felt I needed to ask the question, because I dare say our listeners will be wondering themselves. It's just something to ponder. It's a wonderful thing about red ball cricket. We have a lot to ponder. Now then, Andrew Samson has given me the most overturned decisions in a test. 11. Bangladesh versus England at Chittagong. We were there. Dharmasena and Chris Gaffney. 11. Sri Lanka versus England at Colombo in 2018. England a lot. That was Chris Gaffney again, and Ravi. Aleem Dar and Ravi at Colombo. 10 overturned Sri Lanka v Bangladesh, and 10 overturned England against Australia at Birmingham. So Colo was right to think that that's where we were going.
I've got a question for you, Dan, on
Oh, now then. They've gone up. It was taken at slip. He's gone up for the LBW, I think. Umpire Kettleborough is unmoved. We'll have to have a little look at that before we move on. Let's take a look. It's the 6th ball of the over. We've got it in super slow-mo. Well, do you know, it's the googly. I don't think it's hit the bat at all. Has it hit him just outside the line, perhaps? Was it a little high? Because he's a big man, got a big stride in. That'll be, I think, what umpire Kettleborough was thinking. So, the little package that we were going to show you might have to wait until the end of the next over, I'm afraid. Action happening off the last ball of the over does rather hamper our plans. I don't think the players think about how tough it is for us up here trying to produce and manage the live stream. But that was close. Surrey have been close on a number of occasions. There's lots of bits of white flying around. Are these insects of some kind? Or are they bits of paper? What is flying around outside our box?
I tell you what, Dan, I was just walking over from the Wisden office just now. It is incredibly windy outside.
It is, isn't it? Horrible conditions to bowl in. Whatever that flurry of white confetti-like substance was has now gone. And Somerset continue on their merry way. A 52-run 8th wicket partnership to supplement the 94-run 7th wicket partnership. Looks like it's taking Somerset to safety here, and they've batted really well, really obdurately, not taken any undue risks. And quite right too, because it's not just the 8 points for the draw which act as a large incentive, it's denying your opponents the 16 points for a win. Whatever stage in the season, all these games count the same when you add up the points at the end of the season.
So on the statistics around overturned dismissals, my question was, historically, what do you think umpires were judged on? So when umpires are progressing up the ranks, because those sort of statistics have only come into play in the last recently. 15 years.
Yeah. Well, a lot more of it, I think, was game management. It's interesting you should ask that. It's tickled around the corner. There'll be a couple of runs here at least. Just the two, I fancy. I remember talking to John Hampshire, the late John Hampshire, who was sort of umpire mentor at Leicestershire. And he said that accuracy of decision is, of course, important, but what he looked out for, in especially young umpires, was how they managed the game and the respect that the players had for them. And their authority, I guess, on the field was a very significant part of what constituted good umpiring.
Because even now, below international level, even with the streaming in county cricket, it's very hard off county cameras or even the level below for umpires to get to county level to confidently say whether or not umpires are statistically better or worse than their contemporaries.
Ball pushed down to the offside, a single to end the over. No, we've got one ball left. Sorry, I'm got ahead of myself there. I've got pressure on my screen, you see. I don't respond well to pressure, yes. It's a very good question. We will come back to it. I mean, it must make for different kind of assessments. The more and more ball projections come into play, and they may well do in county cricket as well over the course of the next few years, with AI and whatnot. So let's take a little look at how Dan Lawrence has been bowling against Chris Overton. Lawrence has been getting close to getting him out. There's been a few appeals. Surrey have almost got over the line in getting him out, but he keeps on surviving. And Dan Lawrence, interestingly enough, the off spinner to Craig Overton, has been the man to cause the most problems. But we might have to wait to provide you with the proof of that at some other point, perhaps at the end of the next over. Time is tight when spinners bowl.
We might have to go back to our umpiring discussion. The other thing I was going to bring up is I've got a friend who works in cricket actually, who is an aspiring football referee, And he says that the way they're assessed is not just on decisions. You have technically good referees. So when the assessors visit a game, they can't confidently say whether or not the referee's made the correct decision or not. But there are things that referees should be doing in the game as well as game management. So, for example, referees are supposed to, I believe, sort of run in diagonal lines so that the linesman on one particular side of the pitch has a better view, so you're covering the other view, that sort of thing. And I wonder what equivalents there may be in cricket.
Well, for example, where to stand for a run-out. Now, as live streams become more and more sophisticated, it may be that at more grounds they might even consider using side-on cameras at county cricket. We're not there yet, I hasten to add, but where do you think an umpire should stand to assess a run-out? Let's say at the non-striker's end. And I asked this question because I thought I knew the answer, but I was told by somebody who was a sort of trainee umpire that I got it wrong. I thought that umpires would always get out of the way and try and find side on. So
that's what I was going to say.
Kettleborough here, let's say the ball's pushed out into the onside, would instantly move to a kind of short mid-off position to see. And because I made this point because there's an advert at the moment on the IPL coverage where the umpire just stands behind the stumps and gives it run out, and I was mocking this absurdity. I was told by an umpire that that's perfectly fine, which was counterintuitive to me.
So what's the advice that they're given?
Well, I don't know.
Surely behind the stumps is not the optimal position.
I wouldn't have thought so, but then you never know, actually, because you might be able to get a good view of the front of the bat as it comes towards you. You've got the line right there. It might be quite helpful, and you can see the bails. Because if you're side on, in actual fact, you don't necessarily get the end of the bat and how far that's gone over, whereas you can see the bottom of the bat as it's advancing towards you. I'm going to let Phil Walker discuss this more with you, Yaz, because I think he's going to love that. 107 overs gone, that lead ticks on to 170. Somerset getting closer and closer to safety as Surrey become frustrated at 3:13 for 3. Yaz Rana and then Phil Walker. Take you to tea.
I think the direction of conversation, focusing in on what makes a good umpire and where an umpire should be standing for run-outs, is a good indicator of how Somerset are doing. Somerset, through Gregory and Overton, doing an excellent job of blunting this Surrey attack. There are 107 overs into this innings, but only 27 overs with this second Kookaburra ball, as Phil Walker sits down and joins me.
Yeah, it's a good summary. I was sure that there would be a result in this game, and with each 10-minute slot that just ambles by, Surrey are trying their utmost, don't get me wrong, but aside from the odd stifled appeal from the leggy, there's not been too much to get excited about. The seamers in particular have been broadly ineffectual on what is a very docile pitch at this point. Jamie Overton is going to join us here. We barely need to say it, we know who's down the other end.
We didn't see it in the first innings, but this Somerset line-up bats really, really deep. To have Craig Overton at 9, Pretorius coming in at 10, who averages nearly 30 with a bat in first-class cricket. A lot of cricket behind him.
Yeah, so let's throw this forward then. 170 on a flat one. 3 quick wickets now, and Surrey would absolutely fancy that chase. They have 39.5 overs still to get through across the day. You lose a couple, be out there 37 overs. But those 3 wickets are proving hard to find to begin with, so we have to factor that in. Bang in, right on that length. 2 good deliveries to kick off here, twin to twin.
Do you think, given the game situation and that Somerset, for Somerset, the draw is the aim here? We haven't really seen any impetus, and completely fair enough from Somerset, given where they were in the game. Do you think Surrey could be a bit more imaginative in the field. Just looking now, we've got 2 catches in place, a man at short leg, a man at slip. But otherwise, it's a relatively conventional field.
It's a run-saving field. Only 2 men on the catch. Leg side. And tickled behind square, but long leg is pretty fine, so just the single. And the novelty of Overton v Overton, we've left that alone now. There's a game to be decided here, and there's no playfulness here, no histrionics. Jamie Overton has bowled some quick deliveries in this game, but definitely searching for rhythm, as I think has been the case with most of the seamers on show, really. That notion of hitting the ground hard and being ready to go probably doesn't really apply quite as much as we might think. You need overs. Short this time and drops the hands on it, and so lets it go by. Lewis Gregory, outstanding across this game, really. An even 50 in the first, and now 66 unbeaten in the second. It's not just the runs either, Yaz. You know, he's occupied 79 deliveries in the first innings and 144 here. Somerset fighting tooth and nail to get through this one. It's been invaluable by the skipper. Oh, and his brother, both brothers, flat on the floor. The bowler Jamie Overton spied half a chance there and tried to gather, but was unable to fully get hold of it and throw down the stumps at the far end. And unfortunately his brother Craig, diving for the ground for a ball that never came, has done himself a mischief here. He's out on his back. The helmet's going to be removed.
And he was pointing to his back, which was the reason why he missed so much cricket in the back half of 2023 and the start of 2024. So I hope that everything's okay with Craig.
And we also saw that as well in his first spell with the ball a couple of days back, that he was holding the bottom of his spine. I think he's called for certainly some assistance here. It might even be that he can't continue. He's in a bad way, as you can see.
Yeah. I think encouragingly, he just called for another pair of gloves, so he looks like he is going to continue.
Yeah, he's just trying to stretch it out best he can. But yeah, it was a calamitous moment, really.
I was surprised they went for the quick single given the game situation there, because that cannoned into the short leg fielder.
Yeah, well, if he had managed to gather it, Overton J, then Overton C would have been in trouble, you think, because he was on his haunches for that single. Looks like he's good to go. He's a tough cookie, is Craig Overton. We saw that in the first innings with the ball as well. Got slapped on the hand as well as had some issues with his back and just kept on going. But it's these kinds of mini moments that Surrey need to get hold of. There's been a couple of stifled appeals with the ball as well. Cameron Steele bowled a beautiful googly, didn't he? That hit perhaps just a wee bit high, possibly slightly outside the line to Craig Overton. A couple of appeals for caught behinds that have been turned down by the umpires, and a number of these chances are just going by here for Surrey. I imagine once the clouds cleared this morning and they were out there for 12 o'clock, they would have thought that this game is, if not inevitable, then certainly, all but certainly going to be in their hands. And now we're in the nip and tuck period on the final day. 39 to bowl, 172 the lead. These two have put on 59. And crucially, the Kookaburra ball is now 28 overs old and it's done next to nothing. No slip now, just a leg slip, so he's going to attack the pads and perhaps the gloves. Long follow through, but Overton C just turns his back on him. How do you see it? Where's your 20p now? Yes.
I think Surrey got to go a long way to force a result, even if they get these next 3 wickets quickly. Given the pace in the pitch, you know, you go back to day one, the most fluent partnership all game was probably that one between Renshaw and Lammonby on day one. Even when players have got in, they've struggled for fluency.
Yeah.
And obviously we've seen it before on final days of Red Bull games when you look at the run rate and you think, 6 and over, that's manageable. These players are more than capable of scoring that rate. Once you drop the field back with no field restriction, it can be very, very hard to score.
I hear that, but it's a very short boundary out that way to the left-hand side as we look at it. And, if Surrey were to be given 30 overs, 28-30 overs to chase 210, they'd go for that.
They'll give it a go, for sure.
And it could be a spectacular finish. It's one of these games, delicately poised, as often is the case with 4-day cricket, where it could blow up in our face, or we could just shake hands and go and find something else to do around 5 o'clock. If something were to give in the next period of time, then we're in for a humdinger of a final session, and just bear that in mind if you are in the area to get down to the Kia Oval, even after tea. Free as a bird to get in to the ground after tea, as it is indeed the case every day of the county championship. Great value to get in here, and you could see a cracking finish yet. This game is certainly not done. But Lewis Gregory has played a really mature and slow heartbeat innings here.
He's one of those players who I can't believe he only averages 25 in first-class cricket, just given what he's done across formats, really. It wasn't long ago where he was tipped to be a potential finisher for England in T20 cricket. He was part of that famous 2021 ODI series against Pakistan when Ben's Babes, the B team effectively, beat at full strength Pakistan side. And in that final game, Babar Azam scores 158 of 130 odd balls. And that England side chased it down, chased 340 odd down. James Vince scored 100, and Gregory scored 70 odd. I think the pair of them put on at least 150 for the 6th or 7th wicket. And that's a Pakistan attack that had Shaheen Afridi, Haris Rauf, Shadab Khan.
Yeah, without Gregory's doughtiness in both innings, Somerset would have been sunk a long time ago here, because when he came, well, in fact, when he watched his lower order in the first innings get blown away, I think they were 236 for 9 on day one at the Kia Oval. It's a disastrous place to be, and he put on 50 and a bit with the final man, Shoaib Bashir, and got them up to 285. Short arm jab into the gap, but Kemar Roach is there at deep square, so just a single. And again, without that partnership, the game looks very different, and of course he's been the adhesive glue here all day long, really. Crucial partnership with Casey Aldridge, and now a very useful partnership of 60 and then some, eating time out of the game. That's the point, really. And Surrey suddenly are feeling very twitchy about forcing a result here.
But this game is still being played at a really impressive intensity. Surrey will be thinking that there's still a long way for these Somerset batters to go to ensure that the game is safe. You're right to point out that even if Somerset leave something in the region of 8, 9, even 10 runs and over, this Surrey lineup will have a go. They bat very, very deep. A lot of really accomplished T20 cricketers as well, and feels right to point out something that perhaps doesn't come across on the visuals as much is that short leg side boundary is something that the more expansive players will surely look to target if we do get a run chase in an hour or two's time.
Yeah, it's still all to play for at this moment. There's no doubt about that. But of course there is another factor at play here, that there's another one ticks by 109 overs, 316 for 7. Another factor is that you get 8 points for a draw this year, 5 points last year. I think it might have been 8 the year before, and then 5 the year before that. You're never quite sure, but this year is 8 points for the draw. Talk me through the rationale behind that, yes? How do you see it? What's the thinking behind having upped the number of points by 3 per game?
It's not something I've ever had strong opinions on.
But it is significant, isn't it? Right, in the context of this game here, and in the context of other games that will be taking place. Essex won last week, for example, and took 20 points. Because it was a relatively lowish scoring game. They took 20 points for a win. And the next best team took 16 for a draw. There's not a vast difference, really. I think part of the thinking is that games are rain affected, and you don't want teams to be punished unduly for being unlucky with the weather. Short this time, but loopy really, too short. Lewis Gregory in complete control out there as we speak.
I think it's a fair point that there's not enough of a difference between winning a game where there aren't that many batting bonus points and winning and drawing a game where no one comes close to result. I'm not sure what the solution is, but I do have an issue with there not being a difference, or being in a game where run scoring is easy and wicket taking is difficult. That's an advantage, and we've seen in the last couple of years, or in years recently gone by, when there were 8 points for a draw, you can almost stay safe without coming close to winning many games of cricket.
Better length this time.
So, for example, here, Surrey, I think 3 batting bonus points in their innings. They're not particularly close to a win now, but they're closer to a win than some other teams are around the country who are likely to draw. They aren't rewarded for coming closer to a win. And I'm not sure how you'd actually bake that into the system. But I'm not that fussed if you're playing on a flat one and both teams get 450. I don't think you should necessarily be rewarded for that. And part of the issue is, generally, it is rare for a side not to pick up 3 bowling bonus points. So there's something almost meaningless by the bowling bonus points.
Round the wicket now. So Jamie Overton is packing the leg side field. Look at that. We have a man in at boot heel. We've got a man, if you like, at leg gully or on the 45. That's Dominic Sibley. You've got a man conventionally at square leg and 2 men out. There it is. Hammered, but rolling the wrists on it, so everything along the floor easy as you like. This is a very docile track now. Benign track, and it's hard graft here for Surrey to extract much life from it, especially for the seamers. Dominic Sibley now has moved much finer, so into a more conventional leg slip position. And that has inconvenienced his brother a little bit. It's risen into the rib cage, and Craig Overton is able to ride it, but he had to take his bottom hand off. Slightly discomforted. But again, nothing doing.
Bowling with good pace as well, clocking just under 85 miles per hour, which is up there with the quickest action we've seen over the course of the 4 days.
That has got big on him. It's hit the bat handle, I think. He's done well actually to get his bottom hand out of the way, because otherwise that was doing some damage to the digits. And the double bluff this time, but his brother, element of telepathy no doubt between the two of them, he was good for that. What's interesting to me about the bonus points story, Yaz, is that when England was struggling to bat 50 overs, Joe Root was in charge and was advocating for more reward for teams to bat long and deep, and professed himself to be very happy with matters when they upped the number of points you got for a draw. This was when England were really in the doldrums. Another one ticks on, 110 overs gone now, and he wanted to see doughty players, adhesive players with a bit of stickability, and thus the idea of batting long and getting out of a 4-day game with a draw with your head held high appealed to him, no doubt because at the time he was making all the runs and no one else was contributing. But the tone has shifted dramatically in the England side. But also there's the there's the point regarding what constitutes entertainment, where the line is drawn between a responsibility to provide cricketers that are ready for Test cricket, which is obviously a part of the remit of county cricket, but also to put on inventive and interesting finishes. One of the joys of stories from the past, three-day red ball cricket, was how inventive skippers used to have to be in order to engineer results, and how captains would have to live a little here and live a little there and be prepared to lose in order to win, which is very much is consistent with the attitude of the current England Test captain. Hooked again. And it's grasped by Kemar Roach under the high ball. Gus Atkinson is on the floor, disconsolately dragging himself back to his bowling mark, because he's done everything here in this spell to try and induce the false shot. Top edge. It's a dolly. You have to say it's a dolly, and Kemar Roach, perhaps coming out of the Archbishop Tennyson School, it's hard perhaps to see this. The third one down actually from that particular spot across the game, but nonetheless he takes that 99 times out of 100, and just when Surrey needed it, it's gone down. Yas Rana.
Yeah, I think he dropped the ball into his forehead and then it's hit the deck.
That's not how you catch.
No, it's not in the textbook. I was just going to say before the deliveries, we look at the replay again. Surrey, we're calling on Surrey to be perhaps a little bit more adventurous with their field. Basically had three men in a line at square leg as we have a look at the drop catch again. He doesn't set himself at all, really.
Oh, you're right as well. It's gone right on the noggin.
Yeah, he didn't have to travel that far to get to the ball, but even still, he wasn't set at the point at which the ball reached him.
Oh. And the ignominy of it. He's now been moved out of the firing line as Kemar Roach to behind square on the leg side. Rolling the wrists this time, but clothing it, so nothing doing for Lewis Gregory, who has a life here.
Yeah, worth pointing out that Surrey are really going all in on this short ball plan. For this Atkinson over, they've got a man at forward short leg, a man just in front of a normal square leg, a deep square leg, again just in front of square, a sort of deepish leg gully, a deep fine leg, and a fly slip, or a very fine deep third.
Oh, and then the conventional edge straight through second slip. You can't have them everywhere. Gus Atkinson is giving everything he's got here, and nothing is going his way. They have to keep believing. They still have the time just about in hand, but a few of these chances need to go to them.
And I think the wicket of Gregory there wouldn't have just brought them the 8th wicket. It would have been an injection of energy that's almost been missing in the last half an hour.
Yeah, he's putting everything he's got into this, though, is Gus Atkinson. I do like his attitude. He changed the mood on the first afternoon, and he's trying to do the same here on the last. Somerset, meanwhile, will be thrilled if they get out of this one. I think most people turned up here on the morning of day 2. With Surrey already 42 over, not out, 42 for no loss overnight, 111 gone now. Only in arrears by 240 odd, 243 I think was the deficit as they turned up here on the morning of day 2, and you thought it's going to be relentless by Surrey and that Somerset would be playing for their lives through the back end of this game. Now they still are in that position, but they will be delighted to be in it at all, really. And I don't know, looking back at day 2 and perhaps the morning session yesterday, Surrey possibly could have gone a bit harder, maybe given up a few in order to open up a bit more time in the game, perhaps. We're being picky here, but
Yeah, I think it's just been one of those pitches where, as hard as it has been for bowlers to make inroads, it's been difficult for batters to find real fluency in the middle, and I think Surrey just kept on losing wickets at annoying times. They got 428 in the end, but given the opening stand from Sibley and Burns, given the runs from Smith and Foakes, that threatened to be a much bigger first innings total. Just an update from Chelmsford. Kent now 5 wickets down in the 4th innings there. With 35 overs to go, they're chasing an extremely unlikely 375. The Denleys are in together, Jaden and his uncle Joe.
And the other match that is still alive, you would say, is the Hampshire-Lancashire game. Lancashire having the better of that one. Hampshire hanging in there a little bit as well. Short, no bother at all to duck underneath that. So yeah, Hants 4 down, still, no, in fact they've just ticked past Lancashire's first innings score, but they lead by just 2 runs with 6 wickets in hand, so they're in effect 2 for 6 at tea on the final day. Vince has gone to Nathan Lyon, who's picked up a couple, but Nick Gubbins is immovable as it stands on 53, so much will depend on the left-hander. Can Hampshire get out of that one? But those 2 games are still very much alive. We lost the Notts-Worcester game to rain earlier in the piece, and also Durham against Warwickshire as well in that unhinged game really at Edgbaston. 6-9-8 for 3 declared Warwickshire. Durham 5-1-7 all out followed on. 173 for 4 they are, so they trail still by 8 with 6 wickets still in hand.
Look who's in.
And yes, Matty Potts, how about that? 90 not out, shades of Eddie Hemmings as the night watchman, 90 not out.
And just a score to draw your attention to in Division 2. Had a lot of cricket at Bristol today, and Gloucester started the day 4 wickets down. Yorkshire just needed another 6 to force victory. But Ollie Price and James Bracey have batted all day. Ollie Price, who toured with the England Lions over the winter, he's 145 not out. James Bracey is 92 not out. Price might not be a player that people are hugely aware of, but Phil and I talked to Keaton Jennings before the start of the summer, and Jennings actually mentioned Price and the other one being Casey Aldridge as 2 players who aren't talked about enough in the county game, and he's having an excellent round down at Bristol.
Yeah, that's a statement knock really. Gloucester will be thrilled as well if they can get out of that one. Yeah, he's a very fine young cricketer. They're 2 real finds for Gloucester, the Price brothers. And you can sense the frustration out there. Jamie Overton throwing his head back. He's trying everything. Both bowlers now going round the wicket to a leg side heavy field. And you can't help feeling that steepler that went out to Kemar Roach and dropped in the bread basket only to pop out, knock him on the cap, and then fall on the turf was the moment really. The moment. You have these little glimpses on the final day where you have to take it. That wasn't a half chance, that really did have to be snaffled. 3 overs, I make it up until the tea break. Beats him. Been good this by Gus Atkinson. He's returned to over the wicket now, and he's trying to attack the stumps rather than the rib cage this time, and he's just been luckless really all afternoon.
And I think throughout this game I've been really impressed in the way that even when Atkinson has used the short ball ploy as plan A, he's still maintained an element of unpredictability. You know, for that delivery, not a single slip in, 5-6 men out for the short ball, yet still threatening the stumps, still capable of beating the bat, even though there's not much happening through the air or off the pitch. What I would say in Surrey's favour here is that Somerset aren't scoring many runs, so it's elongating the period in which they could theoretically chase something down. Somerset aren't yet taking the game totally away from Surrey, although we're not far away from that point.
Yeah, let me bring up the scorecard. Surrey v Leicestershire from a few years back. The Peterson game. Now, I'm doing this live, and I hope I'm not putting myself in a tricky position here of misremembering, but yeah, Surrey knocked off the winning runs on that one in double quick time in the evening sunshine of day 4. They were chasing 2-1-6, and they got there in 21.2 overs with no more than a few minutes left of the game. I remember this very well because I was here watching it, and Stephen Davis, once of both of these clubs, of course, 115 not out from 69 balls. Jason Roy, useful man to have going in up top in a run chase, 67 from 39. And so that's a sense of still what Surrey are capable of here. They were chasing 2-1-6 in next to no time, and they got them in 21.2 overs. So we have still 34 overs and a delivery still to go in this one. 2 overs we will lose for the changeover, and the lead is 177.
Got a great stat from Andrew.
The maestro speaks.
So at the moment we don't have a result yet in either division, and there have only been 2 occasions, 2 rounds in the history of the county championship when all 18 teams have been playing where there have been no results across the 9 fixtures. Once in 2019 and once in 1994.
So there we have it. So it would have been 2 years into Durham's turn as a first-class county. Only twice has that ever happened. Well, hopefully that's not going to be the case here. The players are taking themselves off at 20-4, so my reading of it was a little bit vague, as often is the case on day 4. One thing we do know for sure is that 34 overs, barring a handshake, folks, 34 overs have to be bowled a minimum of in the evening session. And that'll go on until we get it done, unless of course the players feel that they cannot force a result, and then they will shake hands on a game that has ebbed and flowed really for the last 3.5 days. It's still, you feel, in Surrey's hands, but it's ebbing away from them. It's been superb stuff by the lower order. You would say with an hour and a half to go yesterday evening, the game looked pretty much done and dusted, you would say. But Lewis Gregory, 71 not out. Casey Aldridge, a doughty 42, and now Craig Overton as well, chipping in with an unbeaten 33, has made things very, very difficult for Surrey. Yas Rana, can you see anything playing out after tea, or do you think we are heading for a draw now?
Well, I think Surrey should get to the nearest printer and print out that scorecard and post it in the dressing room right now, because that shows what is capable here. With a short boundary, with the players that Surrey have in their lineup, chasing something above even 7, 8 or 9 and over is possible. So that's what they'll be clinging on to. Even though they found wickets very hard to come by, they created that opportunity late in that session, and Kemar Roach shelled a straightforward chance at deep square leg. They will cling on to the fact that Somerset haven't taken the lead to a point that is unchaseable in a final 20-25 over burst, and they still have the potential to run through the final 3 Somerset wickets. So hope is not yet lost for Surrey.
Yeah, do be sure to join us in about 15-16 minutes time for the denouement of this game, but in the meantime stick with us, because the great Chevy Green, the face of ace the Afro-Caribbean engagement programme that is so synonymous with this place, but which is spreading its wings across the country, doing amazing work to bring cricket to corners of this country that have been ignored for too long. Well, we have a fabulous video queued up with him, Chevy on Black History Month tour. He's giving a tour of the grounds during Black History Month last year, focusing on the amazing history of each place and its relationship with some of the great black cricketers that have represented counties and indeed the England side through the years. So here is Chevy. He's always watchable. Enjoy, and we'll be back in about 15.
Welcome to the Kia Oval. In Black History Month, the ACE programme and Surrey County Cricket Club in partnership celebrated some Black History Month tours. On those tours, we spoke about some of the most iconic matches that took place and some of the greatest players that represented the West Indies and Surrey. Come and check it out with me. South London is special to me, it's special to the Kia Oval, and it's got a fond history of supporting black cricket over the years. Many of the Windrush generation ended up in South London. A lot ended up in Brixton, just down the road. Capturing that history, and over the years, them coming out to support West Indies and having a sense of belief and belonging is huge. Here we have 1963, the raucous West Indian fans. For me, what this shows is a time potentially of struggle and hardship for the local black community, and the fans coming out to support their heroes, the people that inspire them, that give them hope, that show that they too can be equal and have success. One of my favourite stories about the Kia Oval is actually about my dad. My dad is one of my true inspirations who got me into cricket. He couldn't afford the ticket to get into the ground at the time, but he was able to sneak in with a friend. He also got to sneak into the change rooms by impersonating the Voice newspaper. It's one of the most iconic black newspapers in the UK. Surrey has honoured a few of their legends over the years, none other than Sylvester Clarke being given the Sylvester Clarke Bar. How fitting it is, that is one place that he loved to be. So it's a true honour that he celebrated here amongst many other Surrey legends. And I think this quote by his colleague Pat Pocock sums it up nicely. Viv Richards says he didn't wear a helmet. He did. He wore one twice against Surrey when Sylvester Clarke was playing. Big boss, Ebony Rainford Brent. Ebony is from the heart of Lambeth, Herne Hill, Brixton, just down the road. So she's a local girl that came through these doors when she was very young. So she's gone through the whole ranks from playing in the county age groups to captain in the women's side to playing on the boys' academy. The first black woman to play cricket for England. And if it wasn't for her, there would be no ACE programme. Thanks for everything, boss. Let's go see some other players. There he is. That's the big bro Toots. Alec Stewart, what a player, what an inspiration to me. Grew up at the same cricket club. He played cricket with my dad. A true hero for many young people growing up in South London. He went from playing, just like many of us, at the local ground to reaching the highest level playing for England. And someone that I look up to and have always looked up to. So that's the big bro, and happy to have him an ambassador for ACE and helping us do everything more to create the next Alex Tudors of the world. Welcome to the museum. What a place that captures so much history. And for Black History Month, we have a special display. We have Sylvester Clarke's jumper. It's been in a vault for over 20 years. Moving on to the 1939 West Indies vs England scorecard. Not only do we have that, we have the bat from the game signed by all the players. Sir Garfield Sobers, personalised signed bottle of rum. I bet people can't wait to taste that. Our current T20 captain, Chris Jordan, donated a signed top. And to cap it all off, we have my favourite player, the Master Blaster, Sir Vivian Richards, signed MCC magazine of the amazing portrait that was taken. I have to show you this. What a team. The 1984 West Indies team, led by the great Sir Clive Lloyd. So famously, the term of winning a series 5-0 was named whitewash. Now, as West Indies don't have any white players, it was famously coined blackwash. It's no easy task winning a series 5-0, and this team is very special to be able to do it. It would have meant a lot to them. It also would have meant a lot to the fans that came out in their droves to see West Indies here at the Oval. The West Indies room, one of my favourite rooms in the whole of the Kia Oval. This room celebrates some fantastic history, some of the most iconic matches that West Indies have played here, and some of the most decorated and celebrated West Indian players of all time. Sir Vivian Richards. What an inspirational man he was, a true trailblazer in the game. Big hero for not just the local community around the ground, but for all of the West Indian fans across the country. To have someone like Viv dominating the bowlers and with so much style. You know, look at the wristband, look at the Nike trainers. That's unheard of in cricket back those days. We've celebrated Black history. We've gone on a journey. We spoke about some of the old, and now it's time to take you on a journey to know about the new. Sophia Dunkley, the first black woman to play Test cricket for England. Sophia Dunkley has come on and solidified her position, and she is doing some amazing things in terms of her progress in where she wants to take her career. Chris Jordan, that's another big bro. One of England's all-time greatest death bowlers and fielders. He too is going to inspire many others to come, and that's what's seen him going around the world representing in all the big T20 competitions. It's amazing to see the impact that Ace is having on young players, particularly Davina Perrin, and she is inspiring not only the girls, but the boys too, of seeing where you can get to. So we're hoping many others will follow in her footsteps to get to the next level. Ace may have started at Surrey, but it's impacting so many other counties now too. Our young academy players are blessed to have the opportunity to train at all first-class grounds. They get to train and play amongst where their heroes do it. It's highly aspirational and inspirational for them to get to the next level. And we're pleased that so many of the young players on our programme are now getting into county pathways. We just want to create more opportunities for more young people to play the game of cricket and do it the Ace way. Thank you for joining me on the tour. You've heard about some of my favourite players, but I want to hear about yours. Send them in using the hashtag #RaisingTheGame. I look forward to seeing if they can match up to some of my heroes.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the 12th and final session of this match between Surrey and Somerset. As you can see there, Somerset who have moved to 320 for 7 T on day 4. So they lead by 177. Their lead at lunch was 109, so they added 68 runs, but only lost 1 wicket, that of Aldridge, who was caught behind from the bowling of Roach just after lunch for 42 from there. Smooth sailing for the most part. A drop catch late in the session from Roach, but other than that, it's been Somerset's day. Gregory, the captain, 71. Craig Overton on 33. The partnership, 64. Adam Collins jumping on with you. Katya Witney from Wisden.com with me. So for Surrey, it's a fairly straightforward equation. They need 3 wickets in, well, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 overs realistically to be able to haul down whatever they've set. And if that's not the case, I expect they'll be shaking hands in about an hour. Hello, Katya.
Hiya.
Just hasn't broken Surrey's way today, has it really? They needed to have a bit of a spark in that middle session, and it never really came.
No, we were talking on day 2, 3 about how important it was for Surrey's order that they batted so far down, but it's really been important for Somerset that they've got Overton down and they've got Shab Bashir to come in, who can also bat to form these lower order partnerships that mean they're probably going to be able to squeeze the draw out of this.
And Pretorius as well, who is carded at 8, first class average in the high 20s. Overton to Gregory round the wicket to start the session. There's a deep third man back, more or less a catching position in the event that Gregory takes on the short ball, which is improbable. A fine leg, a deep square leg, man round the corner at leg gully, and a short leg. So round the wicket, he's telegraphing his punch, if you like. We know it's going to be hostile and short to the extent to which he can get it up there, Overton. Maybe one big push here. Just his 12th over of the innings. Hasn't been over bowled. I think if we look back through the game, the chance that Surrey had to move it along quickly was the first session yesterday. They led by 73 overnight. They were 6 down, and they had Steele and Clark at the crease, and of course with Atkinson and Overton to come, who really do give it a whack. But they didn't advance the game particularly quickly in that session. They went at 2.7 runs and over. They were bowled out just before lunch. So yeah, healthy lead of 143, but losing 18 overs this morning to rain, it was always going to be tough for them if they didn't take quick wickets this morning when they got on, and that wasn't the case. They've only been, well, there's only been that 1 wicket for the whole day. The first session was only worth 16 overs, and they didn't break through there, and 1 after lunch, but nothing since.
Yeah, I was thinking this morning, I think if Surrey had managed to keep the lead to 150 or below, they would have really fancied the chances at whatever point in the innings and come out and have a whack. But it just feels like pushing up 177 up to 200, that's going to be way too much for them to try and chase down in less than a session.
Acknowledging they'll lose 2 overs for changeover as well, so that minimum figure on the bottom of the screen there, minimum overs remaining 33.5, they'll lose 2, plus often a third as well if it's not the last ball of the over, so, or the better part of a third. So yeah, realistically, if they took 3 wickets in 5 or 6 overs and they were set 190 odd in, let's say, 26 overs, I mean, it's within the realms of possibility in the way the modern game's played, if they really wanted to go after it and chance their hand. But a lot would need to go right. Almost everything would need to go right. Now the changed angle to Gregory. Easy single off the pads.
Yeah, I think the key has been surviving those spells from Gus Atkinson and Cam Steele that they weren't able to survive on day 1 when they collapsed in that evening session. And not doing that today has been crucial to them trying to stave out the draw here, which I don't think necessarily many people would have had on the cards at the beginning of the day, or certainly yesterday. But yeah, the importance of these lower order partnerships is incredible.
There are a couple of games around the country where there's more likely to be a result. The one I've had an eye on throughout has been at Bristol, actually, where Gloucestershire was set 498 for victory. And look, it's improbable it'll happen with only 30 overs remaining, but they need 196 runs in their 5 down. James Bracey on 93, so a set man at the middle. That'll finish the over, 1 run from it, lead 178 at 321 for 7. But Ollie Price, who made 147, he was nearly another member of that 150 club that Andrew Samson and I have been tracking throughout the last couple of days. When he fell just before tea, that's increased the degree of difficulty there. And as far as Division 1 is concerned, Essex have put themselves into a terrific position. So declaring at 257 for 4 in their second dig, they set Kent 375, and they've taken half of those wickets. Kent's now 86 for 5 with 31 overs remaining. We saw what Essex were able to do in the final innings of their match last week. They're in a great position with Porter and Snater, Harmer and Critchley all in the wickets already. And from Kent's perspective, losing Bell Drummond, the captain, for 18, he's made hundreds in his last 2 hits. Ben Compton 150 plus in the first innings. They've got work to do. Joe Denley is batting with his nephew, Jaden Denley, at the moment, 8 and 10 respectively. So we'll keep an eye on that one over at Chelmsford. Other than that, in a number of games, hands have already been shaken on the basis of the rain. So Notts, Worcester, a draw. Northants, Middlesex didn't get on at all today. That's a draw as well, a very high scoring draw. Only 8 wickets in 3 days. Leicester, Sussex again, high scoring affair with Sussex making 694 for 9 declared in their first innings. That's a draw. With rain today at Grace Road. Might be a couple if it sneaks through. Doesn't quite. Good diving stop from Clark. For a time it looks like Hampshire, Lancashire might open up, but that's been largely knocked on the head. They needed to run through them today. Lancashire and Hampshire are 145 for 4 over there. So the game with the result that's most likely is Essex, and given they won last week, the only team to win in Division 1 last week, that's significant. Silly point in. Past the bat it goes. Well bowled by Steele.
Yeah, that was set up by that rapid Jordan Cox 100 yesterday, wasn't it? It shows the importance of having someone who can score at such a pace to set games up.
Yeah, good recruit. Touch short. Given the treatment. Smacked away for 4. You can see that locked off camera shaking when we're seeing it front on at the moment, which is pretty breezy out there at the moment. Not easy to bowl spin. Steele's been consistent across the match, but yeah, dropping short early into a new spell.
Yeah, last 3 days I came in here with sunglasses and no coat, and today I got absolutely drenched coming in this morning.
6 from the over, 327 for 7, lead up to 184, 32 overs left. Yes, this time of year serves to pack a jacket wherever you're going. So if it does play out that Surrey have the 2 draws and Essex have the 2 wins, that's a lovely head start for the side they went punch for punch with for most of last year until that final round. Essex, one of the counties, in a way, one of those we've been talking about quite a bit over the last fortnight, not having a 100 franchise. We had Ben Bloom on our coverage yesterday, who's written a really important book about the immediate future of domestic cricket in England, and I interviewed him separately to that, and he spoke a lot about sort of graduated advantage clubs that host 100 teams will have, not just now but over time with the extra revenue stream, and Essex aren't one of those. 2 catching men in the leg gully region for the new over. We Bales out here, Overton, bowling at his brother. There's a leg slip, you'd say about 3rd leg slip if you want, and a leg gully, so no man back on the leg side in that direction.
Talk about it being breezy. Dan Lawrence just lost his hat as it rolled across the ground towards Jamie Overton.
Yeah, so Essex, Somerset are another club who've been consistently in Division 1, albeit with modest returns the last 3 seasons, but before that finishing in the top 2 4 of the previous 5 campaigns. And Essex winning the comp in 2019, winning the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, 2nd last year. So there and thereabouts, sides that don't have that extra layer of advantage, but still great recruiting hubs. squicky shingle, but comfortably through.
I guess when there was talk of expansion to the 100, I mean, not so much anymore, and when the 100 was first established, particularly Somerset was the one that you felt missed out on one of those franchises, along with probably Durham. But if you're talking about Division 1 first class cricket, in that Somerset and Essex have been the ones consistently in Division 1, then those two really are the clubs who have missed out on that revenue stream. And it's testament. I mean, you spoke about the differences over a period of time for the 100 revenue stream, but certainly in the initial phase of the 100, they've done incredibly well to be able to keep on with that quality in the face of these other sides like Surrey, who've got so much more resources.
Just judging by the body language of Jamie Overton, there had been closer to the leg stump than it looked on the first impression. Either way, it dribbled through to Foakes. Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing clubs where their chief executives and other board members have been contributing to this book and explaining how it might be that private investment is the only way they can get back to a sustainable footing into the future. That their current business model doesn't feel sustainable fully. Just help down the ground. 2 more easy runs for Gregory, who should be eyeing off 100. He's up to 75. Even if they do look to shake hands in 47 minutes from now, that should be ample time for him to post 3 figures, the Somerset leader. He's done a good job through the match. Richard Gould in that book saying words to the effect of, yeah, that might be the case, but privatisation isn't a sort of one-size-fits-all solution either. It's not. Again, it's kept a little bit low from around the wicket. Not alone what will set things straight. It's no guarantee that there'll be rivers of gold if clubs do change their ownership structure away from member-based to private. But this, yeah, it sort of feels like, and I'm sure you're closer to this than me in your job at the moment, but it feels like an ongoing conversation where things are speeding up.
Yeah, I think it's difficult because when you talk about the problems with the 100 and the county system and how they interact, people search for a one-size-fits-all solution.
Bouncer ducked to finish, 330 for 7.
And they search for that magic bullet that's going to fix everything and make everyone happy, but there's never going to be that magic bullet that's going to fix it all. And you really have to look at the whole picture rather than taking the 100 and the county system in isolation with each other. You have to take the whole picture into consideration and think about the structural change that's needed, perhaps the attitude change that's needed across the board, and how you can best make them interact with each other in a mutually financially benefiting system. And I think private investment is kind of aimed at getting the systems to work better together than they currently are. But it's certainly not going to be, as I said, that magic bullet that's going to fix everything. If indeed it does fix what they want it to fix.
Yeah. Change of angle, I should say. Steele's going to go round the wicket to Overton here for the first time in this session. Still got the slip and the silly point under the lid. Men back at deep backward square. Roach just going further around. He'll end up at more a long leg and a deep cover point as well. And it's the type of investment as well. Can't guarantee that clubs that are just smaller, and there's no sort of nice way of saying that. They're just the smaller counties with fewer ways of making money. Who are they looking for to invest? Is it probable that an IPL franchise will come in and swoop them up? I don't know. Is the answer? I don't think anyone really knows. But yes, it's complicated terrain. But it feels like in 2024 a lot of this conversation is moving forward in ways that it hasn't before. Driven and not beating the skipper at mid-off.
I think what you've also got to think about with private investment, I mean, you talk about the 100, you've got to think about the women's competition too. It's not just about what works best for the men's county system. The 100 has been more beneficial for...
Short enough to pull, but straight to the sweeper for 1.
Yeah, the 100's been more beneficial for the women's game in England than it has the men's game. And talking about private investment purely for the benefits it can bring to the counties and to the men's structure is diminishing of what the 100's done for the women's game.
Mm-hmm.
And we also want to have wider questions about, do we want to bring the women's domestic game completely in line with the men's game, or do we want to have them as separate entities? What's the best from a money-making...
Pulling out his action there.
What's the best solution from a money-making point of view, but also from a practicality point of view?
And with the women's regional structure being brought into the first-class county setup as of next year, that'll be a chance to explore this firsthand, I suppose. Short again. It's Burns again. Saving 4, well, saving 3. They get through for 1. Yeah, that's the obvious response to this, isn't it? That the visibility the women's games had through the 100, the crowds that have been through the gates, the opportunities that they've had to raise salaries and so on, and develop players, is a big part of this.
Yeah, and private investment might well expand that as well. It might help that. But I think a lot of the private investment conversation is had in how can we make the 100 interact better with the county game, whereas we should be looking at it from all perspectives and trying to figure out what's the best approach to benefit the game as a whole, rather than putting an end to the war with the counties and the 100.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen in other sports where there have been private owners and the clubs have gone to the wall. Well, if it turns out that the women's part of the program is less profitable than the men's, if that's the way it plays out, and we don't know yet, of course, but that might be where investment gets withdrawn in the fullness of time. So it's complicated.
Yeah, we also want to be wary about the private investment thing happening too early. And if private investment is the way we're going to go down, I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong, but if you do decide private investment is the right way to go, then it has to be wholeheartedly put into that. You can't kind of half-track it. Then there needs to be a properly thought-out approach to the timing of that and when it's most beneficial for everyone.
This could be Surrey's last roll of the dice here, I reckon. Atkinson brought back. Still those two catching men in the leg trap, a leg slip and a leg gully. Can he get it up under the rib cage of Gregory? Something round the corner. Get them fired up with 30 overs to go. It's going to take a lot to go right, but Atkinson's bowled with pace throughout the 3 days he's been at the bowling crease. Yeah, look, it feels like it's a foregone conclusion that the 100 franchises will be privatised, or they'll turn into franchises, whereas... Well, there's that ball we were talking about from Atkinson that can get awkward. Gregory didn't have much of a clue what was going on there. He somehow kept it down, good technique, but seeing it back a second time, that's a nasty length from a guy that's got a great short ball. Went deep in the crease.
So well directed.
Yuck, up on the gloves, that's not fun. Hard to duck those. Short leg also waiting. Sways out the way. So seeing the interaction between private capital and the 100, when they, I think the term franchise is used sometimes incorrectly. Well, the 100 is not a franchise competition at the moment. It's still state-owned, but it could easily and will almost certainly become franchised as far as it being ran by private capital, not by the clubs or the ECB. Atkinson pulls that now as well. It must be the wind that's affecting the bowlers at the moment. I've seen a few of those since tea. Yeah, in that book I referred to earlier, clubs like Gloucestershire and Worcestershire saying pretty clearly that they need private investment. They need something to change. Their model won't be sustainable 5 years from now. Some of that's between the lines, but you can see clearly what they're steering towards. And Gloss have got great ambitions of moving ground at the moment, which will be expensive. We've seen reports of what they may or may not release as a loss this week. There's been some newspaper reports to what it might end up being, but that'll add to the drumbeat. As for Worcestershire, I mean, they can't even use their ground, and that's not their fault. It's the ongoing flooding problems. And you compare that to a ground like this, which is a multi-purpose venue, right? This is a corporate facility as well as it is a cricket ground. The amount of revenue that Surrey can bring in year on year from what they can do across the way there in the Galladari stand and all of the the rooms and function rooms beneath us here, which are always packed with what's going on when cricket's not happening.
But there's another level to that. Like I spoke to Worcestershire Head of Sustainability last year, and he talked about the frustrations from his point of view of being unable to do certain things that he would like to do to the ground.
Bouncer to finish. That's a maiden from Atkinson, 332 for 7.
Being unable to do certain things he would want to do to the ground because of the flooding and because of lack of space. So he wanted to put in electric charging points for cars, for example, but you can't have electricity if the grounds are going to flood multiple times a year. Putting in a vegetable patch so they can be more in charge of their own produce at the ground, and they couldn't do that because of the flooding. And also monetising parts of the ground for other purposes as well, because it is by nature a small ground in a small city. And it's an obvious point that it really limits money-making capacity of counties, but it also inhibits sustainability going forward. Not only a lack of money, but a lack of up-to-date facilities and properly invested in facilities.
The plane goes overhead with Steele starting the new over. Miscued drive back to the bowler. And then the example of Leicestershire, who've almost accepted that where they're at, what their lot in life is, as a county that's experienced not much success at all in the 4-day game in Division 2. Short enough to cut for 1 for Overton. 333 for 7. Famous number in English cricket. Lead 190. But yeah, Sean Jarvis, who's running the show now at Grace Road, saying, well, you know, if we accept the circumstances as they are, then, well, we're sort of not going to move from where we are either. There'll be inertia. Oh, not far away. That was nearly a leading edge. Shelley Point felt in the game. They're talking about developing the Academy of Cricket there, about starting a tertiary education degree there, an MBA there at the ground, about investing in their facility, expanding how big their ground can be, but all sorts of kind of creative ideas that might mean that they get on a more financially sustainable footing, and it can become a destination club for other reasons. As Ben Bloom puts in his book, it might well be that Leicester becomes a club that more actively advertises itself as a feeder club, rather than it being kind of a de facto feeder club. We've seen in the past with Notts getting so many of their players. Well, maybe they embrace that rather than resist it. This is sort of the conversation for the clubs who in all probability won't be playing in Division 1, won't be taking on Surrey at the Oval.
Well, he's been the most kind of vocal voice.
Short, no run there, could have been. Ample time to see it, couldn't put it away.
Yeah, I guess Sean Jarvis has been like one of the most, or if not the most, kind of vocal club execs for the smaller clubs, or the less financially the clubs with less financial resources than others. He comes from a football background, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's been through an unusual path as well. I think he was a football owner. I think for a time bought a club for £1 because of the parlour situation the club he was working at was at, and long-term executive and so on. So he knows what it's like to be in rugged circumstances, I guess. Because there is that underlying statement you hear from administrators, ECB, even the Strauss report directly, about the want to keep 18 first-class counties, right? And there's no explicit statement anywhere about wanting to see clubs go semi-pro or become minor counties or anything like that. Shot, big gap there at point, hammered away by Overton. Great timing. He's been out there for 105 balls, over 2 hours now, and seeing it well. 337 for 7, the lead 194. This is nearly completely drifted away from Surrey now, even if they took all 3 remaining wickets. Seeing it back. The extra pace from Atkinson. Balls of his feet, crunched away to the short rope.
Yeah, it wasn't quite short enough, that one.
So 3 catches in close on the leg side, away from us. There's the bouncer, but Overton clearly knows it's coming. He was ducking as the ball's bowled. But yeah, so the stated aims to keep 18 counties, but the nuance there is, well, if there's a desire to concentrate talent in clubs like this and others who have that financial sustainability, let's use the sort of shorthand, the 100 grounds, right? Then what is the lot in life for the others? Is there an official division between what is the top flight, what is the second flight? Do they do away with promotion relegation? Oh, that's not far away from short leg. That's the kind of ball that can make it all the way to the close catcher. Not quite. In the end, pretty well handled by Overton, playing with one hand off the bat.
This can kind of really jar when you get a ball on the splice of the bat hand. It will really hurt that lower hand.
With the Strauss report, it had was it 6 at the top and 2 divisions of 6 beneath it feeding in, or something like that. Short leg becomes a silly point right under the eyes of Overton, halfway through the over. More awkward duck, but it does the job. And then where the white ball comps would then open up, referring again back to the book, where you might have the Blast and the 50 over tournament being where all the counties could theoretically have their day. And look, Leicestershire, who we were referring to before, they did win the Metro Bank Cup last year. I know that was a diluted competition due to how many players were away playing in the 100, but still fair play to them.
Yeah, that was a massive coup to beat Hampshire in the final. That was a brilliant game of cricket.
Yeah. And when talking about concentrating talent, of course, that's about the England men's team principally, isn't it? That's not really a conversation about the wider game, about what having 6 or 8 very successful top flight Division 1 clubs might look like, where there's that competitive balance. That's about producing England players. Takes on the short ball, gets it over leg gully, down to the rope. Overton, 1 short of a 50 now. Again, he must have known that was coming. He'd only bowled 1 genuine bouncer in the over. Decided to take it on, pushes the lead up to 198. Just how far away was that from the hand? Hard to tell from that replay, but no, it looked like it was at least a few metres over the top.
Looked like he played that pretty well, to be honest. Watched it all the way through. Had a flash, but relatively low risk when you get the elevation.
This is something that Phil talks persuasively about as well, that the competition, the county championship, isn't here exclusively to produce men's test players or World Cup winning men's players. It's what did we work out, Andrew, at the start of the week? It's the 124th year they've played county championship cricket here at the Oval. It's bigger than that, and it is the lifeblood for a lot of members and people that have been part of these clubs their whole lives. It isn't simply an exercise in how many of these guys go on to play an Ashes series in Australia or something like that. It's part of the story, but not the whole story. And for those clubs that aren't producing test players, it's not part of the story at all, right? If you're a Leicestershire member, Ray and Abed notwithstanding, there isn't really much going on that front, so it does change the purpose.
Yeah, but I think you can see that kind of tension played out in a lot of the threads of county cricket stories.
Full toss and out towards deep mid wicket. Short boundary, Gregory to the 80s. That personal milestone, he's earned the chance to have a pop at this. That lead goes beyond 200 as well, recognised to the Somerset fans over to our left. 345 for 7.
Yeah, I think there's so many threads of the championship that you can pluck that particular one out of, like, you know, the Kookaburra ball. Spoke to John Simpson, who got a double 100 yesterday before the season started, and he voiced muted frustrations about the first couple of rounds being Kookaburra balls, because from Sussex's perspective, they're there to try and get promoted. They're not there to try and necessarily produce England players at this point, or we don't know, but I think
cut straight to backward point. Gregory falls on 80. Not much going on with the delivery. Tried to carve it away. He's done a great job, Gregory, batting throughout the course of 4 separate sessions in this match and getting Somerset to a point of safety, but with 100 in the offing, he's given Steele a wicket. 345 for 8. The lead's 202.
Yeah, shows how bad my eyes are. I thought that had bounced.
Let's see it again. So round the wicket, it was short enough to consider cutting hard into the turf, but just didn't quite get on top of the bounce. And there was Atkinson there on that backward point circle in one-day terms, and well played Lewis Gregory, Somerset's captain. When he walked in yesterday, when Lewis Goldsworthy was dismissed for 58, they were 162 for 6, and they were right up against it. It felt like Surrey were cruising towards, maybe not cruising, but very much moving in the right direction. The lead at that point was still in the teens. Well, he walks off with the lead at 202 and maybe only half an hour away from shaking hands. Captain's knock.
Yeah, it's a shame for Gregory. I thought he really deserved a century there. He's really anchored them throughout the day and brought them from the possibility of that loss to a draw, but 80 off 188 is a pretty good knock, but he'll be disappointed not to get to those 3 figures, especially after a half century in the first innings as well. He'll be disappointed not to convert.
Another wicket to spin for Surrey this year. I know Samo's been furiously looking at that through the week. What are you up to? 19 now? Lots. More than they took in the entirety of last season.
Yeah.
Quite liked it until the final innings of last year. They had 8 wickets for spin for the whole campaign. 9 last week. What have we got here? 3, 6, 10, 10 more. Yeah, that'll be 19. 19 across 2 matches. So adding a string to their bow in season 2024, even if it looks like they're going to start with the 2 draws. So Pretorius looking to score from that first ball, doesn't do so. First innings, Pretorius was out to steal, made 12, got caught behind. Oh, again, same thing. Wrong'un, inside part of the bat, going nowhere. End of the over. I'm going to jump off commentary. I think it's Daniel Norcross replacing me. It is. There's going to be a double change with Phil Walker in for Katya. Lovely to chat. We'll do it again in a couple of weeks when Surrey are back at the Kia Oval. So the state of play, the visitors are in the lead by 202. In theory, 26 overs remaining. Over to Phil Walker, then it'll be Daniel Norcross.
Last knockings of this one then. Overton, who's played well here, undoubtedly.
Probably last knockings, but...
Well, those last knockings might be extremely exciting last
22
knockings.
overs to get 210.
I hear you loud and clear, but...
Might bring Somerset back into the game as a, you know, you never know. I think it's very unlikely.
They literally have 2 overs to get the last 2.
Feels like it.
Any more than that, and it's going to be unrealistic, I think. 2 from 2.
And that makes it even more unrealistic. Fine shot. Overton's half century, Craig Overton. He's batted really well today. Somerset have batted really well today. They were 162 for 6, don't forget. And Craig Overton bringing up his half century in 111 balls, batted very solidly, very sensibly. We've had a lot more cricket today than perhaps the forecast suggested a few days ago. Let that be a lesson to us over the course of the summer. Don't believe everything you see on the BBC weather app. But Overton and Gregory, magnificent. Couple of drop catches has made the difference. You think about Kemar Roach is out in the deep. If that had gone down, game's still alive then. And of course the drop catch by Jamie Overton yesterday. But take nothing away from Somerset, they have been superb. Doughty, nuggety, and not give it an inch. Which means, with the game almost certainly drifting towards a very honourable draw, flag chat, that's what it means. Because Daniel's emailed in.
Yes, so this was from a while ago. I wasn't privy to what you were
Union
talking
Jacks.
about.
Union Jacks and Union flags.
Right.
And because some people get very pedantic about these things. It's a bit like, you know the sort of people who say, when you go, oh, how far is it to the train station? They say, I don't know what you mean. I said, the train station, the one in the centre of Nottingham. There isn't a train station in the centre of Nottingham. Yes, there is. I get trains on it. You're talking about the railway station. A very dear friend and colleague, Phil Long, who scores the women's games on the BBC, among many other things. He's done that line with me before. He refuses to acknowledge the existence of train stations. So pedantry is big in our line of work. It's like my refusal to accept the existence of the maximum. I won't have it. If someone says someone's at a maximum on commentary next to me, I will upbraid them instantly. I say, I don't know what you're talking about.
I saw this from you on the old social medias, that you re-bumped a thing that you'd done on New Year's Eve.
I didn't re-bump it. I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Colo did.
All right.
I desperately tried to avoid.
Okay, understood.
What I say when I'm slightly drunk on New Year's Eve in 2019.
But it was quite useful to focus the mind, I thought, going into this latest summer of nonsense and tomfoolery, this job that we pertain to do, that there were certain no-nos for you.
Big no-nos.
Cherry, peel,
nut,
seed for new balls. You're not having it.
Yeah.
A number of times in the last few days, I've gone there, and I've had the Norcross word in the back of my head, and
it's too Australian for me.
Understood.
And also, you don't want a pill. I mean, you might want a pill, but it'll be if you're not feeling very well. You know.
Indeed.
And I don't want a nut. None of it's right. 3:49 for 8 at the end of the over. Yeah, I don't like, because there was a sort of penchant towards the back end of the last decade. People saying, "Oh, it's just Washington Sundar doing Washington Sundar things," and you just think, this is all a bit twee now and a bit, you know. It's Shivam Dubey's world, we just live in it. No, it isn't.
No,
we share this world.
Indeed.
All of us, equally.
6.5 bill and soaring.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
I wish Shivam Dubey the very best of luck, but it isn't his world any more than it is ours.
I'm sure the County Champo people will be clipping up that line, Daniel.
It's 8 billion, apparently. That's why we have the statistician. Keeping his eye on the birth rate. And maximum is the one that really upsets me, for the very obvious reason that this great game of ours doesn't allow for a maximum. We're not limited by maximums. I think Johnny Barron tells a great tale of how Henry Blofeld came in to do a net, if you like, sort of the 2015-16 season, something around that sort of time. He would come onto the Surrey commentary and have a little warm-up before the Test series. Now that's high in the air. Sibley underneath it. Takes the catch. So 9 down. Still with his fourth. Pretorius, who looked to put bat to ball off every ball he'd faced. It's almost certainly too little, too late. But you never know if Surrey might be tempted to have a little dart were the 10th wicket to fall quickly. We'll take a look at it again. It's another wicket for Steele, another wicket for spin. Gates on a big yahoo. Does very well here. These skiers on a day like today are not easy to take, and he's not in the best position. It's probably swirling around there. He loses his balance, Sibley, and ends up clinging on very well. We've seen a few catches dropped in the deep, and I tell you, it is very windy out there, so actually getting yourself into the right position is not easy.
I'd go further down. I think it's a brilliant catch. I really do, because we've been out there and we've seen just how hard it is to keep your footing, and he's kept his cool there. The hands have just got together at the very last as well.
And it hasn't bounced out when the elbows have hit the ground. Textbook.
Yeah.
Apart from the black socks, absolutely textbook.
One other thing, Craig Overton's reaction at the non-strikers, not a happy man with that, which suggests that we're not merely just going through the motions here, that there was a job to do for Pretorius, and he's rather let himself down there and let his man down at the other end, who's 52 from 114 and broadly immovable at this stage. But, as you say, the conundrum is simply 24.3 left. They have to be bowled. 206 is the lead. You lose 2. So if they get Shoaib Bashir in the next 3 deliveries, you lose 2, you'll have 22 overs to chase 206, 208, something like that.
That's 9.5 and over, which is not 9.5 over in 2020 terms, because for a start it's a red ball. Another part, you've got absolutely no fielding restrictions. It's a very, very unlikely ask. But there is a precedent for Surrey, certainly against Leicestershire.
Well, I brought this up earlier.
You did, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Shah Bashir, on the other hand, looks like a much better batter than people had given him credit for. He certainly hung around for quite a while in the first innings, and he's played his first ball there very well.
Yeah, we're at that point now where we just overlap each other's stories and memories, Daniel, as happens after 4 days. Only another 60 odd to go across the course of the summer. But yeah, that Leicestershire game, 2015, the Peterson game, of course. It bears revisiting one last time. Surrey needed 216 to win in basically a session. Well, less than a session here on the final afternoon, final evening on day 4. And they got there and they took 22 overs to do it.
And another thing that will be regretful for Surrey, at least, as that over ends, a successful one for Cameron Steele. He's hunting his second fifer of the summer, if you can call it that, spring. Is that overs can't be made up on the last day. So 18 overs have been lost today, not to mention the couple of drop catches. It would have been a very different equation if either of those catches had gone down, and indeed if there hadn't been that rain. But then you might say, would Pretorius have played that shot at that point? Very probably not. So that's the nature of the game. Anyway, I was talking about Maxima. There are none. Henry Blofeld commentated on Kumar Sangakkara getting a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6 and a 7 all in the same innings.
No.
Correctamundo. Yeah, it's not bad, that, is
that's caused a flutter through the box. Is it true? Maestro?
Oh, sorry, it was Alviro Peterson, not Kumar Sangakkara. Alviro Peterson, but a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6 and a 7. And key to all of that, of course, is the 7, which is more than 6, and therefore there ain't no Maxima in cricket. So, with that in mind,
how did he get a 7? Couple of
probably
overthrows?
Round 3 and a 4 overthrows, perhaps. I remember Alan Knott getting a 7 in 1976 against the West Indies.
I remember Wazzy Macran did it once against England, so there we go. This is us for you, folks. Stay with us for more joys across the course of the summer.
Statler and Waldorf are in the house. Andrew Samson seen 2 7s in consecutive years, 15 and 16 there. You see, he's trumped us. Anything that we've seen, Walker, Samson will have seen it at least twice. One dead pigeon? No. Saw a whole skein of geese taken down by Stiaan van Zyl in Durban.
Believe it or not, we do still have a game here, just about. I make it that they have 10 deliveries to go before it's just too far out for them here.
He played
9 deliveries, correction.
He did play that rising ball well, you know, to get that.
And he has done actually all afternoon, because there's been a couple that have inconvenienced him, a couple off the splice, one off the bat handle as well against his brother when he was bowling round the wicket.
Bear in mind, he's got a bit of a wonky back as well.
Yeah.
You know, or he's had surgery on it at any rate. I'm sure it's less wonky, but he also dived for a run and hurt himself a little bit doing that. So he's been a bit in the wars as Craig Overton.
So 2 deliveries to go here. The field comes in.
Ooh.
They'll give up a boundary if they have to here.
This is a beautiful sight now with the sun out and shadows lengthening. I'm going to get onto the flag chat, don't worry, at the end of the over. I know you're all waiting with bated breath to find out the distinction between a Union flag and a Union Jack, which is where this whole conversation around pedantry and semantics began.
The email begins, it's a semantic rabbit hole, but the but is not necessary, Dan. Remember your audience. There is no but needed.
End of the over. Another one ticks by. Somerset can taste safety here. They can smell it. I don't know what the smell of safety is particularly. In my case, it's marshmallows and butterscotch angel delight. But
and cold hot tears.
At Cold.Tears, it's a semantic rabbit hole, says Daniel, not me, who's emailed in on Flag Chat. But in practice, the terms Union Jack and Union Flag are used interchangeably. Well, that's my point that I make about train and railway station, but the word Jack is an amalgam of languages that was taken to mean the smaller version of something else, like a jack you get in bowls.
Yes.
Which is a smaller bowling ball, of course. I'd never thought of that before. Hence, I'll come back to it after this ball. Very interesting to me that they've persevered with steel here. I just wondered if the sight of Shoaib Bashir might have had Jordan Clark raring to fire in a couple of toe-crushing Yorkers, see if he could do him for pace, but Surrey have decided that the wily steel on 4 wickets, hunting his fifer, would be the right way to go. Hence, a smaller flag displayed on a naval ensign and the association therein. So that's like the Union Jack inside. So I suppose it's a Union Jack on the New Zealand and Australian flags, as we like to remind them.
Oh, that was the delivery. Just threw it up there, didn't he, and tried to just drop it underneath the eye line and
come back for 2 though. So Overton happy to expose, in a way, Shoaib Bashir to the strike.
3 deliveries left in this one. Crucial, you would say.
Oh, now that looks very close and it's been given. Cameron Steele picks up his 5th wicket.
And off they run, Daniel. Look, we have a game on here, folks. Stay with us.
They mean it. Let's give you what this means. 20 overs remain today. 209 is the target. The required rate, 10.45. Highly, highly unlikely, but Surrey know that they can have a dart because they would fancy their chances of... Is there rain? There are clouds. Yes, there are clouds. I can see clouds on this picture, but whether or not that is going to result in rain, that is behind us. I'm hoping that that is not going to be a problem. But in the event of that not being a problem, Surrey would need an extraordinary 10.45 to win the game, which you would think is unlikely, but you could tell by the eagerness with which they ran off that they can have a go. And the reason they can have a go is because if they find themselves 14 for 4, they are going to fancy themselves on this surface to bat out for the draw. That said, what would be in Somerset's interest is that the closer they get, then the more likelihood there is that they may lose all 10 wickets. Now, we're hearing from our camera people that there is a little bit of rain actually falling. It's very difficult to see through this window. It doesn't feel like it's significant rain. Any delay now will end the game because the time it takes to get the covers on and whatnot would be the issue. Ground staff are absolutely legging it onto the pitch. They're not bringing covers with them at the moment. There's a lot of wind. There's men with buckets. We're in a state of flux here.
Just looking at the Union
dramatic
flag.
Now they are moving towards a tarpaulin away to our right. What we could really do with is a rain correspondent. Various hoses are coming out. The roller is still going up and down a pitch. The ground staff are now standing as sentinels in front of a tarpaulin. People are right. I've never seen so much activity. I've never seen so much running on a cricket field. Well, that's not true. I think when Will Jacks took the catch to dismiss Lancashire's last batter in the red-pink ball game, and all 11 Surrey players ran in varying different directions. There was a bit of activity then. Suddenly, the activity has stopped. So, look, we don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out. But in theory, we have something of a possibility of some shenanigans taking place. A very unlikely target of 209. We're taking a look at those dark clouds. The clouds that you can see on that, by the way, are away to our left. The prevailing wind is coming from the other side of the ground. So if the camera was able to just move around to the left from there, that's where we'll be able to see where the direction of travel is. That said, we've got quite a swirly old wind today, so it might be sort of coming in slightly more northerly. I mean, it'll be northwest either way. prevailing westerlies.
I'm looking at the Union flag.
Not currently
Daniel.
raining.
I'm looking at the Union flag on the top of the pavilion, and it's fluttering all over, hither and thither. So
yeah,
this gale around us is directionless.
Somerset players are making their way down the stairs, so they're fully expected to have to come out there. It's not currently raining in the JM bin stand, however, threatening clouds on both sides. Isn't cricket marvellous? You sit here watching a doughty, marvellous effort from Somerset, defying Surrey. In the end, 8 wickets falling to spin. Lawrence 3 for 76, Steele 5 for 96. Andrew Samson will add up all those wickets for us and let us know how many wickets to spin Surrey have taken. 21 wickets to spin in just 3 innings of this year's county championship. Absolutely startling. The other 2 wickets to fall, 1 to Roach, it'll feather through to Foakes, and 1 to Atkinson. Overton and Clark both going wicketless. And the game had gone sleepy. Nothing much of it happening. And then suddenly, a couple of quick wickets go. Pretorius gives his wicket away. Then Shoaib Bashir is pinned LBW by Cameron Steele to give him his fifer. And in theory, well, who knows, we might have a game on.
Just on the point of running off to get going, Dom Sibley ambled off with his hands in his pockets, as indeed did Rory Burns.
Jamie Smith to open, you think?
I think if I was Surrey, I'd be thinking maybe Dan Lawrence as well, who is a white ball opener.
Jamie Overton?
Well, Overton will be padded up for sure, but perhaps Overton is more 60 off 5. The field is set.
Yep.
And nobody hits a longer ball than him. But obviously we're guessing here. We can't see yet who's coming out of the Surrey dressing room. But I would go with Lawrence and Smith. Smith was outstanding in the first innings. Front foot. He was scintillating really for an hour and a half. So for my money, it would be those 2.
Yeah.
Pope probably will be sniffing around there as well. He's such an inventive player, and even with the field being set out, Pope will be scampering back for 2s, turning 2s into 3s.
Well, this is the thing about a target of 200, or looking at this just over 10 and over, because it's also a little tricky for a captain. They've got to be careful that they don't have too many people too far out, because it gives you 2s. It's big old ground, the Oval, especially on one side of the wicket here. So, Somerset will be favourites to be able to defend that 208. You'd think with a little bit of ease, and if a few wickets fall, then Surrey are certainly not going to give the game away. They will dig in and draw the game. But
the other thing about the rain, sorry Daniel, no rain that we can see on any monitors as we speak. No covers on it, of course, but they need to get out there and bowl the first ball, because this is cricket, and cricket's peculiar and eccentric and backwards.
If it starts to rain a bit between now and 4:58, then they won't get on at all.
Precisely. So if I was Surrey's opener now, I'd be right at the gate, ready to go immediately.
Be fair to them, they've only just walked off the pitch, and I'm not yet sure. At what point would Rory Burns have been able to turn around and go, lads? I mean, it's a bit village at this point, because he's going, Spiffy, do you fancy opening?
You're right. But the point does stand, doesn't it? He's got to get that first ball out of the way, and then if it does start to spit a little bit. Right, so umpires are out.
Right, so it looks like we're going to have a resumption. To finish off on Daniel Hunt, who's a senior adjunct fellow at the University of Queensland. We've got in touch about flags. He says he's hoping to pop down for the after-tea session. Well, if he's here, he can answer his own question. But his question is the Somerset flag flying on the pavilion? It was handmade and is a sight to behold. As a Somerset-born man now living in South London, it's not there. There's just the Union flag at half-mast.
Certainly,
Derek Underwood.
Yeah, certainly on days 1 and 2, it was certainly there.
It was, yes.
I would imagine perhaps because
does
of
it go to
Derek?
To both flags go down so that we can give more prominence perhaps to the death of the legend than is Derek Underwood?
We'd have to get confirmation on that, but that would certainly follow, I think.
I've got to say, I'm not au fait with flag etiquette. You may have noticed that I've set the hair running. And, well,
we have some news.
Well, the covers, are they coming on? They're being prepared, but people are coming on with hoses. There are still shadows out there. Stumps are being taken out by the umpires. You called it, Phil Walker. You called it because they didn't get out there. Now look, the sun is out. The sun is out. This is the most extraordinary sight. You can see a couple of little dots of water on the camera. But the umpires are staying out there. This is going to be a very, very frustrating sort of minute or two while we work out what's happening. The ground staff they were being beckoned on, but the sun is now so bright, as you can see. The wind is so blustery. The Somerset players, if we could just take a look at that, are making their way back to the changing room. The Surrey batters are down at ground level. Can we get a camera on that?
It looks to me like Jamie Smith and Daniel Lawrence are there, ready to go, and certainly the batter on the right-hand side, which I believe is Jamie Smith, was gesturing back to the dressing room as if to say, why aren't we out there?
Well, actually, the ground staff have now paused. This is a real hokey-cokey. The hoses are being taken away. The stumps are going back in. The players are going to make their way down. Will they get a ball bowled? Once they get a ball bowled, and the ground staff have been brilliant here. They've been very urgent, as you'd expect. I mean, they're the home side, and they're very keen to get on. It'll probably be 19 overs, you would think an over would be taken off.
It will be 19, Daniel. It's 4:58 when they had to be out, and it is now 4:58 by my watch, so we'll certainly lose one over.
The Surrey batters have come out ahead of the Somerset players. Maybe we can get a view of that and confirm who it is that's out there batting.
Yeah,
it's definitely Jamie Smith,
and it's
definitely Dan Lawrence.
Yeah,
yeah.
So as predicted, Surrey's two most expansive players, you would say. Dan Lawrence in particular is well versed in hitting white balls from the get-go. He's going to have to take on the red here, and tellingly they are both pretty much out there now. Somerset's field is rather less enthused by the prospect of this.
Well, I'm going to make way, because Adam Collins is going to come in and take you through the first. He can do 9 or 10, depends how he feels, I don't really mind. And who knows, rain may come and render it all irrelevant anyway. But at the moment, we're going to start. There is a target. It's a very, very stiff one. Odds are still on the draw here, but we're going to at least get about a minimum of 15 minutes of fun to see how Surrey get on. And the tempo of this game is going to change rather markedly from what we have been watching through the day. Phil Walker, this is why 4-day and 5-day cricket is so utterly beguiling. This just doesn't happen in any other sport I can really think of, I suppose.
Not even close.
No. All right, I'm off. Have fun.
So, it would appear that it's going to be Craig Overton to bowl the first over from the pavilion end.
It's all the drama, Mick. I love it. Here we go. Well, you're part of the world, Phil.
Oh, right. My Christ, Adam. Oh, my Christ.
Here we go. Right, 19 overs it will be. It says 20, but I'd be staggered if that doesn't get adjusted. Because we're losing time. We lost 18 overs this morning. There's no latitude on the final day. And it is, well, it's 5 o'clock local time. Restart was 4:58. I'll be very surprised if the match officials don't make that 19 rather. Nevertheless, we're going to have one of those wild chases. And look, we know that Surrey backed themselves to chase quickly. We've seen this kind of thing before, although this is at the extreme end. Rain, is it back? Possibly.
No, not the rain, Adam. 19, you bang on. So 19
right,
as it stands, 209 to win.
Right, so there is rain falling. I can see it. Only lightly. I can see it in front of the Kia sign on the far side of the ground in front of the small scoreboard. Either way, we're off. Jamie Smith, game on. Target 209, advances to the first ball and threading it through cover for at least a couple. Work to do for the sweeper. The tempo of our commentary might change a little bit too, as well as they get a third run. And this is going to be very watchable cricket. We know that Jamie Smith clubbed an 80-ball 100 here at this ground a couple of years ago. Brought up the ton with a 6 up onto the scorers on the groundsman's hut, wasn't it?
It's not a bad shot first up as well. He advances, gives himself room and creams it through the offside. So we have 6 men on the boundary as we speak. No slip course.
Shot. Again, there'll be at least 2. Work to do for the sweeper. Bashir won't get there. 7 from 2 balls. Well, start as you mean to go on. Dan Lawrence off the mark with a boundary. Now, you mentioned 6 backfield. This will be something that they would have at some point through pre-season talked about and planned for. If we're in a situation where it's all men back, how do we deploy our fielders? How do we not lose our cool?
Yeah, exactly that. Now, firstly, you'll have Ollie Pope will be sniffing around the top order here as well. So if they do lose one, I would imagine he may come into the fray here, and he is lightning between the sticks. So this is what they're going to be looking for. If there's 9 men on the boundary and we're already now at 8, then it's going to be some hard run 2s here. And here we go.
Well, it's not going to make a difference. They've got to bowl the overs. We've seen quite a bit of that since tea with the heavy breeze outside, seeing the Union flag above the pavilion at half-mast today. It is raining now, pretty clearly raining, but the fact that they're on means that it's going to have to be heavy to get them off. The quirks of cricket. 8 men back, only cover up on the 1, and pulling out again is Overton. Saying here to umpire Kettleborough that, come on mate, it's raining. Or words to that effect, if I'm reading the body language correctly.
Yeah, I don't think it takes a genius, Adam, to figure out what's playing here.
Yes.
Somerset do not want to bowl another delivery.
Hand off the bat. See, this is your point, Phil. When you've got all the men on the rope, it does open the game up for 2s. So that's kind of what you're defending against. It's not like a T20 or a one-day game where you've got to set your field to one side of the ground and bowl to a plan. This is a little bit different.
It is, and Lawrence there obviously is just getting going, but he's swung at that almost off his feet. Perhaps you don't necessarily need to do that. You can tip and run into the offside. Sun's out.
Oh, crunch. He's got all of that. Another boundary, this time to Smith. And that's set up and asked to be hammered away, and, well, 12 runs from 4 balls.
Do you remember when players used to play themselves in? What a shot. What a shot that is. There's something special about this kid. We've said it 1,000 times, and we'll say it 1,000 times more. There is something just a bit special about Jamie Smith. As for the clouds, all the dirty stuff over there to our left as we're looking at, they are moving away. What we can't see is what's above us behind this stand. What we can't see is that.
9 men back, 5 on the offside. Smith goes leg side instead. Short boundary, won't reach the rope, does get 1. So we're not in T20 mode, because in T20 mode it's a different energy. Here we're looking for gaps for 4. Maybe the short boundary might get peppered a little bit as well. And where can they find 2s?
Jamie Overton. Say we do get these overs. Jamie Overton, he's your key man.
Last ball. Panache. Keeps the strike. Moves to 6. 14 from the first.
Dappled in sunshine now is the Kia. So, yeah, Jamie Overton for me, because if they're looking at 70 from 5, then it's well on with his power. I've been watching them closely in the build-up to this game in the nets, and nobody hits it like he does. Nobody hits it like Jamie Overton, and that boundary belongs to him in this scenario. Blue skies, folks. So we asked for that camera angle, and our producer has brought it up for us. Look at that, what a scene. What promise that sky offers us.
A bit less so looking south, but yeah, we're seeing the weather come from towards the Archbishop Tennyson School throughout the day, and in that direction it's looking pretty good to me. We should be good to get these overs in.
Big call, but let's look at it like that. Why not? This could be a wild finish, Adam Collins.
Ready for it. Pretorius has been chucked the ball on debut.
When they were 9 down, you strode into the box. You've been egging this game on all afternoon, and now we might just have one.
Just had a feeling. Okay, Pretorius to Lawrence. Pace off straight away, using it to deep third. So the men back, well, there's 9 of them back, but 5 on the leg side for Lawrence. And in the previous over, they went the extra man on the offside for Smith. How will they do it here? They're going to stay with 5 back on the long boundary, interestingly.
The thing is, there is a run everywhere. Off the pad, even run through the keeper. There is a run everywhere. So at the very minimum, you're taking 6 and over. That boundary out there to the offside is going to be peppered at least once or twice and over, you would think, from anyone who bowls from this end as we look at it.
And with the experience all these cricketers have chasing, if they're getting a minimum of 6 and over, it'll be an awful lot more than that for the reasons you state. Very hard to get a dot ball because they're walking at the bowler. The ball's not going to get through to Veru's gloves, barring something deviating off the track. Unlikely. 2's the call. Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
And there you go.
And that's where they're going to break the game up. So if you're looking at this in conventional terms and you're thinking sort of 11 and over or whatever it works out to be at the moment, that's using the logic of having 4 fielders inside the circle who are denying ones a couple of times and over. This is not that. This is very different in terms of how they can set up for this target. In some ways, it's easier having the men back. Gets it fine for 4. So Lawrence already to double figures. He's 13 from 6 balls.
Touch of genius by Daniel Lawrence, because that ball has no right to end up there, and yet it's come off the middle of his bat from outside off stump. All wrists and chutzpah. Look at this. That ball has no right to go where it's gone, and yet that's exactly what he's meant to do. This is why they've put him up there, because he hits the ball in strange areas and he can hit anything for 4. He's more unconventional and unorthodox than Jamie Smith, who will pummel you through the offside all day long. But the combination of these two makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that was Maxwellian across the stumps with that flick of the wrists from right in front. That's the more powerful option. But yeah, I do wonder, I put it to you, Phil, that having all the men back might be counterproductive to Somerset's interests here. I just feel like they're allowing Surrey to give themselves a base, and then they've got the power hitters later if they need them, and they probably will. They'll lose wickets along the way, I'm certain, but still. And they're not giving themselves the chance to keep it at any less than 7 or 8 and over in these formative stages. 23 after 11 balls, that may well be the rhythm. That'll be enough.
It's very, very difficult to contain players who are on the front foot at this ground in particular. It's very, very difficult. It's a flat track. We've seen it.
That wasn't a bad over and 12 runs were taken, I guess is my point.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I'm not sure what other options they have. You know, if you put a man in on the drive to try and block it, they hit it so hard that they're going to beat that man 9 times out of 10 anyway. You put a man on the drive straightish on the leg side, then chances are they're going to bisect, they're going to run past him anyway because they're going at you all the time. There's an argument to have a slip in, but that seems like a wild kind of luxury at this point. So I get your point. It feels already like they're on the ropes after 2 overs. But what else do you do?
We saw this in a grade final in Melbourne only a few weeks ago where Carlton was set 270 in 30-something overs, and they got there in a canter because all 9 men were back, and they did this. Getting some Andrew Samson assistance here on wild 4th innings chases. We'll bring them up in a moment. Still the 9 back. 5 on the offside for Smith. Makes room and goes high and handsome over the rope comfortably into the pavilion. Smith is well and truly away. We thought this match might be but 10 minutes away from early handshakes. That's only half an hour ago. Jamie Smith says, nah, I'm not satisfied with shaking hands at 5 o'clock. They want full points at home.
Yeah, that is pure filth from Jamie Smith. Again, it's wide-ish, and he's stood tall and gone straight down the ground with a slightly angled bat It's the classic golf swing, really, but he's just stood so still on the shot. That's the mark of him. You'll see Lawrence fiddling all over the place. Smith is...
One hand off the bat. Happy with the single after the 6.
Yeah, again, he hit that one earlier through extra cover, which was a jaw on the floor shot. On that one again, I tell you what, if we get 16.4 overs bowled, the infamous 16.4, Adam. I mean, look at it like that. If this was a 100 game and you're chasing 178, you think, all right, yeah, it's about par. And there you go. That's the point we make.
And all it takes is an edge. So 4 more runs for Surrey. Watching it back here, so I mean it's not conventional. It's nothing close to it. Over second slip, they're not going to have a third man that fine, and James Rew has to go all the way back to the rope and find it himself under the covers. I don't suppose he'll be in a hurry, because the other factor might well be light. But in saying that, it's improved dramatically in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But Rew beneath us here, jumping over the boards, and he's not going to have to get on his hands and knees. Is he? Oh, there's already one Somerset player down there. Looks like Shao Bashir, I think. Yes, it is. What a couple of months he's had on the test field, taking a fifer. Now down there, crawling underneath the covers at the Oval.
And you wonder, again, do they bowl Bashir? I would be tempted to, because wickets is going to be the only way. Wickets and weather are the only way, really, to hold Surrey at bay here, I would say. And Bashir might just be your best bet.
Gives me
he'll bowl stump to stump, won't he? He'll bowl bang on, and you miss, I hit. Might be the order of the day. He's going to have to give up a few, you would think, but he might just take a few back, and wickets will just stem the tide. My word, it's all on here.
First top ball of the innings. Well wide of the off stump, which is his prerogative, of course, in a multi-day game. So Hyderabad made this must have been rollicking, 270 for 7 in 22 overs to beat Andhra in a Ranji Trophy match in 1990. And that included 120 runs in over 8 penalties.
What does that mean?
More information, please, Andrew. Penalty runs for slow over rates.
120?
Blimey.
More runs.
Two's the call, but they won't get it. I like that every time they hit the ball they're talking to. All the floodlights have just come on, by the way, between deliveries. So Overton to complete his second. You're right, so Shao Bashir is a good option. Lewis Gregory spent a lot of time out there today. He'll be a tired boy. It was his dismissal that opened this up. You know, he did so much right, batted in 4 separate sessions, got them out of a deep hole yesterday, but cutting that steel ball to backward point, that was the 8th wicket to fall. That's well wide. That might be a wide. It just stuck in the line. So 2 dots for Overton in the over, but still 12 runs taken. 36 for none. Yes, that's right. 36 for none. The target's 209. They've got 19 overs to fetch them, Surrey. But yeah, it went Gregory, Pretorius and Bashir all in the space of 4 overs, 24 deliveries. And that's why, and they've lost an over too for rain in the middle of all of that. Complete chaos.
The other one for me was Pretorius. Q ended one right up in the air. Inexplicable, really. You can understand nicking off against the leggy. You can understand missing a straight one against the Google. You can't understand that. And Craig Overton's reaction, he was cranky to say the least at the non-striker's end, and he knew the scenario. Surely you would have thought Pretorius on his debut would have known it as well. So that had echoes of Shannon Gabriel for me, really. And suddenly it opens it up just like that.
But just the way, I mean, I was on with Katya for the half an hour after tea, the way they were sort of, I'm not going to say that heads had dropped necessarily, but it didn't have the energy of we're going to take 3 wickets in 5 minutes and chuck them on and chase down 209 in 19 overs. It wasn't like that at all. Pretorius again. Just those wrists from Lawrence already up to 20.
But because they've come up so quick here, 37 off 3.1, they can afford to have the odd over here where perhaps they don't capitalise and make just maybe a run of ball. They can afford that now, Surrey. They don't have to go hell for leather every single over. They do have a tiny bit of wriggle room now.
Should try and get the required rate up on the board if we can. Every ball being danced at. This is just white ball. I know it's only for one, but it's the body language. It's that, right, I'm going to try and greet it on the full or near enough or make a half volley, and if it's in my swinging arc, I'm going to go all the way.
Yeah, and Pretorius now he's going for the block hole, the leg stump block hole, trying to protect that short boundary as best he can and just bowl to his field. 5 men out, all on the boundary on the onside, and he's just trying to cramp them as best he can. The thing is, Daniel Lawrence can engineer proceedings. There you go.
He's got it so straight that they'll converge, the long off and the long on. It'll be a relay effort. They'll still get a couple. Lawrence, 22 from 12. Good ball from Pretorius, and an additional stat here from Samson that tallies more. So the highest run chase achieved in an authentic, successful 200 run chase in first-class cricket was Leicestershire. They made 204 for 6 in 19.1 overs, so near enough to what we're doing here, against Northants at Grace Road in 1998. So this would break the record if successful. Another single. So this is a net positive for Somerset, who might have just found their rhythm in the last few balls. They just seem to have settled a little bit. Sprinting in off the rope, making sure there's not the opportunity to come back for a second run without a considerable risk associated with it. Two left.
You can see the wind as well, again billowing on the shirt of Pretorius.
He's bowling with the breeze. Block hole, dot ball.
Better over this.
Great over so far. One to go. A lot of people are piling into the stream right now, I'm told, Phil. Leaving their other games. Lots of draws around the country.
Yeah, as well they should. This one's going right down to the wire.
Gone over the top of Roo just. There'll be a couple there. Wasn't in control of the shot. So a much, much better over from a Somerset perspective.
I think they might have just perhaps caught the lid there, because the umpire has called for the physio to check out Jamie Smith. He's not fussed, but of course protocols are there in place for a reason. But again, that was an excellent over by Pretorius. He went the distance in the first, but he's unscrambled the mind a little bit there, and that final delivery banged into the pitch and caught Jamie Smith unawares. That's the nature of it though. Even with a false shot, you still scamper back for a couple. 43 for no loss.
I mentioned this a couple of overs ago, but it's gotten a little bit dark again, Phil. That cloud cover, so from the direction the weather's coming, it doesn't feel threatening in terms of rain, but it is dark. I don't expect it'll be an issue with the floodlights on, but it'll take a long time to get through these overs. They'll be in no hurry whatsoever, the visitors.
Yeah, indeed, and Lewis Gregory, quite right. I guess he's gone into umpire Kettleborough and said, well, Humps, are you sure? Well, as it stands, as the shadows suddenly begin to lengthen, as the lights begin to take effect, we roll on here. It is changeable though, that's the point. The wind is such that it's taking these clouds in and then away very, very sharply.
Bigger picture, feels like Essex have got a chance to win at Kent. They've got them 7 down.
Refresh that page, Adam, because I thought they might have been off for rain.
Okay, I'll come back to that in a sec. Here's Overton again. Swing and a miss. You can see where Lawrence was looking to pop it on the moon. Right, Chelmsford, where are we?
No,
I think they're on. So 12 overs to go there. 3 wickets required for Essex to win, and if they did, they'll be the only team in the country with 2 wins. Draws in the rest of the Division 1 fixtures. The other live fixture right here in front of us. Do not move.
Money on Lawrence jumping across his stumps here. There you go.
Oh, down towards long on. No, gets it straight. I was sort of looking in the direction of long on based on where he was. It's dark for us as well. They get back for 2. Across the stumps and eyeing off the short boundary. Galladari stand. Not many people in it. But if you are close by, free to get in. Come down and see something special, maybe. Ooh, bobble, danger. They'll only get the extra run, not the extra 3. Make it 2 more. Assertive running. Great running from Smith. As soon as he saw the misfield, he said to Lawrence, there's 2 more here. That's exactly what they got. So we've got the required rate up on the screen now as well. They need to go at 11s. If you're joining us for the first time today, well, we lost 18 overs off the top. Then the game drifted. Only 1 wicket in the first 2 sessions, but 3 in 4 overs to turn this game on its head. We were minutes away from them shaking hands at 5 p.m.
For Sven Garley, John Surtees, he'd written it off at tee. He was done. He was sure it was done.
I kept the faith. Good ball from Overton. That's swinging away, so that's the benefit of the new ball there. But there'll still be some lateral movement. 2 dots in the over. And that required rate has just crept up a little bit in the last 2 overs. There hasn't been a boundary since the 6. Raining again, maybe a little bit of rain. I'm looking, my reference point is the Kia sign underneath the scoreboard. If I see a few drops there, but it doesn't look heavy. Maybe just a little sprinkle. Yeah, again, that's just class from Overton. 75 mile an hour, but hitting the right spot, extra bounce, a little bit of movement away. More conventional, 5th stump line.
That's it, it's the channel. He's a very accurate seamer, is Craig Overton. He knows what's required here. Anything straight-ish, anything even on 4th stump offside, and it's going to get worked and whipped and thrashed through that onside. And so he's just focusing outside the eye line as best he can. Deep third is very fine for the edge as well.
5 on the offside back. Out there again. Down towards deep third. Bashir with work to do beneath us. They return for a 2nd, but they'll take that. All told, 7 from the over, 50 from 5. A reminder, they need 209 to win from 19 overs. Scarcely believable on paper, but this Surrey side have so much confidence and such a deep batting lineup. They're having a pop, make no mistake. Who do you think will bat 3? Pope?
I think it depends on the time in which that wicket falls, if it does. I think if it were to fall now, Pope. I think if it were to fall in 5 overs, Overton. I think Pope between the wickets at this point, with 14 still to go, is invaluable. But I think really down the pipe, when everything has to go, it's Jamie O. It's also Jordan Clark as well. It's a big ball.
A reminder, if you're new to the Surrey stream, we're here for every day of the season at the Kia Oval. Myself, Adam Collins, I've got Phil Walker with me. Daniel Norcross will be in to call the finish after me. Also, Yaz Rana floating around, Cameron Ponsonby, Katya Witney, Taha Hashim, all part of our commentary team this week.
And the maestro, of course. Sitting to our left, he's seen it all before 1,000 times.
Can't forget Andrew Samson, the best statistician in the world. Well, best cricket statistician. Best statistician might be a stretch, but you know.
How does he do what he does?
The stuff we care about.
How does he do it? And the great mysteries of our game.
Okay, so 4 back on the offside. That's the short boundary. Way outside the off stump. Good bowling. So some risk bowling in that channel with that being the shorter rope. Anything on it, it's likely to run away for 4, but what's the alternative?
Yeah, but I like that. It's obviously complete one-day mode now, and he's second-guessing and preempting what the batters are thinking. Lawrence is sensing it's going to be in his toes around leg stump, so making room, and Pretorius threw it outside, so he couldn't even reach it. It's good bowling.
Two's the call, as it always is. Do they have a chance to get back? Yeah, comfortably. Non-strikers end. Smith's a whippet.
He's not quite got his timing in recent overs, Dan Lawrence. I mean, he's 30 from 18, so steady, sure. But he's frustrated with himself because there's been a few that have been in his arc which he's not quite got enough of. So he just needs to hold his shape at the moment, not try and overhit it.
Good news for Surrey is that yucky cloud's disappeared, so the light's improved again. Will they take on the arm? They will. It'll be close. No, it won't. Needed to be a perfect throw, and it wasn't from Aldridge. 54 without loss. 3 to go in the over, but the one thing going the way of Somerset is they've managed to put a stop to that flurry of boundaries that started the innings.
Do they dare show Bashir? Got to be worth a go. Not necessarily yet. Pretorius is doing a good job, and indeed is Overton, but they can't do it all.
Better contact. Took a moment for the man at long off to pick it up, but all good in the end. Just one run. Yeah, that's a fair point. When do you roll the dice on that? Acknowledging they've got other seamers to choose from. Aldridge picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. He was the best of their bowlers.
And the most economical seamer as well, comfortably. Yep. He'll be feeling good as well. Batted really well, obdurately this morning.
Room made. It's down to long on again. They'll have time for the 2, which just feels standard now. Every time it's even 2 or 3 metres to the left or the right of a sweeper, they're already turning for the second. 7 runs from 5 balls.
But this is it. This is the hellish situation now that Lewis Gregory as skipper is in. The chances of you picking up wickets diminish with the field set as it is. And so miss-hits fall into space, become 2s when they could easily become catches to a more conventional field. And yet, who'd be a skipper to bring them in?
Smith made room, just reached it. He'll keep the strike with a single, but another good over for Somerset with 8 runs taken. Required rate nearing up to 2 a ball at 58 for none. So they've just got things under control again. But if it's at 12s, if we're still at 12s with 5 or 6 overs to go, that'll be where Surrey are able to send out their pure ball strikers down the list. They've got plenty to choose from. Clark as well.
Well, as I say, yeah, I would say right down the pipe it goes Overton, then it goes Clark. Also, Cameron Steele is not a big lad, but hits a clean ball. Gus Atkinson as well. Saw him smash a wild 70 here a couple of years ago, hit some big shots. But also, there's no chance of them losing the game. There's no chance of them getting into a bit of a pickle and having to then shut up shop, so they can all go hard now. Everything must go, as they say.
It's a good point. There is really no jeopardy for Surrey at this point, is there? They're not going to lose 10 wickets in 13 overs. Overton. Straight back over his head. The second time he's been deposited into the pavilion by Smith. Is that a second decker? I think it might be. He's given it plenty. Smith, who's been starved of strike across the last couple of overs, making it count here.
Adam, that's a monster. I'm here to tell you. Oh my.
I can even see the spectators on the second deck looking up. That might have even got up into the 3rd tier. Wow. Will he go again? Cross the line, short boundary, bisecting the fielders for more. Great start to the over. Jamie Smith looks like the guy who could steer this chase for Surrey. He joins Lawrence on 33. He's seeing it the better of the pair, Phil Walker.
He is, and he's hitting it clean as well, and he's hitting it from a solid base. I don't want to reduce this fun to technical details, but that's how you do it. He's so orthodox, but he's got such a natural, modern-day approach to it as well, and he can do the lot, Jamie Smith. He can bat all day, or he can smash you out of the park in a session. He's looking the most likely at the moment.
Will take on the second run, which is just standard at this point. Keeps the strike importantly. Smith had that experience with the England white ball squad last year as well.
Yeah, he did. You know, he strummed a 70-ball 100 as well in that famous run chase against Kent when they knocked off 500 easily enough, as you do. So he has this in his game. But the thing that marks out this cameo up until now is that he seems to have that sixth sense of where it's going to be. He's eyed up Overton, and so he just shifts his position just across so he can go straight against the ball outside.
Well wide of the off-stump dot.
It's the first time he's lost his shape there, trying to perhaps engineer it into the onside.
Full toss as well. Might have taken some pace off it a little bit, Overton. Thus the miscue. So still 5 back on the offside. The long boundary out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. Short boundary on the leg side where there are 4 men positioned in the sun. Similar kind of delivery. Straight out to the man at long off, but he's got to come in off the rope. So the fact that he didn't middle it means they get the second. 1 ball left in a productive over for Surrey. 14 so far.
What do you do as Lewis Gregory? Apart from changing up the personnel, what do you do?
I think the only option really is how they configure their field. Haven't got many levers, do you, really? Bashir, yep, sure, but do they consider trying to cut off some singles? Lifted it out towards long off. Big moment this. It's taken on the rope. No, it's not. No, it's not taken on the rope. It was parried up in the air.
Lewis Gregory,
the captain, was under it. But in that classic T20 style, he had to throw the ball up before going over the rope. We'll see it here. There's the initial catch, and as he throws it up, he would have been taking a legal catch had he got back in time, but he was off balance and there was no meaningful chance of putting in a dive. And well, it's run saved.
5 saved.
5 saved. That's one way of interpreting it. 15 off the over, but ever so close to removing the dangerous Smith, who's 38. All the runs from him in that over, and he's back on strike. Wow.
Going to be Pretorius again. He's bowled 2 decent overs here. Back in for his 4th now. First one went the distance.
Short ball and pummeled. That's a long boundary. It does not matter at all. The way Smith's hitting it right now, if he gets hold of it, it's going all the way. His 4th 6, he's 44.
Yeah, look, again, he just knew it was coming. The best players, they know it before the bowler does. Banged it in, and he was ready for it. He tried it against Smith a couple of overs ago and caught him by surprise, but he was set for it, and that's a long boundary, and it's cleared deep square comfortably.
Into the seats. Makes room, shovels it without any real force, but in off the ropes Aldridge. Good fielding. Keeps it to 1. The strike goes back to Lawrence for the first time in 9 deliveries. 80 for none. They've got that required rate and current rate broadly in balance again at 11s. Only 129 to get from here. Two out of the block hole. Pretorius has to chase after it himself. Bails out. Lawrence going again up to 35. Tell you, one man is going to be excited next door. Daniel Norcross, who'll be replacing me in a couple of overs' time. He will be up and about.
Yeah, it's no time for his Bumble impressions.
No. we've done that. That was when the game was drifting to the draw. We all anticipated, well, sort of. There was always half a chance of this, though. That's the beauty of white ball cricket. Full.
4.
Bang! Thuds into the boundary. You can hear it. Lawrence got a good enough look. The gap at deep point.
Yeah. 0.4 seconds from the time off the bat until it crashes into the board. Lawrence has struggled a bit for timing, but that was right in his wheelhouse. Just had to extend the arms, and that's not what you want at this stage from your new ball bowler. This has been a key over, the last 2 really.
Yeah, 2 good overs followed by 2 expensive ones, and still 2 balls to come in it. Can Pretorius get out of it? Pace off. Should get too easy again.
So, Adam, this is where there is a case to be made for having a straightish mid-wicket on the 1. They've hit the ball twice into that area now, and they come back for 2, no bother at all. Thanks very much.
Well, they started with 2 men up, right? We had the 6 back.
And within 2 balls
I think 1 ball.
1 ball.
Took 1 ball from the Garner, sod it, we're going to put them all back. Every time the ball's been knocked into the infield here, they're taking 2.
Yeah.
Lawrence and Smith are rapid. Last ball here. 15 off it so far. Those wrists out to point again. Work to do for the sweeper. Is it kept in? It is just. Goldsworthy out there. They return for 2 anyway. 17 from the over. 90 for none after 8. Their run rate's above what they require. Just under 11 from here at the target. 209. And I've got to say, if we were visiting this, as we occasionally joked about earlier today about where WinViz might be, you'd have Surrey, I don't know, with a 6 or a 7 in front of it from here. It just feels like they are in the box seat, Phil.
It does, and it felt like that after 3 or 4 deliveries. And in part because Somerset seemed so resigned to the inevitability of this going all the way. And by the body language and by the fields that were set, it's like they'd already accepted their feat. Now naturally, there's an air of futility around it here. When you have a batting lineup like this, on a track like this, nonetheless, perhaps he could have just shown a bit more creativity. He's taking matters into his own hands now, Lewis Gregory.
Here's the skipper. His first ball. Chance.
Claimed it.
Yes. Taken. Low diving. Needed to do a lot right there. Matt Renshaw got to the contest. And that might be just the moment that turns things Somerset's way, because Jamie Smith is the man who's been plundering them at every opportunity so far, and Gregory brings himself into the attack, pace off, so much white ball experience, and their Australian overseas has pulled off a perler. 90 for 1, Smith gone for 45, Phil Walker.
Yeah, crucial, towed it, good catch, needed to be. Few have gone down in that area all game, but Renshaw held his nerve, crucial wicket. It is going to be Ollie Pope, who, as we said, is lightning between the sticks, so he will just be playing his game here, running hard, finding the gaps, being inventive, flicking it over his shoulder. And Dan Lawrence, whose timing's been a bit in and out here, nonetheless 43 from 24, so he's doing his job perfectly as well. And then the big monsters are waiting in the wings. Jamie Overton, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson.
But they've got to get in. And that's what Smith and
But I think they have
Lawrence
enough time. All I'm saying is I think they have enough time. 10.5 still to bowl,
Yeah.
you know.
Right, quickly round the grounds to Chelmsford, where Essex have not taken a further wicket. Only 3.4 overs to go. It's still 7 down, so that looks like it'll be a draw unless there's a late twist, which reinforces how important this might be for Surrey, given that Essex won last week. And there was a draw up at Old Trafford with Lancashire and Surrey. Ollie Pope going through his usual routine. This is anything but normal, though. They'll start for him with the 4 men back on the leg side and 5 men protecting the offside rope. Again, pace off, running his fingers down the seam. That is great stuff. utilising the width of the crease. Only 69 mile an hour, perfect from the captain.
40 minutes for Jamie Smith, 25 deliveries, 2 4s, 3 6s, 2 of which you'll never forget. That third one went into the third tier of Mickey's backyard. It was sensational stuff from him. 45 from 25, opened up this chase for Surrey.
Same delivery. Pope placing it out for 1. So we're actually seeing the offside fielders for Pope set 10 metres inside the long rope. So trying to find a way, a little subtle change, but trying to make those 2s into 1s. A degree of risk associated with that, but 85 metre boundary on that side of the ground.
Yeah, I can see Lawrence here jumping across his stumps wherever Lewis Gregory puts it. Even if it's in the wide column outside off stump, he's going to try and wrist it into the onside. No, he's not. Of course he's not.
Again, it was just perfect from Gregory, who played plenty of white ball cricket for England, had to bowl at the death for years in limited overs cricket for Somerset. The new captain this year, second game in charge, backing himself.
And he's been brilliant throughout the game as Lewis Gregory. Without his efforts with the bat in both innings, Somerset would have been halfway home by this point. Can they hold it together, the visitors? It would be a huge result if they can get out of this.
Two's the call, but it's landed straight in the hands. They shouldn't be getting 2 from there. That's just...
Yeah, it's a poor piece
frazzled
of work. It's a poor piece of work because the ball bounced up tidily, usefully. Just get it back in there to the keeper's end, set them down for 1. Unmanned at the non-strikers. Lewis Gregory still through his follow-through, and you amble back for a second. That's poor cricket.
It landed in Lammonby's hand, didn't it? It was the perfect spin, so he should have been able to have kept it to a single, not to be. Last ball, good over for Somerset. Can't cut it off, stuck the mid up. Again, they'll return for a couple. So, all told there, 6 runs, but crucially the wicket of Smith for 45. Gregory in the game straight away here, defending 209 in 19 overs if you're just joining the stream. Somerset were bowled out for 351 in their second innings, leaving 209. They lost an over. It was going to be 20, became 19 due to a bizarre rain delay.
It's going to be Casey Aldridge, I think. Yep, it is going to be Casey Aldridge. Pick of the seamers for Somerset across the game.
So the double change.
Big
2 fresh
job
bowlers
to do here, Adam. Big job.
So Aldridge picked up 5 for 64 from 24 overs when this game felt very different indeed. 42 with the bat in the second innings. So he's played his role. Can he complete a very good game of cricket with a couple of tidy overs here? 10 overs to go. 113 to win. Pace off. Fingers down the seam, 1's the call. So we know with Aldridge that he's chest on, his natural delivery's hitting the seam and coming back to the right-hander. And there are 5 out on that boundary on the leg side.
Yes, can he start though, as you say, pace off? He's thinking already.
Pope's 5 from 4, looking to turn 1s into 2s. His onboard computer, as good as there is in English cricket when he gets going. Flays it. Over, deep, backward, points. That is some kind of shot. One hand off the bat. Ollie Pope deep in the crease, seeing the chance to go big, does so from his 5th ball. He's 11. They're past 100 already, Phil. We're in the 10th over.
Yeah, this is really on now. Top stuff by Ollie Pope. One-handed. Echoes of Viv and Antigua in 86. Don't worry about that. He's immediately into the fray, 11 from 5.
A dot in response, awkwardly played. That was pace on.
Pace on, and good idea as well to try and clog him up in effect, and obviously no leg side wide, so that's probably a pretty smart angle with the larger part of the field, of course, on the leg side. Two men pretty fine as well behind square on the onside.
A good point you raised. No leg side wides. There is the chance to play with the crease a bit more. We haven't seen that as yet. Bowls him! Well bowled, Casey Aldridge. Ollie Pope, England's number 3, has been castled. Wickets in consecutive overs for the visitors. And that's going to be the best way to slow things down here. Control what they can. Hit the stumps. Well bowled.
Yeah, excellent. So much of it is about apprehending what the other man is going to do. He's kept his nerve there as a young kid. Casey Aldridge having a very, very good game. Crucial moment. Looks to me like Jamie Overton. Yeah, Jamie O, as predicted, in at 4.
Looks a player, Aldridge, from what we've seen over these 4 days, Phil.
Yeah, massively so. Spoke to Keaton Jennings about him, who was on a Lions tour with him to India just earlier in the year, and he spoke very warmly about him on and off the pitch as well. Impressive young cricketer. They like him a lot at Somerset, and they've given him a lot of responsibility here. He changed the tone of that day too, really, where Surrey could have easily run away with it. They only put up 320 in the end across the course of the day, and that was in large part because of Shoaib Bashir, but very much as well Casey Aldridge holding it together, bowling a heavy length, hitting the bat hard, and coming in hard as well. And at times it felt like a tough slog, but never allowed that to get on top of him. And looks like he fancies this moment as well. These are the moments where you make your reputation.
Yeah, the 2 balls after being hit for 6, exotically by Pope.
Showed the mind, right? Showed the thinking.
Yep, hit the top of leg stump. Daniel Norcross pacing behind me. He'll be in a couple of balls. Big Jamie Overton will be harder to convert those 1s to 2s. He's not as quick as the others have batted so far. Gets up him. Good from Aldridge.
Excellent stuff.
Right at the lid. Had no option but to parry it down into the leg side. 2 excellent overs in a row, so long as he can get out of this. 1 ball left for Overton. The field remains the same. All 9 back. 5 on the leg side.
Still over 100 needed, 106 needed. Still some significant runs to be scored here.
Way down the leg side, signalled accordingly by umpire Saggers. Fair enough. That's the first time we've seen them bowl outside the leg stump, but that was a wide any time.
Well, certainly by the letter of the law, there's no way that you can get the bat on that. Craig Overton's not too happy. He's come in and had a quiet word.
I mean, just to be clear, the distinction there, you're allowed to bowl down the leg side. This is not one-day laws, but that was one-day playing conditions rather, but that is a wide according to the MCC laws of the game, make no mistake.
Yeah.
So 104 for 2. Another chance to finish off the over. Short to Overton. Punches out the deep backward square. Again, that's going to be a change. 1 there. It was 2 a couple of overs ago when Smith and Lawrence were batting together. The game has evolved a little bit since then. 105 for 2 the score. 104 needed from 54 balls. They're just over halfway. Overton keeps the strike. Phil Walker, commentary will stay with you. And replacing me and taking us through to the grandstand finish, it's going to be Daniel Norcross.
Jamie Overton now facing up to Lewis Gregory with that short boundary in view. This is the key, I feel.
Certainly is. Surrey have put their stall out. They've gone for the biffer. They've said, well, looking at what they had left to come, they wanted not necessarily the whippets between the wickets, but someone who can clear the boundary. Jamie Overton is a man who can do that, but, well, these are very unusual circumstances. Cricketers don't normally find themselves in this. Crunched away, it'll just be the 1 though. An extraordinary round of county championship matches. We've had runs galore everywhere, but somehow this game and the game at Chelmsford are still going. To give you an idea of what's possible these days, the Sunrisers of Hyderabad have today hit 287 for 3 in their 20 overs against RCB. Surrey don't need that kind of rate, but
Lawrence now, look where he's set up, Dan.
It's way outside off stump. Swing and a miss. Well, an appeal from Gregory's convincing. Got a bit of bad on that, but umpire is unmoved. Umpire Kettleborough. Yep. Lawrence is showing his stumps. He's happy to show the stumps because what Somerset have done pretty well, you've got to say, especially Craig Overton to start with, bowling the wide Yorkers wide outside the off stump. Lawrence would love to access the short leg side boundary. We keep saying it's short. It isn't that short. We're not in the middle of the square, but we're certainly not a long way over to the gas holder side.
He's doing it again.
Encouraging Gregory to go straighter at him. Again, it'll... Oh, they think of a second. It isn't there. He's going to have to scurry to get back. He does. It's still a very, very tall order, this, because of what Somerset can do. Everybody out on the boundary. It's the strangest looking sight. That 4 days of cricket comes down to this.
Yeah, I know.
And rather alarmingly, away to my right, there's a bit of a splodgy cloud with... It's a rain-bearing cloud as well. To hope that that stays away. Crunched, but straight to long off. They're going to have to start clearing the boundary because fours are so hard to come by unless you get a really thick edge that goes very fine, either inside or outside edge. Shahab Bashir down here at deep third is pretty fine.
Yeah, and this is where Lawrence doesn't look in prime form, not been able to clear the boundary yet.
He is showing all three stumps here, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Now he's got hold of that one. And that's going to be four. That's the boundary that Surrey desperately needed in this over. It's been a really good over from Gregory. And it's 50 for Dan Lawrence, his first for Surrey. You know, in part, I think this is actually quite nice for Dan Lawrence.
Oh, for sure. This is perfect for him. It's exactly what he'd be looking for, I think.
In the first innings, he was having to play proper cricket. But here he has absolute license to show all his versatility. Big boundary. Can they finish off with another one? If so, that would keep them around about the rate required.
Yeah.
Down the leg side, but didn't miss leg stump by much.
That's what he was looking for.
Oh, how has that missed? Let's take a look at that one again. My word. I wondered when Gregory was going to go at the stumps. Oh, end of the over. So just the 8 overs left. 97 needed to win, so 12 and over. Jamie Overton on strike. We know what he's capable of doing.
So with Lawrence, he's at 5 fours. He's been excellent, but that strike rate is in part because he has a couple of scamperers at the other end as well. He doesn't necessarily have the muscular power game. He hits a clean ball, of course he does. But
sixes are tricky, aren't they?
Exactly. If you just add 1 or 2 in there, it changes it again.
Oh, now that's gone high in the air. Is he going to land safely? Wow, he's going to take the catch himself. Aldridge did really well. Keep his eye on the ball. Swirling wind. And Surrey have lost Jamie Overton, a man who could clear the ropes. And now this very unlikely victory target is just starting to slip further out of reach. It was really well done by Aldridge. It was in the air for a long time. I wondered if it might just land safely over his head, but no, he kept his eyes on it.
Slightly slower ball as well, Daniel. He began his spell with a slowie. He's mixed it up well here. He deserves everything that comes his way. He's had an excellent game. And you feel like that is a crucial moment. Who do we have? Rory Burns, I think, making his way down the steps. Again, might be a case of trying to scamper those 2s, turn 2s into 3s.
Left hand as well, so you're accessing the short boundary.
Yep. Interesting decision. I like it though. I like the thinking.
So the wickets to fall, you can see Jamie Smith played some incredible shots today. Phil Walker has waxed lyrical about the one that hit the 3rd tier. 45 off 25. He and Lawrence went off like a train. Pope, though, bowled by Aldridge. Aldridge's only been in the attack a couple of overs. He's picked up 2 really important wickets, 2 for 9 from his 8 balls. These are not normal county championship bowling figures you're looking at there. But Gregory and Aldridge have dragged it back after the opening bowlers were hit around. And there is what looks like a horrible shower just behind the Bedser stand.
Oh, yeah. Oh. But that might
avoid it. It might
us.
skirt. It might. We've been gazing at the heavens today. This being the 4th day, you may be wondering, they can't make up overs. So 19 overs have been lost today. What a difference that would make, of course, to the equation. And what a difference maybe the 1 over they lost.
I was thinking that, you know. I was thinking that.
But now is not the time to think about that. We'll think about that when the match is over. There you can see our cameras have captured the formless splodge of dampness that is scurrying around behind the Bedser stand. You can see the rain falling. It must be, I would say that's probably Brixton where it's currently falling. We are not far from there. Left-handed Burns faces his first ball. Swing and a miss.
It's really good again by Aldridge.
He's really impressed in this game, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not just with a ball, with bat as well, but especially with ball.
Yeah, but it's good because Rory Burns, anything anywhere near him, he'll work anything through that onside, but throwing it wide outside the eye line is the way to go against him.
You get good odds on the 2 leading wicket takers in this match to be Casey Aldridge and Cameron Steele when we first arrived here on Friday. Oh, beautiful. Slower ball has deceived Burns. This is very intelligent bowling. Keep an eye on this lad. He's reading the situation really well.
That's it, isn't it? Exactly that. Good game sense.
And it's now just starting to slip away from Surrey here. 45 balls remaining, 97 to win. With the field out, that's what we must impress on people. Everybody on the boundary apart from the wicket keeper. Another swing and a miss. This is in serious danger of being a wicket maiden, and under the circumstances, that would be quite something. He's got no fielders in the ring, just the keeper for company, and he's somehow bowled 4 balls that Surrey have not scored off.
Yeah, it's been superb, this. He'll be the toast of the Shires as well if he can get Somerset out of this one.
Won't be a maiden. Well, it might be. It might yet be. Burns has gone. Cornered deep backward square. Goldsworthy with the catch. Surrey lose their 4th. Aldridge has picked up 2 wickets in this over. He's not conceded a run. He's the figures of 3 for 9 in an insane run chase. This is marvellous stuff from the youngster. It was short, flicked off the hip, straight down the throat of the fielder. He wanted to access that short leg side boundary.
It's really
good. He came out there.
Sorry, Daniel. It's really good because it's almost like the knuckle ball. He's put the ball right back in his hand. The action looks like he's given it the lot, but he's not. He's just taken another 10 mph off it, and Burns is through the shot slightly too early, and he picks up another. Outstanding. This really is. Dom Sibley in at 6.
Well, dare I say it?
I know what you're saying.
If Surrey keep on attacking, does this bring Somerset into the game?
Well,
we've seen that it has been such a mad game.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
I'm not ruling anything out here.
So 2 things to say. 1, Sibley provides a certain kind of ballast, I think it's fair to say. But 2...
Ordinarily, yes.
Yeah, but played expansively and well in the first innings and looked in as fluent a form as you've seen from him in many, many years. Chelmsford.
Draw at Chelmsford.
It's all done. 7 down. Kent got out of it in the end. Good game. So Essex, a win and a draw to kick off.
So no sides have won in this round of the county championship. There's still 2 games remaining. It won't be a double wicket maiden. Sibley has ruined that with a single off the last ball, but hats off to Casey Aldridge. That is a superb over. And his teammates are all cock-a-hoop with him, as you can imagine, because he's picked up not just taking 2 wickets, it's getting rid of Jamie Overton, who's a man who could take the game away from you, then getting rid of the left-hander, and only going for the 1 run. 96 needed from 7 overs.
Yeah, 3 for 10 from 2. Dream figures.
Massive shower, though, is staying away at the moment. I don't know how this is happening. The Oval has been blessed in one way. The fact that this match is still continuing is remarkable.
What we're saying now, Daniel, they need Surrey. They need 1 monster over, don't they? They need a 24 run over, something mad like that.
And the way the field is set, it has to be clearing the ropes. There is no other option here.
Yeah. And you would think Lawrence would be the man, although, as we say, he hasn't gone airborne too much. When he's tried to, he's lost his shape. So it's going to be Sibley to begin this over for Surrey.
Beautiful, classically elegant shot, just below 1, which gets Lawrence on strike, which is what Surrey will want, certainly. But since the introduction of Gregory and Aldridge, they've bowled now 4 overs between them and taken 3 for 23. 4.1 overs. In the context of this run chase, that is absolutely crucial.
Where's he going to stand?
Well, he's sort of standing on off stump now. He's not. He's just come in a touch. It's gone out towards deep mid wicket. Sibley round the first very quickly. He's a deceptively nimble man, Dominic Sibley. We saw on the first day him take an absolute cracking catch on the rebound of Jamie Overton's chest.
Yeah, he's had a good game as well. Excellent 100 in the first dig. This isn't, you would say, his ideal setup.
I don't think it's what he dreams of.
No.
No.
It's not what they signed him for.
No.
Re-signed him for. You never know, though.
He's got that fine. Fielder's coming round at fine leg. We'll cut it off. I'll get back for the second. Sibley gets back. Now, where is his boundary option? You'd have to say that the largest gap between fielders is between long on and long off at the moment. If you were going to draw a line between each of the fielders, they're roughly sort of 30 yards apart all the way round until you get to straight back over the bowler's head. But Gregory is not obliging by giving a long half volley on off stump. That'll be wided. Well, I mean, it wided. It almost could have been no-balled. It's almost missed the cut strip. I'd like to see that one again. Wide signalled by umpire Kettleborough in his natty titfer. Let's take another look at this. Where does it land? Actually, that's a no-ball, isn't it?
That's a no-y.
I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. It would have made 1 run difference. But there are no, of course, free hits in red ball cricket. That's gone out.
Nope, that's out.
That is out.
That is out.
And Sibley departs. And Somerset, they're taking wickets here. Surrey are still going for it. They're 5 down, Surrey. Sibley goes for 4 on the pull.
The maestro, look, he can't contain himself.
Andrew Samson's alongside us. This could be one of the great victories. You never know for Somerset. Take a look at that in the replay. Skewed up in the air. Another caught and bowled, this time Gregory with the catch. Last over it was Aldridge. Who comes out for Surrey now? Jordan Clark, perhaps? That would
I think it might be Cameron Steele. We haven't got a camera on him. No, it's Gus Atkinson. I can tell by his bat sponsor. Gus Atkinson. Okay, last throw of the dice, I would say this, for Surrey.
He's the last of the sort of big 6 hitters in the Surrey lineup. What are they leaving just in case they get 8 down?
Yeah. Ben Foakes. Ben Foakes can come in and just do his thing.
Ben Foakes and Cameron Steele, you're thinking? That's and Kemar Roach at the bottom. We'll see. What a bizarre game of cricket this has been. Utterly thrilling. Thrilling end. We had a very somnolent day, really, as the The pitch quietened down, the ball was doing not much, but we've got this ridiculous finale. Swing and a miss from Atkinson. And the recovery from Somerset in the last 7 overs has been spectacular.
Yeah, that's it. Credit to them, really.
And 7 overs are gone. Surrey were up and beyond the rate. 90 for none of 8. With Jamie Smith going like a train. Atkinson flays this high in the air, fielder runs in, it's going to land safely. Well, end of another superb over for Somerset. A wicket, just 6 runs from it. 90 needed from 6, 15 and over. And when was the last 6? That was from Jamie Smith.
It was
I'm
from
guessing.
Jamie Smith. It was his third of that 25 ball knock. Ollie Pope, in fact, carved one-handed,
that's
didn't
right,
he?
Over carved one to backward point.
Over backward point,
Yep.
but only 4 maximums, which shows it's easier to talk this up than to actually pull it off. Sorry, don't look at me like that. I shouldn't have used that word. It was a slip. It wasn't a maximum. It was merely 6 runs. No more, no less than 6 runs. Apologies. Daniel.
Little dab into the offside. That'll get Lawrence on strike.
Daniel, don't ignore me.
I'm not ignoring you. You've done well to apologise. We're a maximum free zone here on the Surrey live stream. We're a safe haven for maximum haters around the country.
Right, so Lawrence back on strike. It's now or never for him, really. He needs to do something spectacular from here on in. He's beaten the boundary 5 times, but no big ones just yet.
Oh, great bowling from Aldridge. Sees him coming, bangs it in short. This is just fantastic stuff from the youngster. 5 wickets in the first innings. He's now bowling in completely different circumstances. And, well, it's faultless stuff. He saw Lawrence advancing, instantly banged it in quick and short at the head. Lawrence had nowhere to go.
He's won the mini battles here as Aldridge. Every time a player's tried to advance at him, he's had an answer.
Moves across his stumps, pulls out into the onside. Fielders converge. It'll just be the one. Not enough. Slower ball, 66.3 miles an hour. If you're watching the Surrey live stream for the first time, we have speed guns, so you can keep your eye. Now let's go. Fastest ball I think we've clocked has been 87 from Jordan Clark.
Yeah, on the first morning, yep.
It was warm then, bit easier to get it up that kind of pace. Short again. Has that gone fine enough? Not quite. Just guard access to the boundaries at the moment, Surrey. That a little quicker, 77 miles an hour this time. The shower has avoided us. We should make it through to, well, whether we get through 32 balls or not, whether hands are shaken before then. Time will tell. That's come off a sort of toe end and rolled away for another single. This dearth of boundaries is fatal, you would think, for Surrey's hopes here. 86 now from 31 required, and all you can do really is take your hat off to Casey Aldridge, who has been superb. But if you are watching the Surrey live stream for the first time, we'll be back on the 26th of April for the home match against Hampshire. Big game.
Big one, that.
All games big, and not many sides winning games at the start of this season with weather and the Kookaburra ball. Again, brilliant bowling, short, slowish, 78.5 miles an hour, goes through on the bounce to the keeper. Atkinson couldn't catch up with it. 123 for 5. 86 needed off 30. We've had fun. Phil Walker, we've had fun, but I think we might have to accept our fate.
For sure, yeah, and I think it's almost certainly now a step too far. But in the last 5 overs, Surrey have managed 33 runs since the loss of Jamie Smith's wicket. And at that point, as Andrew Samson says, 8.1 overs had been bowled and 90 were already on the board. Now, it was a really good catch by Matt Renshaw. a cow, if you like, sprawling forward.
Well,
and that was the moment.
Hands are being shaken. That is the end of the game. And, well, it has been a terrific game, and it's those last 6 overs that's changed it. We talk about how 4-day cricket has ebbs and flows and warps and wefts. I'm not sure I've seen quite so many ebbs and flows in such a short space of time as I saw in this match. The game was dead and buried at tea, then a couple of quick wickets fell. Surrey ran off in anticipation of a run chase of 20 overs for 209 to win. They then lost an over because the tiniest bit of rain came in. They went off like a train. 90 and 8.1 overs, and then 6 overs of Casey Aldridge and the skipper Lewis Gregory yielded just 1 6 and 1 4, 4 wickets, and they have secured the draw for their team. And it's appropriate, really, because when I look back on the second innings, which is the main talking point of this game, Somerset's second innings, Casey Aldridge batted brilliantly, Lewis Gregory batted brilliantly, 2 half centuries for him in this match, denied 100. They have saved their team. Surrey have been on top for most of the match. It started with a very fine partnership, a record-breaking partnership for Somerset, but then they collapsed. They lost 8 for 30, 8 for 40 I think it was, Surrey, on the first day to bring Surrey into the game. Somerset bowled out for 285. Surrey then accumulated, didn't get any great pace. There was a 100 for Dom Sibley, matching Tom Lammonby's 100 from Somerset's first innings. Jamie Smith was an explosive 51, but for the most part Surrey couldn't get going much beyond 3 and over. Gave them a good healthy lead, and when Somerset were 162 for 6, you felt that only rain could save them. Well, not a bit of it. Lewis Gregory's terrific 80, brilliantly supported by Casey Aldridge, got them to a point when you thought they're surely going to be safe. Well, Dan Lawrence and Jamie Smith had other ideas. That's how we had the fun, the excitement and the frolics of the first 40 minutes of Surrey's second innings, the 4th innings of the match. But then Aldridge with 3 for 14 and Gregory bowling brilliantly, intelligently. White ball stuff. He's played for England, of course, in white ball. He knew what he was up to, and that really halted the juggernaut that was Surrey's advance on a very unlikely target of 209 in 19 overs. It means the match has ended in a draw, and that feels about right, really, because the way Somerset have fought and battled with great tenacity throughout this game, Surrey have never really were able to put them to bed. We've had ebbs, we've had flows, but in the end it's honours even. Surrey will take 22 points from the match, Somerset 19. Every game in the county championship it's finished a draw. Have we finished the lot? They're all done and dusted. Draws across the country. But that doesn't really tell the story, Phil Walker. We have had enormous fun here, and we're going to be back in a fortnight if we get a game as well energising as this one. That'll be quite fun, I would say.
Yeah, perfectly summed up. What it does tell us is that Surrey are going to have to fight tooth and nail to be given this 3rd championship in a row. They are a formidable outfit, as we know, and everybody's favourites. You'd have to go hard to find somebody to have bet against them at the start of this year, but what you've seen from this Somerset side, which is not overpopulated by big names, you've seen a well-organised side refusing to give an inch here. They were staring down the barrel, I would say, after 285 on the first day here on a flat track, and they've managed somehow to eke their way through to the close on day 4, and they deserve all the spoils that come their way, I think, really. This is a model for how to play against this great cricket team here. And Somerset, in the embodiment of Casey Aldridge, they have a good unit here, I think. They play for each other, and Aldridge is a star. He's probably my player of the match, I would say. 8 wickets and very, very useful runs. Gregory as well, led from the front, 2 immensely important 50s in both innings, a 50 and an 80. Without them, the game would have been done a long time ago.
Interesting, isn't it, that the leading bowlers were the same in each innings. Steele in both innings for Surrey, Aldridge in both innings for Somerset. And it tells you something about how difficult it's been to get wickets. Across the county championship, we've talked over the last 4 days, all these mammoth totals of 690, the most number of people to score 150 plus in the same round of a county championship match.
It's been run drenched, but you know, the Kookaburra is going to go back in the box for a little while. The Dukes is going to come out.
It didn't feel like this game had that stamp, though, for me. For me, this game was more about two good teams.
Oh, without
facing
doubt.
up against one another. It wasn't undermined by a certain make of cricket ball or otherwise.
No,
which is not to say it's not important in the round.
Not the least, but I'm thinking about Somerset's terrific recovery from 162 for 6 when they held a slender lead of 19 at that point. And Surrey's seamers in previous years, perhaps with a different ball, would have hoped that a new ball would have done for those last 4 wickets. They'd have been able to run through them with the likes of Kemar Roach, Tom Laws, Atkinson, Overton, Worrell. We talk about seam bowlers and swing bowlers being the main part of Surrey's armoury. Well, they had to use Cameron Steele and Dan Lawrence a lot. Didn't let them down by any means, but that wouldn't be their route one to victory. They're going to take a different approach, I'm pretty sure, when the Dukes comes back, which will happen their next match away next week, and then we'll be back here for the home game against Hampshire, which starts on the 26th of April. See, it feels too far away. I've only just come back to the Oval and it's been taken away from me. We've had enormous fun, and we've had a smorgasbord of people on with us, like Cameron Ponsonby. Katya's been with us, Taha's been with us, Yaz has been with us, Andrew Samson has been with us every day and has given us some of the most extraordinary facts, not least that across the county championship we had the second earliest 10-fer for a spinner in county championship history.
And
one of
only
my favourite stats.
And only the third time since Durham's admittance into the 18 where we've had no results across the whole, no definitive results across the whole,
and it was
the whole campaign, the whole
wasn't
round.
Just weather that did for them, it was just the enormity of runs. Well, it's been fun, but we've got to go. Phil Walker has been with us, Adam Collins has been with us, and I'm Daniel Norcross. I will be back in a fortnight. Until then, thank you all of you for joining. Thank you.
Don't want to go, do you?
I don't. Thank you. The 10,000 people who are watching at the end. I'm sorry, it's a bit of an anticlimax in the end, but I hope you got a little flavour of what the Surrey live stream can offer. And thank you to our cameramen and to our producers, Jake, and to Mark Sharman, aka Sharky. Until next time, goodbye.
This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the Oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.